touch me, kiss me, baby, love me. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
等等，你真的下一集了？哦，人家等一下才要看啦。不会了，这集好好看哦。
母女追剧，追成姐妹，申办 Hi Netflix 方案， Hi Net 招待你看1年 Netflix， 一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
哎，宝贝，我等了。
好的。喜欢新的回家模式吗？
妈妈来家里吃饭。
嗨，
多好杯煮饭啊！哎，宝贝，我要去吃饭。
好的。
8种情境任你切换，属于台湾人的智慧音箱，i 宝贝。
哎，这下
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
追剧追成兄弟，申办 Hi Netflix 方案 ，Hi Net 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
等等，你真的下机了？哦，人家等一下才要看啦。不会了，这集好好看哦。
母女追剧追成姐妹，申办 Hi Netflix 方案，Hi Net 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
哎，宝贝，我等来啊。
好的。喜欢新的回家模式吗？
爸妈来家里吃饭。
多好要做饭啊！哎，宝贝，我要去吃饭。
好的。
8种情境任你切换，属于台湾人的智慧音箱，i 宝贝。
哎，这下
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
等等，你真的下机了？哦，人家等一下才要看啦。不会了，自己好好看哦。
母女追剧，追成姐妹，申办 Hi Netflix 方案，HiNet招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope?
No. Worse.
You cannot stop the darkness he's unleashed. Until our queen is returned, all will be brought to ruin.
What is this? What's happening?
Steady.
Then shoot her twice.
her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian!
No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Inna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
追剧追成兄弟，申办 Hi Netflix 方案 ，HiNet 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
哎，宝贝，我等来了。
好的。喜欢新的回家模式吗？
妈妈来家里吃饭。
嗨。
多好要做饭啊！哎，宝贝，我要去吃饭。
好的。
8种情境任你切换，属于台湾人的智慧音箱，爱宝贝。
哎， 这下
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
So, where was I? Haha, that's right. Senna and Lucian sailed to the Sentinel headquarters, but only found a strange, sweet girl and a single rookie Sentinel. Oh, this is not enough to save the world, so they had to recruit a team. First stop, Demacia. The black mist was everywhere, ruining people. The scoundrel was also there, stealing a magic relic while the team fought a ruined dragon? Woman? Dragon. They were helped by a demon slayer who plays by her own rules. Like Akshan, but with less bending and breaking. When all was settled, the Sentinels had their first recruit. On to the Freljord, where even their summers are frozen solid. Surprisingly, no Sentinels. Instead, the team found a madman who wanted his comeuppance in battle. They also met a sad, depressed Yodel named Vex. Looks like Viego is also recruiting. Our new friend has 2 axes. This is better, I think. Finally, in Noxus, the Sentinels met a fierce swordmaster. Together, they sneaked into the immortal bastion, but the ruined king was already there. Turns out he's gathering parts of his queen's soul to bring her back to life. Again! Viego then scurried off and sent in the...
And welcome back, esports fans, for another exciting week of the PCS summer. We've got a lot of games today, not just 6. We've even got a 7th, and we're going to get right into the action in just a little bit. I am Pyrotechnics. He is Clement Chu, and we here at the PCS are sponsored by our wonderful sponsors. You see them below: CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Chunghwa Telecom. All right, Clement, we are starting off right into the action with our game that was postponed last week. It is going to be Alpha Esports and Boom Esports. I'm very excited for this one. Alpha, they have a climb ahead of them, and Boom, they're red hot.
Yeah, exactly. We have some unfinished business ahead of us. A bit of technical difficulties at the end of week 3 prevented us from going into this one, but we're going to catch up right now. And like you mentioned, Boom Esports had a very close game against PSG and actually beat Beyond Gaming. So this is one of those teams that's definitely looking to crack into the top 4 of the PCS.
Yeah, Boom have certainly put their mark on this league, and they are showing no signs of letting up. But we'll see their challengers first on the blue side today. It will be Alpha Esports. That is 3Z in the top side, K-Babe in the jungle, Xiao2 in mid, On and Sheng rounding out our duo in the bottom side. And this is a team that have had some struggles. They managed to find a win a couple weeks ago, but it was against Liab, who have been in a similar situation. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to pick one up since. And this is a team that just, they have a hard time staying alive. Highest deaths in the league, and it's not even close.
They still have a bit of laning issues, I would say, from the top and bot lane specifically, but they do play a ton of champions, which is why I actually like watching Alpha Esports. Their drafts from Laba have been pretty good so far. Now going to the other side of the aisle, we do have Holo showing up. This is only going to be his 5th game in the league so far, but I think he's had a very decent performance. But I guess we have no time to talk about him because we're blazing right into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get into it when we get into the actual match itself, talking about Holo and his startup. But our featured matchup, of course, today is going to be in the bottom side on the veteran taking on Wako here, who I think has definitely been showing up, especially on that Ezreal in particular. It's proven to be a hugely comfortable champion for him. And while the bottom lane hasn't had as much impact as the rest of the map, he's certainly made his presence known.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see Wako starting to perform a little bit better. Typically, he is on the weak side of the map, and we've seen massive improvements from the top side coming out of Boom Esports. So there's been a bit of a flip here this season where they do play around Rocky just a bit more, and we have Rocky with that 100% win rate, Gwen, and just doing really well on all sorts of aggressive champions. So I think Wako has found his stride in a more, I would say a little bit smaller of a position in terms of the early game, but he's still a great carry later on. While on, I feel like he needs to carry this team from start to finish. This is something that his team has not really been showing up in the top lane. We have 3Z with probably the most different champions played so far out of any top laner. He so far has 8 different champions picked, but hasn't gone for anything really steady. I don't think a lot of things are working in top lane. So when it comes to Alpha Esports, you really expect much more from their mid jungle and much more from On playing something aggressive.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that is going to change, and if we expect them to maybe try and go for those strategies that you mentioned, a little more aggressive moves from On. I would like to see him back on the likes of the hyper carries. Has tried a handful of times. But we are into the picks and bans, and Alpha Esports will open up by banning out the LeBlanc, one of those champions that here has had 100% presence in the split, if I do my math correctly, and that's going to continue as it's banned away. Volibear, and of course the Viego ban. Holo, in his 5th game, as you mentioned, he has played a couple of games of that. Volibear has had some great success on that champion, and it does seem like a fair amount of jungle focus with the bans. Of course, K-Babe's Olaf taken away, as well as the ever-present Xin Zhao, and Alpha will go for an early lock-in of the Ziggs. So on going on a very different type of champion, a lot of wave clear.
Yeah, just trying to keep himself alive. This is pretty interesting for me because I don't think Sheng is a roaming support that much. So usually I would expect something more aggressive like the Kalista or Varus, especially when it's open. And another interesting thing about the draft is Alpha Esports actually self-banned LeBlanc. This is their go-to win condition for Xiaotu, because Xiaotu is, from what we've seen, probably their best player in terms of mechanics. But because Ruby has been showing up so great on this champion as well, they now have to take it away from themselves. And on the flip side, I feel like Boom Esports, this draft for them, much more comfortable. We are going to get the 100% win rate Rocky Gwen, and also I would say Holo's best showing out of any of his games is going to be the Lee Sin jungle, which he is very proficient on. We saw a lot of 2v2 play between him and Ruby when they were on this combo.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. You know, I was about to say, if this were one patch earlier, maybe the Lee Sin could be argued to be a flex-up, as Rocky's already shown it, but much more likely to be in the hands of Holo. On the Alpha side, we do see an answer with the Trundle and the Leona, so a decent bit of CC coming in here, and we'll see if K-Babe is able to pilot the Trundle that has been picking up some steam as a jungle choice. Boom on their side, they're going to lock in the Sivir for Wako, and that's a new one.
This pick. Yeah, Sivir, we have been seeing her used as a counter pick against the Varus, and against something like the Ziggs, I think the logic is very similar. You are trying to spell shield against skills that honestly take quite a while to land. Bouncing Bomb is not the fastest of skill shots, so you can get your mana back, you can push him in, and I really think that cancels out a lot of what makes Ziggs so viable in the meta. If you can't really push the lane, if he can't really free his support to roam elsewhere, then, you know, honestly, what is he doing? He's a lot weaker and basically just has to wait for the later stages of the game.
I like as well slotting in the Sivir for later stages of the game. Keep in mind, right, Boom are the slowest team in the league. They have an average game time of just under 36 minutes. It's not even close. They do like to take their time. Obviously, some spanners in the works could throw that statistic a little out there, like that 49-minute romp with PSG. But in a later game, I do like the idea of, you know, the Sivir, the run-at-you composition. That ultimate is kind of a solid ability to start closing gaps. And, you know, everyone remembers the 400 CS Sivir of days of yore. I wonder if that's still relevant.
Yeah, I personally do not want games to go that long, but if it happens, then I'm glad for him. That's all I'm going to say.
It's probably not going to happen this time.
Maybe. Sivir and Gwen, I was about to say that's a pretty good combo, but Sivir and Yuumi, that's even more fun. That's a lot of chase down potential coming in.
I like this. It's a just run at them forehead comp. You know, I love it. It's so much fun to watch. And when you talk about like a champion like Gwen who can close gaps but can't, land a lot of CC, it's pretty terrifying when she's going to get the speed boost. On the Alpha side, let's see if they're going to answer with a Camille. They do for 3Z in the top side. That is another new champion for 3Z, continuing to showcase that pick diversity top.
Yeah, 9 champions and counting so far. We'll see what Alpha Esports bring. They're going to go with the Cannonball composition, which I like what Alpha Esports has drafted so far. They have a pretty easy to execute combo. Everyone presses their R button, they fly in at the same time, and they delete a target. Really strong catch potential, great team fight potential, a lot of AoE crowd control as well. On the other side for Boom Esports, this is much more of a chase down composition. You move across the map from left to right, you get priority in one lane, as typically in the mid, and then you start going into the side lanes before anyone on Alpha Esports side can react. So I really like what they have, and I want to see Zoomies Gwen. That sounds like a nightmare. That is terrifying. All of those snips are going to be doing true damage because it can allow her to position a lot easier. You don't have to rely on needlework landing to chase people up, so it's easier to get your full channel onto your ultimate as well. And that seems really deadly. I like the idea behind this composition, and if you look at Boom Esports, a lot more damage coming out from the right side. This is definitely a comp that, in my eyes, has far better scaling than what we have from the left.
Yeah, Alpha are going to want to try and make this go a little bit faster than Boom normally would like. And they have the tools in the kit to do it. The question is, do they have the coordination? That's always been the struggle for this team. Are they able to get together on the same page, make the plays? As you mentioned, Clement, it's one of the easier compositions to do it. They all just need to press the R button at around the same time. And you have to think that that's going to be something that they should be able to execute on if Boom give them an opening. And that's always a big if.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the greatest question of this game. Alpha Esports, execution, if they can't execute on this, they're not going to be able to execute on anything. I'm just going to go ahead and say this. Like, this is probably the easiest composition you can possibly draft for yourself. But the problem is, are they going to actually have lane prio to do any of it? Because if we look at the lanes here, you do expect Sivir to actually come out of that lane ahead. She should be able to push against the Ziggs. The same thing goes for the Azir. And I think the Gwen versus Camille matchup doesn't really go into Camille's favor until much later in the game. And if she falls behind, then never goes into her favor. So Alpha Esports, short group together, incredibly powerful, should be able to execute this well, given the difficulty level. But at the same time, the question is, can they actually start moving out of their own lanes? And especially that mid lane, where you do have a semi-global in Xiaotu. We have to play close attention to if he's going to run with the Predator, or if he is going to go for more of the team fight usual in the Aftershock, to kind of tell us what he's thinking about in these situations.
Yeah, have to keep an eye on the runes that do get picked as we look to load up onto the Rift for our first game tonight. Those of you waiting patiently, as we had to postpone this one at the end of last week, we'll finally get our answer. Who will reign supreme here between Alpha Esports and Boom? Alpha are looking for their second win of the split, looking to try and string them together here in the next phase of the round robin, but they picked a heck of an opponent to try and do it against tonight. Boom have been red hot, and honestly, the only team I think that really came quite close to taking down the top dogs, PSG. We'll see what Boom Esports do tonight here as we get all spawned up. I like this composition. I do like a good old run at them comp, and watching a Sivers with the zoomies on from a Yumi, with the Gwen possibly getting that as well. Very aggressive rune choices from Rocky, or summoner choices, I should say. It looks like we do have a quick pause as we get to start things up, but we do have eyes on that at very least, Clement. So I think Rocky's sending a message as always.
Yeah, so one more week in the PCS, one more week of everyone flashing the scream and just going with the emo banter. I love our players in the PCS.
I really love the emotes being available all game long, right? And it's not just Rest. It's everybody in this league that does like to flash them. It adds a lot more personality and flavor. You can tell what people are thinking by what emotes they're using, or at least what they want you to think they're thinking.
The crying dog is also really popular. We saw that one being flashed over by Xiaotu as well. The one just like lying on its side and like crying into a pond beneath itself. That one has, I think it has so much range. I would definitely say it's an S tier emote because you can showcase how distraught you yourself are, or you can try to meme the opponent's sort of anguish. So it works both ways.
Yeah, it has multiple uses.
For sure. We're going to be taking a look at the runes so far, and I like the setup from Alpha Esports. It showcases that they are very, very aware that the problem with their composition is actually getting prio. So you have a triple TP comp from their side, and you also have the Predators from Xiaotu. This is what I want to see. This means that if K-Babe can find a 2v2 win against Holo and Ruby, then they can transition the Galio out quite easily. That's exactly what they need to actually start making plays on the map. And taking a look at the jungle starts so far, both sides actually going to go for the bottom lane. I personally find this pretty interesting because usually when you have two top laners with no flashes on either side, you have all junglers heading towards the top side, but that is not going to be the case here. So whoever comes out on top is just going to stay on top, at least for the first rotation.
Yeah, and that's going to be pretty big news here for the likes of Rocky or 3Z, both actually going with that aggressive start with the Ignite and Teleport instead of a Flash or the likes of it. So would expect some potentially explosive starts, but Rocky has just had such a solid run here in the PCS, has really leveled up, I think, from the spring performance even, and we'll just get the early level 2 prio onto 3Z, and that is a lot of damage already being dealt. Man, he might even force him out of lane.
Yeah, that was a weird attempt for 3Z. He thought he would be able to equalize the trade because he had his passive up the adaptive defenses, but Rocky had an extra level, and he did not take kindly to that challenge whatsoever. So you have 3Z being shoved back immediately, and this is pretty detrimental because it's actually very possible for Rocky to just snip up a kill onto him. He has that Ignite ticking, true damage goes through the shields, and you know, that's one of the fun things about Ignite versus Camille is that actually your adaptive shields can't block out either one, because normal shields actually can deal with true damage, but not Camille shields. So kind of interesting to see how that one will pan out there.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for the likes of Camille. Taking a look across the rest of the map too. We've got Ruby on this Azir in the mid, going to double up with Holo for a little bit of river control. I think they might have spotted K-Babe. No. The ward does get an eye on him as they look to maybe close in. Instead, they're going to have to settle for the scuttle.
So I like this. We are returning to normal here. Both of the junglers, after taking their double buffs, immediately transition towards the top side. Want to make sure that that lane doesn't go too poorly on either end. And we get 3Z now with the lane pushback, you know, with the potential of the jungler around here. So he can make this okay, stay in the lane okay, and if Rocky freezes, then at least he can have K-Babe to help here. Now we do have K-Babe showing in the bot lane once more, and you know, I do want to talk a little bit about Trundle plus Ziggs. It's actually a PCS special. We were the first in the entire world to play Trundle support and Ziggs, and after that it was played in the LCK and the LEC as well. So, you know, congratulations to K for making that happen. And that's the sort of power of the combo that we've seen so far.
We got action both sides of the map here, Clement. That's a quick first blood as Holo flashes to finish the damage. We had our eyes locked on the bottom where Wako popped every button he had just to try and get away. But in the end, first blood goes to Boom Esports up top side.
Yeah, and this is why I was a little bit worried about K-Babe actually showing himself bottom lane, because the lane state from 3Z was actually not very good. It was pushing into his opponent, and his opponent already had an HP lead. So Boom Esports just recognized the situation. You can see right now the lane is still pushing towards Rocky. So it was a little bit weird for K-Babe showing there without getting a full rebound on 3Z. So we can watch this again. Oh, it was actually 3Z actually managed to hold himself okay in the lane, but the TP response in with Holo waiting on the wings, that was just way too much to handle, and Holo lands everything. This is something that I really want to see more of Holo. So far, Alex has a 2.9 KDA, while Holo has done much better with a 5.1. Of course, the opponents that he's faced are generally lower on the rankings, but he's had a lot of carry performances, so you know, I do want to see this youngster a little bit more onto the Rift with Boom Esports.
Yeah, and I'm liking that they're peppering him in, but you're right. I'd like to see a little bit more of him as well. You know, the last time we saw Holo was in that matchup against PSG. He's always acquitted himself incredibly well, I think. And it does seem like Boom are playing around with their starting roster, or at least trying to give both their junglers a little bit of time, but Holo has been getting less. Meanwhile, it's actually K-Babe that finds him in the jungle here. I don't know if Holo is going to be super worried about that one as the pillar goes down. Maybe he should be, though. Might have to hop away. Doesn't have flash. The ward hop is there. The follow, and K-Babe with a solo in the jungle.
That was a beautiful pillar. Actually took him away from the wall, and you could tell that Holo was really struggling to get around that Trundle. Really good body blocking, just great mechanical play. Usually you don't think Lee Sin is going to die to that play there, but he didn't have the flash. and the body blocking was just on point from K-Babe to make that ward hop so much slower. He not only gets the kill, I thought he was going to take the pink ward, but he does the smart play. He goes for the Drake immediately. I would have went for the pink ward. It just feels wrong to leave that pink there, but congratulations to K-Babe. He makes the right move.
Yeah, eyes on the prize on that one. They will grab the Infernal as a result of the timing. So despite Boom having a little bit of a gold advantage, very slim in this one, good move by Alpha Esports. Meanwhile, 3-man gang squad here looking out for Wako. Doesn't have level 6 yet, frozen to main. There is going to be the cutoff, and Pop is going to have to pop his way away and leaves Wako for dead. I don't think he was getting out of that one anytime soon. Still didn't have his flash.
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting play from Alpha Esports. So I think the main thing there was that On still held on to his teleport, and Boom Esports were expecting the Ziggs to actually teleport back. So they thought they were all back in base right now. They definitely saw the Drake going down over to K-Babe, but they just thought it was going to be a clean reset. So great on Alpha Esports for just waiting that extra second and making Boom Esports just fall into their trap. Really well, nicely played right there. And that also sort of highlights the strength of the Trundle plus Ziggs combination that we've actually seen. It's that you put the pillar down, they have to walk across it, and then you guide them straight into a minefield plus a satchel shard. So it's, when we first saw
pretty disgusting.
When we first saw K with the Trundle, we weren't that impressed by it, but over the week, I've been really growing on this one. Or Rocky,
I think we're going to see another. Yeah, 3Z. I mean, that might have been the easiest gank of all time, but 3Z did have kind of the inside track on Rocky, and all of a sudden Alpha are all over the map, and they're going to look to do more, but Boom are the ones in the mid right now, forcing the Zhao to flash, and he can't quite walk away in time. Holo will get some revenge. This should open up for the Rift Herald by K-Babe. Honestly, K-Babe has kind of been all over the place for his team in the early game, really setting up well for Alpha Esports. And this is a level of coordination I think we haven't seen from this squad.
Definitely have not. Whatever happened over this hiatus from week 3 to week 4, Alpha Esports looked a lot better. I don't think I've ever saw like Sheng leave lane and roam that aggressively, be coordinated with his jungler that usually is playing on a different server for that play to really happen. And this is getting really intriguing. You get Alpha Esports with the kill lead here, and now both bottom lanes just kind of playing that 1v1. And this is something that I did want to track going into this game, is like how well Sivert was going to do into Ziggs, and it looks like so far that she has no problem actually just pushing him in without even the Essence Reaver being completed here. So that is something that we do have to pay attention to. It basically means that whenever Sheng is roaming and also Pop is roaming, then Wako should get a little bit of an advantage in lane.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more of a dynamic bot lane than we might have expected in a lot of other cases where the bottom lane is really just kind of focused on holding and being the farm fest. It's a much faster farm fest this time around. Always wanted to keep track on what happens in the Boom mid lane too, because while Xiaotu has got his eyes certainly fixed a little bit more globally, Ruby can do kind of all of the above and has been building up a healthy lead for himself. I think Ruby has definitely started to impress. I really liked his Victor in the previous week. He kind of ran roughshod over the competition, and is proving that some of these more mage-like champions can still work. Now K-Babe up to the top side looking for Rocky on the outside of his mist, and just can't get away. Xiaotu really wanted that assist, isn't going to be able to pick it up.
Yeah, that was nicely done, but a bit of an overinvest coming in from Xiaotu. He's going to be giving up one extra plate here. Great play by K-Babe. The lane state this time around much better for them. It was in the middle of the wave. No flash on the Gwen. Very easy to just chase her down after that. And I don't think Holo can actually do much to save this tower here. It is going down into range where, the Herald charge is just going to leave it at a calm breeze will be able to take that down. Or maybe the Herald will take that down itself.
Ruby's here.
TP on the Herald?
Holo! Do they get the kill onto K-Babe right now? Looking for it. Can't quite. Yes, they do. Looking for 3Z as well. Tower does go down, but Boom were fixated on picking these kills back up. And that's 2 to Ruby.
That was such a weird play, because the tower actually killed K-Babe, so... not K-Babe, killed 3Z, so... I'm actually pretty sure he would be a lot better if he actually just TP'd to a minion. So...
yeah, I don't know. Let's see that again. That hurt my brain a little.
Yeah, so we can see here that the TP doesn't come down on the minion. Instead, it does come down on Shelly herself. So the extra tower shot actually... Yeah, I guess he showed up, but he pretty much showed up and left because he killed the rest of his team. So
we're not done
okay.
yet. Oh, hold up. He's trying to get out of there with the Yuumi ult landing on nothing on the back half. Okay, so they're fine. Yeah, let's go back to that a second because Xiaotu left and then came back. I was going to say before all that went down, maybe he should just stick around for plates because his mid turret was going to get chunked out anyways.
You know the saying better late than never? That's not always
I guess,
true.
yeah. Oh. Wako, he's got
combo.
absolutely nowhere to go. And again, we see Boom's bottom laner popping everything to try and stay alive, but they still just funnel him into death.
Yeah, really beautiful play there. And this was with Wako with double sums up as well. That really showcases the power of that combination. So, once we get through that sort of mind meld there, Alpha Esports actually grabbed themselves back the gold lead. Ruby does not get a good push here and just dies to it.
Absolutely, and meanwhile, Holo just pushing onto Shung. It's just kills across the map. We got 6-6 right now, and everyone's just hunting Xiaotu, 3Z, K-Babe, all on Holo. He's going to try and dash his way away, but the Hextech ultimatum comes through with Yuumi on. I don't know if him or Pop are going to live right now. That's going to be one. Rocky turns his attention on to K-Babe, tries to get some snips and slashes. Not going to be enough, but meanwhile, in comes Wako with the boomerang blade. Can't quite find enough damage as he gets to the relative safety of the turret, or is it as 3Z is running wild? Clement, this is a nutty game right now. Wako trying to bait, but he gets baited himself. Xiaotu even getting the kill,
the tower
and
kills
it's
him,
going to be
no,
Pop
Xiaotu,
living.
no!
Xiaotu tower shots. What the heck just happened?
Oh, they went way too over-aggressive on that, and the adaptive shield came up as a magic shield, so didn't really help against the tower shot whatsoever. That was a bit unfortunate from Alpha. They had everything in that fight, but did give a bit back in the back end there. Watch this play again from Holo. Just can't miss with those sonic waves, and he's got the zoomies with him too. Flashes forward to chase down the kill. Holo with the clean 2v2 and the double, but this is where the Punisher squad does come in here. You can tell Alpha Esports does not care about keeping the minion waves. They leave top lane completely open, and that's absolutely the correct decision because they have great target focus to then swap it around and focus down Gwen as well. At this point, Wako looks like he might be able to get a cleanup kill, but 3Z gets the second proc of true damage on that precision protocol and is able to chunk Wako enough for the hookshot finish to kill him off. But this was just disastrous. You can tell 3Z, he gets his passive, it's the magic shield, the tower hit kills him, and then Xiaotu cannot cancel his ultimate. He's already bought his single-way ticket on towards 3Z and falls him into the fountain.
Okay, a little bit of housekeeping. We did see the Dragon going down to Alpha Esports after the, excuse me, to Boom Esports after the fact. Holo picking that up, but Clement, as a NA resident, I believe I am qualified to say that that was a certified NA ram down bottom side.
That was absolutely crazy. Alpha Esports should have been much further ahead out of that play, but they gifted over 2 kills on the back end. I will say, though, this game state is still very favorable for them because the map is open on Boom Esports side. The top tower is already down. That means that 3Z can roam across the map, and they have a very easy to execute composition. You know, I think they have their the bullseye right onto Wako's back. They know that even with Yuumi next to him, he's still a very easy target to kill with the Trundle Pillar coming down. So
he's going to go for the kill himself.
Yeah.
On to on. They pop out. Yuumi Holo tags his way in, and they're just going to go for the auto attack kill. Although Wako, he miscalculated a little bit. They're going to have to go in for more. It's going to be Ruby that ends up claiming the kill. That was a little bit of a misconnection.
They still do get the kill, but they get it so late that they're not actually able to put any tower damage down, which I think is going to be critical in this game. If you look at the top side right there, we just had K-Babe taking away the second Herald, and also 3Z being able to push completely unopposed here. So, you know, not getting that tower or delaying on these kills does actually transfer to real gold on Alpha Esports side as we might disengage from Ruby.
Yeah, Ruby kind of forced into a bad situation there, or at least he didn't realize how many members of Alpha were present, and now all four of them, rather, I should say, are there, plus the Rift Herald. Alpha certainly has their eyes set on the prize. They actually don't even need the Shelly charge, managing to finish the tower without actually letting that one execute, and Ruby can't quite clear the wave here. This should be a quick 2 for the Alpha Esports side. Do they actually want to take the fight, though? That's the question. It doesn't look like it now, and they will back away.
And most of this play does come from the fact that that kill just took Boom Esports so long to get in the bottom side of the map. We saw Wako stayed around for the tower and then had to do a full reset before he was able to walk out of his own base. So Alpha Esports, I like this. They're striking back. They know that they lost a member on the bottom side, but they calculate the tempo advantage and they're able to utilize it on the into the mid lane itself. So I think Alpha this game has been super impressive. Like, the ability to play with tempo, to play with coordination is something we haven't seen from this squad that has been 1 in 9 so far.
Absolutely. And I think it can be at least somewhat explained by the composition they went for. It's a lot easier to execute than some of the stuff we've seen from them so far. But at the same time, there's clearly been a level up. I wonder if they can keep this up throughout the rest of the split. If this is the new normal, I'd love to see it. But Alpha have really been impressive today, and we have had a very back-and-forth game in terms of kills, maybe getting a little too hype on a couple of sides, but it makes for some exciting League of Legends, and right now, in terms of gold, in terms of kills, it is bang on even, but Alpha are very happy with the pace of things.
Yeah, and recapping what happened this game, I think most of it did start from K-Babe, getting that solo kill versus Holo, just a stutter step on the Drake to convince Wako that they've actually left lane for a reset. A lot of these moves and a lot of these lanes being opened up have been coming from K-Babe and his Trundle. That was the biggest question I posed to Alpha Esports, like, could they actually get out of the laning phase against Boom Esports that should be able to wrestle priority away from them just based on the picks? And the answer is because of K-Babe's roams, because of his duels, he's actually been able to free Alpha Esports, and now they have this composition where I think it's at their zenith. You're talking about 2 items across the board. This is definitely when they're strongest. I would give the edge over to Boom Esports at 3, but right now, Alpha Esports has all the weapons.
They wanted to go for the fight. Shung certainly was sniffing for it, but he burns everything. Can't quite find a target as the Yuumi tags in to Rocky, and Rocky's looking to cut off Xiaotu right now. That's a big old needlework landing. Exhaust on. They don't quite find him, but they do realize they can get that kill, so they will finally follow through. Xiaotu had turned away from the rest of his team not to give an opportunity for an extended chase, but now Alpha, a member down, are going to be in a tough spot trying to contest this dragon if they even get out alive here. Wako leading the charge on the front line, looking for more. Ruby shuffles Shang back. Is that going to be enough damage? Hollow will take out 3Z on the side. Boom are looking to turn the game back in their favor, and they managed to pick up 3 for none.
There's a saying in Chinese that you cannot praise someone before they have already accomplished what they set out to do. And I think that was a bit of a caster curse right there. We were praising Alpha for their coordination, and right after that play, that was the most lopsided team fight I've ever seen. Xiaotu just as punches, I think, in the wrong direction into the enemy team, and just gives up to life. And then you have 3Z trying to cut the wave, but he takes over 60% of his HP for just like 2 minions and dies instantly. So Alpha Esports just have an epic collapse. It's so bizarre to see this, and we're gonna get a replay of it. It is Alpha Esports that is the one trying to get this one going. I understand the logic here because Azir is very far away. We have Ruby TPing in to come into this fight, but after Shung fails, let's watch Xiaotu here. He actually justice punches and gets left behind. Great body blocking coming in from, I believe, Rocky to keep him in place, and Xiaotu just dies when I frankly think he could have gotten away and should have gotten away. And then watch this play. 3Z tries to cut the wave after taking a missile from Yuumi where he slowed down and just gives over probably the easiest kill of Holo's life there.
Yeah, that was just like a series of unfortunate moves by Alpha, and Boom just really like managed to open up onto them. I think it was Alpha who wanted the fight too. You saw Shung sniffing around for it. He even burned a solar flare just to try and find somebody, and then the Zenith Blade didn't land on the pop as he was able to you and me in there. But Boom took the opportunity, realizing the cooldowns were in their favor. Now they're going to be pushing onto the tower up top. Ruby and Holo will combine. Teleport flank coming here. If Boom don't realize it, this could be a trap as 3Z comes in. They're looking to back away, but here comes 3Z in on 2. Both of them shuffled back. Holo and Ruby burning the flash away. In comes Xiaotu. They might be able to find the Lee Sin. No, he is safeguarded away.
Rocky?
And Rocky is sacrificed as he makes a bit of an oopsie on that teleport play.
That's going to lead straight into Baron if they're not careful about this. We do have a reset coming out, and there's no TP on Ruby, so Ruby does have to stay around. I like that call, and Alpha Esports are hunting for him They do have the inside track onto the top lane, so... Oh, but Wako is the target.
Oh dear. Oh, flashes the Zenith Blade. Just gets the tip of the spell shield. Oh, that is clutch. Wako's going to be able to walk away. Meanwhile, Holo and Jiaotu 1v1 in the mid lane right now. And I think despite the level discrepancy, Holo feeling pretty happy about that as Jiaotu retreats to the safety of the rest of his team.
Yeah, really messy fight. But in comes K-Babe once more. Oh, only gets a Lee Sin, so that's not really going to help them out. But Boom Esports were on very close to the verge of just losing out on that Baron. I felt like for Alpha, they could have executed that that play a little bit smoother. We did see the hero's entrance come down before Ruby actually used his E, so was able to still get out on the very end. And now Boom Esports are the one to start this one up again in plain vision. Another pretty risky move, given that they actually can get chased down quite easily on the top side of the map. And we do see that developing from Alpha Esports, trying to zone them off and cut off retreats.
Ooh, Rocky, he playing a very dangerous game right now, and the taunt will land on two. Rocky gets deleted off the map. K-Babe starting that one up with kill credit, but it was a 4-member affair. And I think that might be the Baron started up here by Alpha Esports, Clement. The answer could come from Boom. It's still a possible steal. It's still a possible fight, but this is tricky.
I feel like I'm getting deja vu. That's basically the same play happening twice in a row with the same people involved. I don't think that was a great Baron attempt from Boom Esports because the lane state wasn't really safe enough for them to have a retreat outside of the top wave, and they just lost Gwen for that. But now we are in round 2 with Boom Esports on the ramp.
Oh, that's going to be the Yumi ult coming through here. Just enough. Pop actually gets the kill onto Sheng to start things off. In comes the hero's entrance. Jiaotu just punches, but it's dodged away. Goes gold at the last second, and in comes 3Z to try and clean the fight up. Manages to take down Ruby, but now it's Holo's turn to shine as K-Babe holds the line for On, but there's no more members left. Going in for the kill. Tries for it. Can't quite do it. They turn their attention to the AD carry, and it is just a knockdown, drag-out brawl as On and K-Babe on a desperate retreat path. Rocky tags over the wall, looks for the needlework, finds one onto On, and they will claim the kill. K-Babe is getting cut off, and this is going to be a very, very delayed ace unless he manages to trick his way away, and I don't think so.
Yeah, Alpha Esports get a bit trigger happy to go for an extra kill there. They had the numbers advantage 5v4, but fighting up the ramp when you're already low HP like that is so difficult. Holo gets a great disengage here. That's a 2-man kick into the Yumi ultimate to follow that one up, so it's just very misguided for Alpha to try to fight this way, and Wako was untouched throughout the first half of that fight. He was able to fire away on the right side. You can see the fight shifting over once Xiaotu goes down. Very easy chase down, and I will say I really like this play from On, where he knows that he's dead, and he turns around and auto attacks for the extra 15 gold on the ward. That was...
keep your eyes on the important things, right?
That was really smart, you know? If you know you're a goner, get that money.
Yeah, why not, right? All right, it's going to be Ocean Dragon started up by Boom Esports here. This one should be uncontested, although 3Z does see it all happening, and no smite for that Camille, so not going to be an opportunity for steal, even if it was worth it. And we're getting to that point in the game, Clement, you talked about, where Boom Esports should start to pull ahead anyways. They do have the items to do it, or at least getting close to it on just about everybody with the 3 items on most of the carries. Rocky has had a bit of a rough game this time, so he's a little bit further behind. In the jungle, Alpha. Ooh, solar flare quick by Sheng. Hasn't been able to find too many catches, but not entirely his fault when you're facing down a Sivir.
Yeah, that's a decent attempt coming in from Alpha Esports. They had a 5v3 advantage, and they're going in again.
Holo just goes in immediately, getting popped, and now all of a sudden the Boom Esports members are funneling into death. Pop gets taken down as well, and Ruby into the Hextech Ultimatum has absolutely nowhere to go. Rocky is trying to tag his way to freedom, and 3Z will follow Ruby over the wall. Rocky cannot get anything done. Xiaotu falls, but that's about it. That's a huge play by Alpha.
It was kind of baffling for me, for Boom Esports, because they just saw Alpha attempt that, and their side lanes were still clearing. Like, they were still en route to that play, and Holo went over the wall anyway. So Alpha Esports, once again, with a stutter step, able to trick out Boom Esports completely, and Boom Esports opted into a 5v3. So Alpha very easily cleans up that entire fight. You could tell how late Ruby actually arrived there. That should be the Baron going over their way. And let's watch this again. Nice wrap coming in from Xiaotu over the Raptor wall. He gets the shut off. 2 kills off the board right now. And look, Rocky still is not in the fight. So that was the most baffling part to me. I felt like Holo just overestimated how mobile he actually was compared to Alpha Esports' composition. Alpha, they do have a lot of chase down. They have a lot of stuns in their comp. And even though you're a Lee Sin, you can't really venture into enemy territory like that. It seems like just a bit of lacking in terms of object permanence. You just saw them 2 seconds ago there.
Yeah, it's definitely some questionable decision making. And, you know, Boom is one of those teams that I think we've seen them, like, play at the top level like we did last week against the likes of PSG and almost win that game, if not for some heroics from Unified. And in this game, a lot of questionable decisions, but also Alpha has been playing extremely well for their own part. Maybe a little too ham, maybe a little too deep sometimes, but they've been seriously setting up some good plays, getting their chase on. I do want to give a shout out to 3Z, who's just kind of quietly become a terror on this Camille. In that last fight, he chunked like a third of Ruby's health bar in like 1 hit.
Extremely high amounts of damage. If I'm Boom Esports at this point, I actually feel okay with the game situation. I'm losing a lot in terms of map control, but in terms of gold, I'm still ahead, and I have the scaling comp plus 3 Drakes. So if I'm Boom right here, I really don't mind giving up side lane towers when the enemy team has a Baron. All I want to prevent is giving over big team fight losses. So if I'm losing 3 members, if I'm ever in risk of just getting aced, I'm just going to back off completely. I don't even mind about losing top lane tower, really. I'm just waiting around to scale up more, pick up the waves, and then I go for the Drake fight. If not, I can still back out. I don't have to go ham on any of this. And Alpha Esports are going to be the ones that have to challenge me in terms of better mechanics and gameplay here. So, you know, I think Alpha is doing the right thing by continuously just forcing into the top lane, see if they can get anything in the meantime. But I also like the way Boom Esports is defending this. They're walking very far behind their pink ward line. They're not really risking any members by going over the red wall. They're just staying very close to their base and trying to scale everything through.
Boom just needs to buy a little bit of time. They are hanging on, and at the moment, they have been able to stop the tower pushes, so credit to them on that. Alpha, with their Baron buff, have only been able to get so much in this game. But at 29 minutes, man, we have had an action-packed, just brawl of a match here. A total of 37 kills spread across just under 30 minutes. I mean, that is a lot of fun to see. Oh, K-Babe and Chung pushing way forward. This could be a trap as they walk straight into all of Boom Esports. But the cavalry has arrived. Here comes On around the back. Wako does open up with the kill as Chung still staying alive through all of this somehow. Boom Esports really turn things around again and pick up 3. Alpha, I don't think they expected everyone from Boom to be there, Clement.
Yeah, really puzzling play coming out from Alpha, and they pay with so many members. That's going to be 4 down.
Might be more.
Oof. Boom Esports, they don't lose anyone for that one. So Alpha, 3Z, and K-Babe just chasing the first target they see. They even have a ward on the right side of the map right there. Oh, okay. They didn't drop the ward just then, but going in blind like this, it is so weird to see a play like this where they're just handing the enemy opportunities, and that's going to be the Ocean Soul towards the enemy team with a scaling team. Honestly, Boom Esports just can sit back and relax right now. They have tons of wave clear. It's Alpha Esports. They don't have any sizable buffs. It's going to take a Baron for Alpha to really crack the base.
You can freeze frame the moment.
Oh,
you can freeze frame that moment and record scratch it because you could see that they realized, oh, we should leave. And then suddenly Ruby was on the side and was like, nope, goodbye. Yeah, Boomer just, they're happy to get handed that on a silver platter. Ocean Soul is just the chef's kiss on top, you know?
Yeah, if Alpha were just a little bit slower on that play, I think they would have gone out fine. They should have been able to secure that Drake for sure and deny the Ocean Soul going over. But I felt like they were feeling a little bit too comfortable with the fact that the bot lane wave was at tower. They just thought, okay, it's at tower, somebody has to react to that, we have a free chase down. But Boom Esports were actually on the inside track. They weren't really in the lane itself, they were on the left side of the bottom lane, and able to make it into the team fight over the wall with the Emperor's Divide. So just really weird mistakes from Alpha Esports this game. Honestly, just their over chasing is kind of I don't really understand it, but I do
seems
think
like
that
they're a little overhyped about it. Like maybe they're just aware
Yeah.
of the game timer or something. I don't get it either.
there have been good attempts for them, and their best attempts have been when Boom Esports solo laners have to deal with the side lanes. Those attempts I totally understand, because you have a 5v3, you can play pretty recklessly to get those engages down. Those I like. I like what they did in the red area, where they, they tried once, it failed, but they came back with another try and it instantly succeeded. Those plays I understand, but when you don't see anyone on the map, that play ends up being terrible.
Yeah, and with all of the missteps that Alpha had made, allowing some kills to go back onto some carriers that have had a bit of a rougher game, definitely want to direct the attention to Wako, because he's starting to become a little terrifying. And, if there's one thing I know about late game Sivir, it definitely starts to hurt. Oh, okay, babe. Yeah, you better run away. That could be trouble.
Yeah, if you ever get slowed down, it's incredibly daunting to get away from this composition. You all have the Sorelia's Grudge ready, and with the Ricochet, that means your entire team gets slowed down. So,
oh yeah,
if Alpha Esports ever go into an engagement, they have to win out from the start. If they ever lose, then Boom Esports has a very easy time chasing it down completely. And I want to see what Alpha does. I don't think cutting the wave is the right move, because you open yourself up to just being chased down on either side.
Yeah, it looks like they might want the fight, though. Rocky actually gets taunted up, but into his own mist, he's able to do a lot of damage onto Xiaotu, who's forced to pop the stopwatch, and Wako! Whoa! That damage was huge! And meanwhile, 3Z just gets pinballed back and forth. Shung will get collapsed on, and it's On and K-Babe running for the hills as Boom Esports march down mid lane.
Okay. That was very interesting chain of events. For Boom Esports, that was pretty easy pickings right there, because you saw Trundle on one side, you just open up on the other side. You have the movement speed to chase it down with On the Hunt, and I don't really understand what Alpha Esports were doing here. They basically opened themselves up to the engage, and they could lose the game right off of this.
I think they just might, Clement. That's going to be one Nexus turret looking for the second, as K-Babe is trying to save the game for his team. The Yumi ultimate comes through, and they're going to be able to cut through health bars. And that will be the end of it, as On just hops back to the safety of his fountain. Boom at 35.5. Close it out.
Congratulations for Boom for surviving the onslaught earlier on. There were quite a few risky spots for Boom. You had a great start from K-Babe getting the early kill, the ganks going, and starting to roam across the map on the Galio and Camille, but they were able to come back by setting traps of their own, knowing that, honestly, judging from Alpha Esports this game, that they were very likely going to go over-aggressive. They were taking paths that were not directly from the lanes, willing to give up some waves to make sure that they get good punishes into the middle phases of the game, secure the Ocean Drake. And, I want to say more about them, but honestly, to me, it feels like Alpha probably threw this game a little bit more than Boom Esports secured it at the end.
Hey, the thing about throws, Clement, is someone's got to be there to catch the ball, right? So
True.
I do want to give Boom credit for realizing that they were really starting to fall behind and fall into the trap. It was definitely a lot of mistakes in like condensed areas, in jungles especially. It felt like both teams kind of started losing their way. But Boom, they had the scaling factor on their side. The critical control of the Drakes really started helping them. And Wako, after kind of a laning phase where he just got sort of bullied, managed to come into this late game and just dish insane amounts of damage. Probably helped by the Yumi a little bit, but yeah, it was impressive to see him being able to chunk everybody on Alpha out at the end of that.
Yeah, I love the build coming out from him. This is a build we see a lot with Sivir these days, just the armor pen build. A lot of times teams are not really running full tanks outside of the support position, so you get to chunk out on the entire team. He gets extra movement speed, and I just felt like Alpha forgot about On the Hunt. They were trying to cut the wave with K-Babe, and even after K-Babe saw the rest of Boom Esports leave the side lane brush, he still went forward to cut the wave, which I think Rocky had the absolutely correct idea. You just go forward, and they open up onto Xiaotu. The Galio didn't even get the ult in that game before dropping, and that was it. So just better usage of the tools coming out from Boom Esports side to find the winning team fight, which, I as a coach, whenever I say something beforehand, I've said like, oh, you shouldn't do this because this will happen, and then it happens directly on stream, on on stream, I feel really mixed because at the same time, I feel like it's kind of obvious. I feel happy that I'm right, but I also feel sad that the team just went for it anyway and just got kaboomed.
Oh, yeah, it is always a little unfortunate to see something like that happen. Now, Alpha do lose this one, but I do think that they played a lot more coordinated in the early stages of the game. They made a lot of incorrect decisions, but they made them together. And, you know, that does count for something. We're seeing this team develop. We're seeing some players start to stand out. I want to give 3Z some credit, but our man of the match, of course, will be Ruby on this Azir. He really started to fire it down and honestly play without any fear towards the end, cutting the wave, putting up the Sun Disc, and still being able to stay safe enough to pincer the rest of Alpha in that final fight.
I think Ruby gets a solid A+ for just keeping himself alive. He kept pushing the wave over and over again. So honestly, when Xiaotu left lane, I don't think Xiaotu's roams this game actually did anything. Like, two of his roams early on failed pretty horrifically, and Ruby was able to punish just by staying in lane and continuously getting those tower plates throughout the entire game. So well done on their part. And Boom Esports continue to rise in the standings, being a very solid challenger here. One of the few teams I feel very comfortable in saying has made great upgrades over the spring split.
Absolutely, and still shuffling their jungler, but I like what Hollow brought out again. That is going to be it for this first game. We'll be back with the rest of our start of this week 4 right after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Maybe one or two exceptions are just coming out ahead time and again. There's plenty of game to play still, but Boom are playing so smart. They're playing so effective. And more importantly, they're really forcing PSG to try and make these plays. Now, Pop is caught. Meanwhile, though, in the backline, River isolated, does heal up. And there's no kills just yet, but it's going to be Rocky opening it up. Hanabi finding himself surrounding the rest of the members, but it does not matter at all. Rocky with this World Ender is looking to be the win streak ender, and Wako unloads onto Maple. Pop is the only Boom casualty, and what a win in that fight for Boom.
Oh my god, Ruby is an actual
One's attention is so split up.
Machi went in first, but we still have Koala on the sides using the ultimate. Gemini gets the kick, but not the target. Does find the Sonic Wave though, and there goes Mission and
Rest is here
coming
though.
in to save the day. But again, Gemini goes in, tons of damage being dealt. Woody is going to be left behind as Stormbringer out the other way. Hana leading that one for the escape, and Machi out of nowhere gets a massive 3-man pick for nothing, heading towards the Baron. Just like that, Machi wrestle everything back into their favor. The gold lead and the objective control. Can Rest be the hero here?
Upwards at all that exposes them
Ento
to
actually
and
goes
oh no,
in, and that's
not
the
it.
engage. Aiden gets into the backline. Kanji kills the Nautilus instantly. Arashi still alive, but Dawn now opening up, and we get a massive 3-man move fall into the last whisper. That's the wombo combo we've been waiting for. The triple kill for Xylief. Liao break open the base. They break the curse, and they're going for a win. Not letting their blue streak go on to double digits. They're flashing the PSG. They're getting the emotes down. This is time to
handily as Eminem could be caught by the captive audience and goes River. Oh, follows through for the 2-man moonfall. Kanye flash and dash to safety, or is he? Tempered Fate, he goes in and he goes down. River has just got the eye of the tiger this game. That is going to be Kaiwing pulled in, goes golden, but now cover fire laid down by Unified to push him back, and they keep moving. Okay, nearly bites it. PSG get everything.
PSG, they got that off. Oh, we're gonna get our final team fight. Genie probably has to find a pick on the one-man side.
Oh, but he's the one to get picked himself. Does go golden to try and bait things out here, but the damage being dealt out. Ooh, nice chains of corruption that he had stolen away, but everyone's getting pinballed back and forth, and only Likai is going to survive, but for how much longer?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
And welcome back, esports fans, to another wonderful day of the PCS. We had our first game out of the way already, our postponed match replayed already between Boom and Alpha, but we are now on to week 4. I am Pyrotechnics, I'm joined by Clement, and our wonderful sponsors, of course. Got to give them a shout out before we get underway. They are CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Chunghwa Telecom. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Now, Clement, we've got some exciting ones today, all 6 games up on the slate. We'll get into what our last game means for the standings and where we're looking right now. There's definitely been some impressive play in our first round robin and beyond.
For sure, and we are heading very quickly into the postseason. Some of the leagues around the world are already going into the final 2 or 3 weeks, and so are we. There's only 2 more weeks. We end at 5, and for now, it's still an open battle for a lot of teams to make it into that playoff rotation. If we take a look at the standings, congratulations to PSG. They no longer can be caught up by Liab or Alpha Esports due to the remaining games, and that means they're going to be our first and only team secured into the postseason.
Yeah, PSG managing to get it done in 11 already. Not locked into the first place position, but definitely locked in to the postseason. There are, of course, 8 spots, so a lot of the teams see here will be making it into the postseason. Boom Esports also tied with Machi at 8-3 right now, and with Megabank Beyond Gaming as well. Really impressive performances from those 3.
And all 3 of these teams can actually clinch their playoff spots with this week's games going into the books. You definitely want to do that early. You know, it gets kind of dicey later on if you have to depend on week 5 and the games are so concentrated together. So I would think that these 3 teams are definitely going to try a little bit harder to just make sure that they're already into the postseason. Later on into the split, we have a couple of struggling teams. I think Berjaya has been the one where a lot of people thought that they were getting off to a good start with Arashi, with the roster changes, but so far haven't been able to impress, in large part because of the team that we have starting just in today's matchup, due to Liab taking them down and finally breaking that 0.
Yeah, Liab getting 1, and of course our player of the week last time around was Unified. I don't think it should be any surprise. Everyone remembers that insane game that he was able to steal back from Boom Esports, and not just steal the game, steal the objectives, the dragons, the barons, the everything.
Oh, it was just so painful to watch from Boom Esports' side. They had the objective stolen twice, like you mentioned, and I think it's important to note about Unified stats. To me, Unified is the best mechanical player on PSG. It's not even really that close, in my opinion. But what we have noted from how PSG is actually playing the game is that they're actually leaving Unified on an island for long periods of time and roaming Kaiwing across the map to make plays. So Unified doesn't have, like, statistically the best laning stats, but this is what he's able to do. He's able to dodge away from 2v1s, 3v1s, still keep himself alive for some reason, and allow the Bard or the Leona coming in from Kaiwing to make much more effective plays across the map. Even though he is the best player on a PSG, the way PSG play around him is not investing in him, but relying on him to 1v2 and 1v3.
And as a result, he just stays alive so darn long, too. I mean, this is a guy that dies less than once a game. Now, we'll talk about our matches coming up for this week. We're kicking things off with J-Team taking on Liab, see if that latter can find another win to string them together. They also will play against Hong Kong Attitude later on today. After our first game, of course, we have Mega Bank Beyond Gaming taking on Berjaya Dragons, who are looking to recover from the match they had against Liab last week. And then after it all, we have PSG Talon and Machi. That one is very exciting. PSG still undefeated, but we have seen a couple of cracks in the armor as they did nearly lose to Boom up against the likes of Machi, who have been on a tear, even if Momentum was recently arrested. After that Impunity, they're kind of surging back a little bit. We'll see if they can keep that trend alive, but it's going to be difficult against the likes of Boom. And at the end, we have PSG Talent taking on Alpha Esports to take us home for the day.
Fourth match of the day is definitely where all my eyes are on. PSG and Machi, they basically were in every single finals in the first year of the PCS, so that's an old rivalry going all the way back. And then Impunity versus Boom is also super interesting because in Spring Split, Impunity were able to take down Boom. However, this time around, Boom Esports has had a lot of revamps, and fun thing is Impunity actually took over their jungler, so it's a bit of revenge of the Epic. Let's see if he gets that going.
Yeah, and I like that Impunity have started to find their footwork, right? It was definitely a tough start to the split for them, and seeing them start to find a little bit of answers, seeing Moonblack start to step up a little bit when there were a lot of questions around his champion pool in the early stages of the split. I think Impunity managing to find their footing at, well, really, it's the right time because there is no other time. You have to be able to do it. But let's get into our first match today, Clement. Starting on the blue side for this first game, it is going to be J-Team. Rest in the top side, the BM King, joining Hana, Mission, Lilvi, and Woody. And there they are on the screen, getting ready for their first matchup today against Liab.
Yeah, this team has been a little bit up and down. They had great matches against the lower half of the table in Impunity and, of course, Alpha Esports, but they did lose to Machi Esports, which means they can no longer claw back the head-to-head. They are 0-2 against them on the split, and it does have implications when it does come to playoffs and in terms of like who's going to get the higher seed and hence side selection. So that's something we have to pay close attention to. And for J-Team, I think the main worry is we do have Mission reverting back to his role on a lot of carries like Orianna, like the Azir, but so far the performances have been very uneven, and we wonder if like we wonder if the meta is still in stock for champions like that where they can pull things through. We have gotten a lot of sort of 4-1 compositions for them where Rest is on the side lane and the rest of the team is just on pure wave clear, but they do fall behind and play a little bit too slow for J-Team. Now, that being said, they are going up against an underdog in Liab, but Liab just got their first win last week. So I think in terms of emotions, I'm kind of siding with Liab.
Yeah. You know, yeah, at least a smile on the face of one Kanji starting things off here. We're actually waiting for Dodoy to pop into the chair. And speaking of Dodoy, was really the hero of the hour on that Diana. Stepped up to really carry the team to victory. But things were just kind of starting to come together here for this team. I'm curious to see if they can make it happen again. It won't be easy against somebody like a J-Team, but we will find out. And our head-to-head matchup is going to be that mid lane, Xyliath and Mission. As you mentioned, Mission kind of reverting to some of those more control-oriented champions, the Orianna. If that is going to work out for them, I don't know. It's not necessarily been all that well received thus far. But Xyliath has had a bit of up and down performance himself.
Yeah, I think Xyliath only showcased great synergy when he was on the Yasuo and Diana composition, which they beat Berjaya with. Very great to see them starting to show up a little bit, and you can see that Xyliath is more of a backline focused sort of carry. He's more assassin in terms of his temperament. On the other hand, we have Mission that does like to play a lot of control mages, but I don't think we were particularly satisfied with either his Orianna or his Lissandra play. Teams have actually begun to identify that they can pick the LeBlanc, and if Mission gets his Lissandra, then they're actually perfectly happy with it. They're like, okay, you might win the lane, but you're not going to be doing much outside of it. And that always has been sort of the criticism toward Mission. He's great in laning phase, always is going to come out ahead, but whether or not he can transfer that into actual leads into team fights versus the top caliber teams has always been a little bit of a question. So I think this is kind of where we're going to see the teams be going for. I do expect Liab to draft pretty aggressively in the mid jungle, and I think that's actually a great strategy. If you put Mission onto something like a Lissandra, you're fairly happy.
And you know, well, the ban does come in for the LeBlanc. I was going to say Liab are actually like one of the teams that they very rarely pick that LeBlanc when they have. It was Kanji mid lane that actually did it. Xyliath hasn't actually played it this split, So they opt to ban it away instead. But maybe they start to ban away some of these other champions in the mission pool and try to force them out of those control mages, recognizing maybe they can play a little more aggressively and not be punished by it. Bans rounding out, the Olaf and the Xin Zhao are going to be banned away. Olaf, another champion that gets removed from a couple of players here in the PCS. Dodo is certainly one of them. That does leave the Lee Sin up for Hana.
Ooh.
So we'll get his hands on that champion.
This is probably Hana's best champion this split. You know, we think of Hana as more of a utility jungler, but when he is on Lee Sin, he can carry extremely proficiently. We had that MVP game coming out from him, 10 plus kills going into it. So this also opens up J-Team to draft pretty aggressively in terms of the mid lane. And one of the champions I think has been left open in this draft has been that Lucian. Kanji plays it, and it has been Mission's strongest just laning champion overall. So we do have to pay attention. That's going to be the pick for them. If you draft the Lucian, you can play double physical. It doesn't really matter because you're going to try to win early anyway. So that's definitely open on the side for J-Team. On the other end for the draft, I do like this taking away of Diana. If you have Liep on a row with Yasuo and Diana, just take away the Diana. Make sure they don't get comfort. Like that strategy coming out from J-Team.
Yeah, not giving the opportunity to get the carry going once again. Liab will lock in their support on the first rotation. It does look like the Nautilus comes in here, and for J-Team's side, Ziggs does seem to be the bot lane pick du jour, and that's going to come in again. Had that one earlier today. Now Lilvi will get his 4th debut on it.
Yeah, Lilvi does love his Ziggs. So far, I think we had a couple of times where his Ziggs was able to 1v2 in the laning phase itself. He plays with range really well, but this is one of those picks where J-Team does tend to play a little bit slower. I like that they're not going for the Tahm Kench, instead going for the Leona, giving themselves a lot more opportunity to actually snowball. This is a much more aggressive champion pick into the matchup. And this is the dichotomy of J-Team. When they're playing against the lower tier teams, they actually play super aggressive, very assertive, and they hunt for kills. And I think that's the better version of J-Team. But when they go against the top half of the bracket, they do tend to play much slower, much more conservative. So I like that J-Team, what we're drafting so far, even though the Ziggs is on one track, the other two champions at least are going for early aggression. And then we see the Lucian respect ban coming out from Liab.
Yeah, Liab also locking in the Orianna as a takeaway question mark from Mission. I mean, they are setting themselves up for a ball delivery composition, but now they might be in some trouble with regards to how they can execute and what they can get done in a meta that doesn't necessarily favor this type of champion. Curious to see how it works out. The Kalista is banned away. I think that does make sense to pair off with the Nautilus. And now it will be Silas banned by Liab. One more left for J-Team, and we do have the makings of a signature J-Team composition for sure.
Yeah, just a lot of early aggression coming in. What J-Team does have to do is show what Rest is going to play blind, and that's always been rather difficult. We have a lot of teams just going for blind Camille these days. They're willing to play it into the Renekton matchup against the lower half of the table, of course. But, we'll see what they end up with. Right now, we should be getting the AD carry out for Liab, and Dawn has played a lot of interesting champions. He has gone for... What?
He's gone for the Draven now!
It is a good matchup for the Draven. I did not expect this out of Dawn.
We've seen it flashed a couple times, and a few people have picked it up, but oh boy. So that is throwing the gauntlet down for the Liab bot side. Meanwhile, J-Team, they'll go for the blind Renekton themselves. And correct me if I'm wrong, Clement, I think that's the first Renekton for Rest all split.
I think you are correct. Yeah, that is going to be the first one that we've seen. And that just does signal that they're not trying to play around his lane as much, but opting to go somewhere else on the map. Seems like mid-jungle, especially if you have a Lee Sin, is sort of the port of calling. But never mind, they actually go with the Azir at the very end. So Azir is going to get a pushing matchup early on. And this is just a setup where I feel like Hana gets to get unleashed. He has full lane support across the board. I don't think there's a matchup where Renekton can't push the lane early in. Ziggs is sort of the same situation. And then you also have Azir that can push against Orianna. So this is just making sure that Hana gets his mojo before they get into the postseason. And wow, Liab! This is super fun.
Boy.
What? Ergon?
An Urgot locked in at the end. Now, of all the champions, I was thinking might be the Kanji counter pick. That was not one I was considering.
Yeah, Urgot, this is going to be our first Urgot in the PCS so far, but I believe LEC has gone for it a couple of times. It has great teamfight potential. You pick one target off, and then you can get the fear on the entire team. You know, a lot of times it's the chain into the flash-in that we see from the Udyrs just being such a great teamfight option here. And really, Liab's entire composition is really strong based on just getting a numbers advantage. They burst someone down, they have single target CC to start the chain, they get it with fear beyond death, and then they fear the rest of the team to then snowball the rest of the team fight. So I really like what Liab has drafted. I expect to see a lot of Herald fights coming out from a composition like that. Well, on J-Team's end, this is more about priority into jungle disruption coming out from their side. Two very different concepts. Basically, if J-Team get their way, then it's going to be hard for Liab to be leaving lanes and grouping up before J-Team. But if they ever get the chance, they have a very explosive team fight coming in.
Yeah, they do. Liab have definitely thrown down the gauntlet here to try and get the 5v5 in their favor. They have a lot of potential to make it work, and if J-Team fight on their terms, they're going to have a hard time, but there is a lot of mobility on this J-Team squad. Certainly going to keep our eyes on Hana this game, as you talked about in the draft. On most champions, he's sort of the utility, the facilitator. On Lee Sin, well, the tables turn just a little bit.
You can definitely hard carry on this one. The matchup versus the Volibear isn't that easy early on, but he will have help from the rest of his lane. So I do expect J-Team to be playing much more aggressively around the top side, while in the bottom side, Ziggs can't contest with Draven early on. You might as well just leave that lane getting pushed in, make sure he just has an easier time managing the wave. And J-Team, you know, Renekton coming into your jungle early on, Azir being able to come over walls, that's very scary. So I think Liab is going to take the opposite position, where Dodoy is much more about getting Dawn ahead. And it's quite interesting to see Dawn being put into a carry position like this. Dawn, I feel like, is the hardest member to actually nail down what his specific role is, because we have him on these early super aggressive champions like the Draven, and we also have him on things like that like to scale a little bit later, like the Tristana. He plays a very wide range of champions, but from what we've seen so far, he seems to be the head first type of player. If he sees a gank coming, his usual decision-making process is, I'm going to try and trade one off here.
Yeah, I kind of think all the way back to the beginning of the split, where I think it was like day 2, he gets the Tristana, and we saw so many just W's forward to try and get the kill. It certainly didn't work all that well, but you have to give him credit. He's an aggressive AD carry. I like to see it, and in the hands of a player like that, Draven can start to pop off. So certainly we'll have to keep an eye down to the bottom side of the map. But let's take a look at our starting runes. There are a couple of champions we don't often get to see. Conqueror on that Urgot will come through.
Yep, first one to mention right here is, of course, the Urgot. The usual build has been Titanic Hydra into Icefire Gauntlet. So it gives you a lot of strength into the side lanes. And because of your Purge mechanic, it still deals out on-hit damage, even though it was massively nerfed because of the Blade of the Rune King builds and whatnot. But it's still quite powerful, and you do scale better than the Renekton going later into the game. So that is a potential point that you can somewhat push the wave with. I wouldn't really call Urgot a split pusher, because if the jungle comes, he doesn't have the mobility to get away. But it's a fairly good pick against the Renekton when it comes to, I think, post level 11. You do find some chances to actually win out on that build. You can control ranges a lot better with your slowdown. And we are going to get a bit of a cheese coming in from Liab early on. Definitely expected. They should take every opportunity they get to play aggressively.
That does not get followed through, although Rest certainly was thinking about where Urgot possibly could be. Starting things off here in the bottom side, keeping our eyes on. Whenever there's a Draven in the game, you always got to keep an eye on the stacks. How many can Dawn pick up? How many can he cash in? They actually get the root off onto Woody early, even burning the Ignite, and they might actually go for that early first blood.
So
hook
close
to the minion. Aiden just barely miscalculates, and he's forced to flash out.
Yeah, that would have been a kill if they got that one to go through. Just the flash and follow-up would have doomed him to that play. In the meantime, Kanji gets a great trade off Russ. I'm not sure what happened right here, but it looked like Russ probably took some knee auto turrets to the face there. I think Kanji must have gotten a full charge off on the passive. And that's what makes Urgot very oppressive in the early phases. His passive essentially counts as a second ability, and he gets 6 charges off on it early on. So you don't really want to fight with an Urgot, especially if he gets his E on you level 1 and throws you behind. That usually means full charges on passive.
So Kanji already off to a flying start here. In one lane, Liab certainly happy to take. Meanwhile, in the mid, we saw Xyliath getting poked out by Mission early on in this one. And meanwhile, Dawn and Aiden keeping the pressure on bottom. They've even got Dodoi coming up here. Is this the making of a dive? I don't know.
Dodoi does have the stun, so as long as this wave is outside of tower, you could make it happen. There we go.
Here he comes. That's the
Oh,
flash.
no!
Oh, Woody immediately is able to not only stutter step him, but stun to block out the damage onto Lil-V. Well played by the J-Team bot side.
Oh, that was a little bit unfortunate coming in, because once you get into the animation as Volibear, you're actually unstoppable on the Q. So Woody really had to be so much faster than Dodoi, and he manages to pull it off. That's, in most cases, that should not be able to be possible, but we have to give credit to Woody right there. Just incredibly fast fingers, good predictions on that play to make it happen.
Yeah, really, really well done. Now the counterplay is coming in as Hana does get spotted on this ward. Dawn and Aiden will respect, play back just a little bit. Ooh, Woody, meanwhile the turn on the damage stand aside. Dawn actually just gets some cheeky damage onto Hana.
Yeah, that was incredibly risky, but it does work out, and they have spotted Hana so far. So props to them making it work so far. And I have to say I'm pretty impressed by Kanji so far. I didn't really expect this matchup to go as poorly as it has done. You know, Urgot really is a kind of an LEC specialty pick. We don't really see this in the LPL. We don't really see it anywhere else, but after a long while, you kind of remember, wait a minute, Urgot's actually such an incredible lane bully.
Yeah, I like that Liab came up with some creative picks and, you know, looking for things from in other leagues, and it can be off-putting, especially in a solo 1v1 matchup like a top lane, where you're just not expecting something like this and you don't remember exactly how to play against it. A little bit of trading down bot. Ooh, uh-oh, Dawn forced to burn his flash, and now Aiden's going to body block. Nicely played by Lil-V, just angling his satchel charge.
Yeah, really nicely done here, and this is what we've seen from Lil-V so many times before. He can outposition the enemy quite well and play a lot of mind games around with this with Woody on Leona. So that's something we have to pay attention to. Level 6 kill combination could definitely just kill Dawn at this point. He doesn't have a reposition anymore. And with a little bit from Hana, I think that's a great objective for J-Team to now play around.
Yeah, Hana got spotted last time around, but won't be as easy. Now there's wards on the J-Team side in that river brush instead. No first blood just yet in this game, but not for lack of trying. It has been a very aggressive start from both teams, but especially from Liab, who've been able to do a lot. Up top, the farm actually ends up getting neutralized as Kanji kind of had a bit of an extended back, it seemed like. Rest hasn't actually left lane just yet, but there he will go. Hana, not going to spot Aiden on that roam. It seemed like both teams were interested in sniffing out, but didn't find anything.
Yeah, Aiden just coming around and going into the river, making sure that his bottom lane isn't going to get cut behind. And so far, J-Team doing a really good job at warding up the enemy team, but they are spotted right here. The ward there on their own side of the jungle wasn't cleared. So Liab stay clear of that. And I do want to point out what happened with Kanji right there. He went for early tier 2 boots and saved onto the teleport. So that's why his CS lead did diminish a little bit. He was up at plus 15, but he still has a sizable lead at this point. And you do really expect I always call it Ninja Tabby. It's always going to be Ninja Tabbies in my heart. But, the iron-plated steel caps. I think that's the name. It's a
little bit of an unwieldy one, but you know, when you're talking about Urgot, he's an unwieldy champion. His old ultimate was almost impossible to pronounce. I mean, every time I saw one of them locked in, I would have to be like, okay, hyperkinetic position reverser, and then they changed it to Fear Beyond Death, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. I can handle that. Back in the day, man. Old
probably
caster
the best
stories.
changes.
Ooh.
What?
Hooks on hooks. Hold on a second. I don't think Dawn was expecting Hana to come in there, and that is going to be the first blood. Woody actually kill secures.
That was so
Hana got the
weird
assist
from
there.
Aiden. They just saw Hana in the river. So, yeah, I think Aiden was just being a little bit too playful with his abilities, goes in for the trade regardless, and Hana, Dawn ends up paying heavily for that. He has to back up his support here in the trade and goes down. And now we have Mission already with the Shurima shuffle, so Liab also have to back away in the mid lane. It's kind of a, I don't know, just very odd play coming into that one. Definitely not a fight that you expected Liab to be willing to handshake.
Well, and it seems like that's another one of those instances of Dawn going in when he really shouldn't have. It sometimes the questionable decision making because he just has a lot of confidence in himself, perhaps. But you don't. I don't know how much confidence you need to take a 2v3. It just never seems like a good call.
Yeah, I actually don't blame Dawn there. I think it's more Aiden's problem for just going in.
That's true.
Like, if
Aiden
your
did go
support's
the hook.
going in and he doesn't have a gap closer, you pretty much have to commit there and back him up. So it was just kind of weird play, and it strings really nicely into J Team's side of the map. They get the easy pickoff onto Dawn before either of his summoners are up, and then they move into a very quick Herald play as well. And as we mentioned in the drafting phase, this is where Liab should be looking for most of their kills and most of their just potential to get resets with the not really resets, but large benefits out of getting kills, especially with the adoration stacks on Dawn and with Kanji's Fear Beyond Death giving them extra crowd control. But unfortunately, because of that bot lane mishap, they're not able to get any of these fights early on. And we do have to point out that J Team has a much stronger scaling composition. You have the Zir and you have the Ziggs. So long-range artillery barrages going down onto champions like Orianna and Draven that don't have a lot of mobility. That should favor J Team when it's post 30 minutes.
For the time being, still favoring them well enough in this game with that one kill in the books already. But Liab, I think the biggest advantage they really have is the top side right now. The question I'm kind of asking myself here is what are they going to try and do with it? If anything, do they try and get the dives up top and just put rest on the back foot? That Renekton will eventually fall off because he's not the main threat of this team. As you mentioned, it's all about Lil V, it's all about Mission.
Yeah, I think Renekton is just there to be a massive tank in the front line this time around for J Team. A very comfortable type of draft for J Team where they have a lot of options to just sit back on. I thought they were going to play much more aggressively on the top side, but I just underestimated how strong Urgot actually is. It's been a long time since I've seen Urgot, and now I know why the LEC picks it so much. Like that's the thing about the LEC. They have a
fun champion.
lot of interesting champion picks that just catch you off guard and nobody else plays.
Oh yeah, man. Still doing it. Rift Herald popped on the bottom side. Woody and Lil V going to be moving the charge in. Dodoy actually is keen on maybe making this a 3v3, but Dawn is already out of this fight, has to spend the Whirling Death just to try and dissuade the dive on the tower, but that is almost already gone. Hana catches Dodoy on the Sonic Wave, opts not to follow onto that one. Dawn just gets chunked out again. Great Mega Inferno Bomb from Lil V, and that's going to be first tower.
Yeah, very unfortunate coming in from J Team. For Liab, J Team just playing incredibly tight and always punishing from that one mistake. Now Dodoy finally gets a stun off.
Yeah, Woody, though, does turn around on that ultimate. Meanwhile, it just becomes a brawl over at the Dragon Pit. Mission going to be opening up the casualties here as Lil V running away. Manages to escape, but Hana is now caught up, and there's going to be the Shurima shuffle to push back. Aiden not able to clear the wall in time. It means a double kill for Mission.
Great find from Aiden. Actually nearly killed Lil V. He's one dragon hit away from going down, but it doesn't end up happening, and Liab, they find themselves in a fight where it's essentially a 4v3, so they didn't get the initial pickoff. That was a bit unfortunate right here, and once they had to overchase for the trade, this does go into favor of J Team, but I will say that Liab has opened up their chances in the next team fight because, number one, the drink didn't go down, and number two, they got Lil V summoners there. So, it's not a complete loss, but for now, still in favor of J Team.
Lane swap goes through after the fact. Meanwhile, Rest up here in the top still Looks like we got ourselves a little bit of a skirmish on our hands, but I think Rest sensed that one coming, and he tries, actually flashes away. Aiden now is able to go through here as Woody body blocks for the rest of his squad. Goes gold as the teleport is going to be followed through. Dominus on for Rest, and the Mega Inferno Bomb lands onto 2. Stormbringer, Dodoy, and Aiden looking real tasty for that Azir right now. Do they have the damage? The Whirling Death comes through. Mission, and Woody backing away, and it's just a lot of this for that. Damage doesn't quite land where J-Team needed.
He gets it!
Oh, they're going through!
Oh, the snipe!
Kanji! Fear Beyond Death, just threading the needle.
I can't believe everyone survived on Liab's side for that long. That was incredibly well played on their side. J-Team, again, having a little bit tragic teleport positioning. Hana had to go out of the fight immediately and then fight their way back after they already burned a stasis. So just, they could have played this a lot more patiently and got much more out of it. The poke advantage was on their side, but unfortunately for them, Rest had a bit of a hiccup here. And the back end of the fight, also, they didn't find the crowd control on the single target enough. I thought Aiden was for sure going down here, but he somehow manages to survive. And you got this great angle coming in from Kanji. Fear Beyond Death has insane range. It's one of those abilities you don't really think about. But when you finally see the tooltip, you realize, oh, that's 1400 range on the ultimate. So it's able to get the beautiful snipe down.
It's pretty insane. And we're right back into the thick of things here as J-Team, 3 members fighting in over the red pit right now. Ball positioning not really respected by J-Team, and they don't really have to. As the smite does go down, it looks like Dodo is able to secure it. Ooh, 2-man shockwave in the pull-in from Aiden. Now they just don't have the damage to finish Woody. How did he live?
Oh, gets on 1 HP, and Hana's looking for more.
Oh, Rest is going to be able to do it with a slice and a dice. And to Cole the Meek, that is going to be enough in the counterplay. J-Team get out by the skin of their teeth and even pick up a kill on the back half. My goodness.
It felt like it was a very extended trade from J-Team where they actually stopped members from going back. You can tell Xyliath is low mana going into this fight already. And it's just a 3v3 or mid, but there is much more help coming in from J-Team's side, I think. We do have the Ziggs pressuring quite heavily, and if you just watch this trade here, once Xyliath uses the Shockwave, he's pretty much out the fight already. He doesn't have mana to get much more going, so Woody is able to survive. There's no command attack coming out anymore, and they find the extra kill here. In the meantime, you're starting to see Renekton getting the better side of Kanji coming in here. Just full-on goes on him with the Dominus and nearly takes him out.
Yeah, does have Aiden come to the rescue. Dodoy actually even coming up as an additional member. Xyliath also, nearly all of the members of Liab towards the bot side of this map. They are going to open up on to this Cloud Dragon. Was attempted a couple of times already in this game. This is a very late first dragon to go down because the fight's been everywhere else this game.
Yeah, and I do feel like this is not a great situation for Liab. Ideally, they want to have early mid team fights where they can snowball them very much in one side, get a landslide and snowball off of that, close the game out before Azir and Ziggs really come online. But I think with the pacing of this game and the way that towers have been opened up, J-Team have a blank check to just scale up. They don't really need to force things. They can sit back at their towers. They have enough wave clear to dissuade whatever Liab wants to do. And it's actually up to Liab to force fights really aggressively. But at this point, neither Herald has gone their way. And the Drakes are so slow that J-Team can completely disregard them as well. So I just don't see J-Team actually going for any fight where they have remote chances of even losing.
Yeah, at the moment, Liab are going to be the ones on the defensive as well. Oh, no, Dawn is even forced to pop Cleanse as the Solar Flare lands. And here comes Shelly on the charge with 4 members of J-Team right at their backs as Rest just keeps pushing on that side lane. Liab are the ones forced on the defense. Mega Inferno Bomb to try and cut the wave a little bit, but not going to mean that much. Yeah, you're right. For Liab, it's one of those situations where it's hard for them to really find an answer. You saw that they were trying to maybe beta play Dodoy in a brush, as Aiden and Dawn were trying to see if like Lilvi would step a little further forward, but Lilvi plays pretty safe on this, and J-Team, you know, this confidence that they play with against these lower tier teams or lower teams in the standings, still shining through.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be going for a more aggressive draft, but this is your quintessential J-Team. The wait and do nothing until 40-minute draft. Like, that is actually how you should play the game. This is the correct way that you should play when you have an Azir and you have a Ziggs scaling, and then enemy team is going to drop off. And it's, look, Liab, even at the fastest, their Drake is still going to be, their Dragon Soul is still going to be coming up at 30 minutes. That's more than enough time for J-Team to deal with.
Yeah, I think J-Team will be happy. Ooh, Shockwave onto Hana. Zayath was caught out there. Mission at his back. And yeah, you know, we talk about how it's Liab needing to really try and force plays, but it's J-Team that are actually finding the advantages, finding the openings, because they have so much more freedom to move around the map. Opening up 3 towers is huge. You can't say the same on the Liab side. They just haven't been able to find anything, so they're just forced slowly further and further back into their own jungle. Dodoy finds a little damage onto Hana, but in tags Woody. Another defensive volley bear ultimate. You hate to see it if you're a Liab fan. Oh, and rest around the backside. Just setting up for the team. It turns out to be a 1-for-1 so far. They can keep on pushing.
Beautiful collapse coming in from J-Team. Very reminiscent to the game that we saw earlier. Both solo laners from Liab dealing with their respective side lanes. J-Team goes for the 5-man wrap. They get the extra kill, and now they are rewarded with the free siege. Liab, they're running low on resources, no mana, no HP bars. They have to back out here. And I like the J-Team, even though they don't really need to play aggressively in this match, they are still trying to push the tempo, furthering their gold lead. And, you know, this is sort of interesting when this happens, but when a team is ahead enough, sometimes they will go for early Barons, and that also kind of gives Liab a chance to come back into the game. I didn't really think that engage was going to happen, so I'm just going to talk through it.
Yeah.
Even though we had the
Xyliath went the other direction. If he'd have gone to try and cut him off, maybe something different happens.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. So, it's a funny thing, the J-Team are actually far ahead enough that I wonder if they're going to go for an early Baron. So, that's kind of the more iffy plays here. I think the correct answer is you shouldn't touch it. You should just continue scaling. But, you know, since they're ahead enough, they could have an itchy trinker finger.
Maybe. I mean, they have a lot of damage. They have a lot of zone control. I mean, they can also turn fights pretty fast, right? That's the other thing that this team can do. As long as they have rest to get the engage on, to tank up through the additional burst of damage. Between Mission and Lilvi, I mean, it's kind of insane what they're able to dish out, and that's why the sieges are so effective. I mean, Mission, he had so much time to do in that siege. He was even double dipping on the Raptor camp, just like, all right, I'll take the minions and I'll take the Raptors at the same time. Mission is in a bit of a bad spot here and doesn't quite realize it. Let's see if he can shuffle his way as he tries to push 2 back, but the Urgot keeps him caught. Teleport will complete onto Rest. In a 2v3, I think Mission knows he's a dead man as he tries to turn the damage down. Meanwhile, Kanji trying to walk away on all 8 legs, not going to be enough as Rest does take him down 1-for-1 so far. But in a bad situation, I think J-Team had to be happy with the fact that wasn't worse.
Yeah, they do get the trade back. That's kudos to Rest for identifying that there's actually only one damage dealer in that 3v1 situation. He puts Kanji really low and is able to get the 1-for-1 trade. However, that was not worthwhile for J-Team, man. Not by a long shot. They lose 2 in that one, and honestly, the mid lane inhibitor tower just isn't that important at this phase into the game. So, I feel like this play was very, very questionable coming in from J-Team. I would be perfectly happy to let Mission just die here and take down my 2 towers. Like, take my mid lane tower and then take the tower on the bottom side as well without Rest going into this play. It does leave the door a little bit open for future plays coming in from Liab. No flash onto Mission. That is going to be something that Liab should remember, and they're already setting up death brushes for him.
Gonna start going on the chase here. Dodoy, ooh, instant respect flash from Lilvi. He saw the bear coming.
And this is what I mean about the situation going forward here. I would much rather Mission just die, don't expend any resources, and you can play much safer around the Baron pit while also getting more out of your other tower pushes. The mid lane tower push is not really, just isn't relevant most of the time. So it's kind of a questionable play from Rest. However, I do want to point something out that J-Team, if they get a split push going, they can actually sneak a 3-man Baron very easily. You have double Leandri's Anguish on both Mission and Lil V, and that does massive amounts of damage to legendary monsters like the Baron. So You know, there's a lot of different ways that J-Team can play this without really giving Liab too many opportunities at 5v5s.
They are ahead enough to make it work. Certainly could do. Pretty sizable gold lead of about 6,500 here at the 22-minute mark. And just continuing to ward up and just run rampant through both sides of the Liab jungle. I mean, just look at how many blue icons litter that mini-map at the moment. They will set up a little bit more vision at the pit itself. But it seems like they're certainly more interested in trying to bait Liab in their direction. They've been good at it this game. Woody didn't realize, I think, for just a second, wait a minute, there's a ward in there. Does manage to see it and clear it out. Now the engage does get started. Aiden with the hook up. Woody into the Mega Inferno Bomb combo by Lil V. Isn't enough damage as the teleport comes through. They haven't actually managed to execute anyone yet. And Kanji, I don't think he's on the same page as his team. They're going the other way.
Yeah, are they just leaving Kanji to the wolves?
I think they are. Team? Team? Oh no. That might be the Baron play. Meanwhile, Rest, I think, also decided to go the other direction. That was weird.
This is really fun to watch. Both teams actually just ditched their top laners.
I think Rest actually ditched his team. Where? Oh, here he is.
That's true. Look, J-Team isn't chasing anymore. Rest is like, nah, 1v4. I got this, man.
I mean, we call him the BM King for a reason. He BM'd his own team there.
Okay, I guess we get a somewhat of a partial reset after that play.
Oh, Hana with the kick. Oh, I love this.
Oh.
Get out of my pit. Or don't even come in. They do manage to secure the Baron. Rest won't have it as he's not quite up yet. But yeah, as you mentioned, there's so much damage, especially with the Leandra's Anguishes on. J-Team do easily secure the big purple worm, and we'll have the buff on.
Yeah, just it's really smart play on their part. They know they can rush that, and without Kanji being alive, I don't think Liab were willing to venture that far off. Hana with the bear spray play at the very end too, just making sure he gets the kick. I always love it when Lee Sens do that. You know, you get the you put the Q1 onto the Baron first before going over the wall, and then you can hop right back at any moment. So just a really nice sequence of plays right there. And J-Team finally get what they wanted, came for. A little bit of turbulence on the way, but the main points about this game is that J-Team never really gave Liab a full-on 5v5 where Liab could snowball out of control. Dawn is, unfortunately for him, he did get a cash-in on Rest, but I don't think it was that many stacks. So the last time I saw him, before he got the kill, he was at 188 stacks. So, you know, that does transfer to a little, pretty close to about 400 gold, but not really enough for him to overtake what Lil V has right now, who's already on 3 items.
It's not the big payout you're hoping for with the Draven, right? I mean, I think J-Team did a good job of neutralizing Dawn's effectiveness in lane. There was a lot of attention paid down there by Hana. I think Mission even on a roam or two. Now it's Death Brushes both ways. That's going to be the blue trinket popped in that one as Liab will be forced back. And Liab, you know, they're just trying to hold on in this 4-1 and maybe force a fight. They do find Woody, and they'll pull him in. Nowhere for him to go, but even though the Mega Inferno Bomb clips a lot of health bars, they do get the kill, and they will be able to get away. As soon as I say it, Hana comes into the backside to get the deletion off, and it's a full-on skirmish. Will Liab stay alive in this? Hana with the flash, the shutdown kill over to Kanji, and in comes Rest, just eyeballing targets left and right. Hana mission a little bit low, and they're going to be forced to run away from their own base. J-Team too far ahead.
A key play there was Lil V actually able to get his stasis off before the Fear Beyond Death lands. So he denies the AoE Fear onto his own team. Even though he goes down, that play does save them a lot of HP bars and most likely Hana's life as well there. So, you know, I think this fight is a good indication of what we were talking about this game. When it is this scrappy sort of 5v5 situation, Liab actually have a lot of fighting power. They know Woody doesn't have the flash here. They're willing to open up. Lil V gets great poke across the wall on the terrain. Kudos to him. And Hana just shows up massively. But if you watch this fight, it actually still was pretty damn close for J-Team here. They lose their carries early on. Hana should have gone down if the fear came through. And then Rest has to play keep away for the rest of the team. J-Team still get what they came for. They get the extra inhibitor. Still a strong win for them. We can see the dynamics here as Hana goes for the kick.
Yeah, once again, pinballing straight into Woody. Here comes the Mega Inferno Bomb from Lil V. Dodoy, Aiden trying to desperately make their escape, but they're cut off. at the knees, and that's going to be 2 quick pickups. Shockwave pulls in 2, but Xyliat just does not have the damage to go for an execution. And it is going to be another turret. J-Team, it just seems like the sieges keep going in their favor. They're so far ahead at this point. The damage is just too much.
Yeah, and that was a complete 4v5. The Liab members actually had a bit of an advantage on the top side, but because of the gold lead, not able to transfer anything. Hana on that Lee Sin is willing to go in. He has that Gore Drinker. He has that extra shield from Steric's Gauge. And like Liab, at this point, they don't really have enough damage. The crowd control chain hasn't been enough to lock down any of the targets so far. And I feel like they're just relegated to play sort of a wave clear game until J-Team over-aggresses. Thankfully for them, there is no Elder Dragon pressure. Like, J-Team don't have a massive objective that they can close down the game with just yet. But they have the scaling advantage, so, you know, it's always a bit of a nightmare when you're on the side that's waiting for the enemy to make mistakes when you should be the one forcing them instead.
Yeah, and Mission's starting to become a little bit of a terror in his own right here on the Azir, just dishing out a lot of damage. Not going to overstay his welcome. We learned that lesson up topside earlier on. Sneaky smite by Dodoy. I don't think they really mind that all that too much. Teleport comes in, and it's Rest looking to start a fight. Liab want to take this, though. And I don't know if they should. Ooh, that is not going to be the Leona ultimate you were looking for. What do you mean? While Mega Inferno Bomb does flip a little bit more damage. Lee Sin's not even in this fight as he secures up the dragon, and Rest is just trying to keep his team on the side of everything. It ends up being a trade of top lanes, but the gates are open mid. J-Team decide wisely, perhaps, not to run straight into that, instead moving towards bot.
That was the most Rest teleport I've ever seen. His jungler is clearly not going to show up in the fight. He just says, nah, I don't care, I'm taking enough. Goes in 1v3, even gets the 1-for-1 trade-off anyway. And if you ask me, is like, could J-Team play that a bit cleaner? You know, could they have waited for the jungle? Probably yes, but at the end of the day, like, J-Team still get a bit of gold out of that. And it's Rest. I think whenever you're looking at a Rest game, it's not really about what's most efficient. It's about sending the message. It's about the psychological damage you can inflict.
And he talk about damage. I think he knows he's going to be going deep into the backside as he picks up a Guardian Angel.
Kanji
now we got to teleport. Kanji, yeah, he's trying to do his best Rest imitation there with that Disdain pops up. Woody actually gets a 2-man Solar Flare onto himself, but he is going to be left for dead with the shotgun knees left and right. Fear beyond death. Kanji will claim 1. And do they want more is the question. Mission trying to slide and glide his way away. Will manage to clear the wall pretty easily.
Oh, and he didn't even have to flash for that one. So Dode ends up losing the chance to get over a wall, which is quite important in these situations where J-Team has a decided advantage there. A bit unfortunate, not able to get the trade, and J-Team should be fairly happy just starting this one.
But Liab aren't done yet. Mega Inferno Bomb. This time they managed to sidestep most of the damage, but realize they can't quite go that deep into the fight. Not without Kanji or Xyliath, who are walking from the fountain. It's all about buying time here. Liab, I don't know if they want to full-on take the 5v5, but they're certainly keen to stop the Baron.
Yeah, they know that even though J-Team was down a member, J-Team have the damage to just start that, and they were down 2 solo laners as well. So they have to hang around here. They're not going to get resets here, which is definitely unfavorable. Not getting wards on your support and having to drop them in your own red buff. Now they have trouble actually scouting this one out, and they have to use their abilities to see. This is unfortunate for Date. Oh, doesn't even get the ward over the wall. Ugh.
Hold up a sec. In goes the bear a little bit early, and he's going to go to get the smite down. Liab managed to pull off the steal, and Dodoy, he will die, but that is well worth it as the rest of Liab are able to make their escape just as the inhibitor comes back up.
That looked so bad for Liab. Look, Dodoy and Aiden, they were forced to stay there because of how fast J-Team could take the Baron. They didn't get resets. Look at Aiden. He actually fumbles the ward, drops it on his side of the wall, but fortunately for them, they get the Scryers to finally get the information for Dodoy to go in and get the outsmite against Hana. Oh.
I mean, Dodoy just held his nerve. That was, he goes in early, and like, I feel like 9 out of 10 junglers are just like, oh no. But Dodoy's like, I got this, and manages to get the secure panic from J-Team a little bit, misplaying. Yeah. Liab, You know, I think it's maybe a stretch to say they're back in this. They're still very much on the back foot, but that certainly bought them time.
It certainly did, and I don't know. I'm getting that sort of same vibe that we got when we saw them playing Berjaya Dragons. You know, the incremental comebacks and the skirmishes that started to go into their way. I'm not going to say that they're in any sort of advantage whatsoever. Honestly, if J-Team did not troll around with Rest and just 5-man group for most of the mid-game, I feel like they would be much further ahead than they actually are now. But Liab are seeing some silver linings out of this gameplay. You know, I think they have found out how to deal with J-Team. It's that you have to be super aggressive and be the one willing to pull the trigger at all times. But Hana's coming in on the back now.
Yep, signature Hana move into the back, goes for the kick. Mega Inferno Bomb flashed out by Dawn, but it's going to be Aiden taken down. Hana trying to delete so many shields here as he actually stays alive. The pushback mission says, everybody get back here. And that is J-Team closing the jaws. If not on this game, certainly on the base.
J-Team just saying, no more game time. We're going to end this once and for all. Liab 5-man stack in the mid lane. Hana gets a great kick onto Dawn, forces the summoners out early, and then Mission is there to pick him off. So Dawn doesn't even get his ultimate there, and very easy cleanup for J-Team on the rest of that one. Hana just having some fun this game with Dodoy. Let's see if the blind man actually beats the cop here.
I think he's going to in this case. All right, that is going to be the Nexus. That is going to be J-Team cleaning things up. It took a little longer than... I mean, J-Team pretty happy with the timing, but certainly could have ended a little early, you have to think. J-Team will still get the win at the end of the day, and Liab still hunting for more as they will fall once again.
J-Team with a couple of limit test plays here, but they still cruise through at the end. If we take a look back at this game, I think most of the advantages really did come from the bottom side, where they got Dawn summoners very early on. It was a first blood play into putting Dodoy behind as well, as they chased him outside of the jungle. Then they snowballed that into an early Herald, back into a first tower, and then you have Ziggs across the map switching up lanes and just taking towers with the satchel charge. So honestly, I think this is a pretty good game from J-Team's side. It showcased their potential to snowball off of a single mistake and to bring that across the entire map. Most of the mid game was kind of trolly, I think, from them.
I mean, the rest teleports were. Yeah, there was some. You know what it kind of reminded me of?
What?
It kind of reminded me of Mickey. Like the teleports deep. I mean, Mickey's a mid laner, but like, when he would do those like crazy like Lulu teleports into the backline and try and dive in, I guess it makes a little more sense when you're a Renekton. But clearly, Rest wanted to play when his jungler, or at least when some of his team wasn't involved. But they still managed to pull the win off, and I think everybody had a good time on the J-Team side, it seems.
I have to concur there. I will say that recently Rest has been going for 1v4s quite often when his team is massively ahead. Like, this is not us calling him out for like a bad day. We're pretty sure that he consciously does
it's on
this.
brand. It's absolutely on brand. He's the guy that spams the emotes. He's the guy that goes into the backlining. Rest is somebody who plays with a lot of confidence. And limit testing is certainly the right word. I think he's not trolling entirely. He's not feeding his face off. He's ahead. He's just, giving a little bit back to the enemy team, making things interesting.
Yeah. And I always love players like that. I feel like it's really drab when you play, like, quote-unquote 100% perfect League of Legends and there's no comeback potential. You stay safe the entire time. I like the LPL mentality where you try to outplay your opponent because you know you're a better player and you have to showcase
gotta make the highlight reels, man.
Mechanics. Exactly.
Yeah. Now, I did like what Liab did this game, though. I really like the composition. It's, Dawn got a little bit neutralized, wasn't able to cash in more than once on the Adoration stacks, and it wasn't a huge one. I liked Kanji's Urgot pick. I mean, very creative composition coming out of Liab. I still feel like the Orianna doesn't quite fit. It seemed like it was like this takeaway from Mission, but like, why prioritize it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Xyliath always seemed like he was
It did feel that way, and I felt like overall Liab, they were lacking engaged to start their Drake's fights. But going on to this game, the MVP does go over to Lil V. As we talked about before, I think most of it did come out from the fact that how strong Lil V and Woody were actually in the laning phase, getting early summoners, snowballing the first tower, and then using Satchel Charge to further their map trades across the map. So, I think we're seeing Ziggs really pop out as the standout pick in terms of the bottom lane. Unified is insta-locking this. Lil V is insta-locking this. I expect this pick to be almost I would just outright and say 100% presence in week 4.
Yeah, I mean, showing up pretty big, showing up pretty strong, and excited to see more of that. Congratulations to J-Team. We are now going to go on a quick break, but don't go anywhere. When we return, more of the PCS Week 4.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Maybe one or two exceptions are just coming out ahead time and again. There's plenty of game to play still, but Boom are playing so smart. They're playing so effective. And more importantly, they're really forcing PSG to try and make these plays. Now, Pop is caught. Meanwhile, though, in the backline, River isolated, does heal up, and there's no kills just yet, but it's going to be Rocky opening it up. Hanabi finding himself surrounding the rest of the members, but it does not matter at all. Rocky with this World Ender is looking to be the win streak ender, and Wako unloads onto Maple. Pop is the only Boom casualty, and what a win in that fight for Boom.
Oh my god, Ruby is an actual
One's attention is so split up.
Machi went in first, but we still have Koala on the sides using the ultimate. Gemini gets the kick, but not the target. Does find the Sonic Wave, though, and there goes Mission and
Rest is here,
coming
though.
in to save the day. But again, Gemini goes in, tons of damage being dealt. Woody is going to be left behind as Stormbringer out the other way. Hana leading that one for the escape, and Machi out of nowhere get a massive 3-man pick for nothing, heading towards the Baron. Just like that, Machi wrestle everything back into their favor. The gold lead and the objective control. Can Rest be the hero here?
Upwards at all that exposes them
Ento
to
actually
and
goes and that
That's
is
not
the
it.
engage. Aiden gets into the backline. Kanji kills the Nautilus instantly. Arashi still alive, but Dawn now opening up, and then we get a massive 3-man move fall into the last Whisper. That's the wombo combo we've been waiting for. The triple kill for Xylief. Liao break open the base. They break the curse, and they're going for a win. Not letting their blue streak go on to double digits. They're flashing the PSG. They're getting the emotes down. This is time to
handily as Eminem could be caught in the captive audience and goes River. Follows through for the 2-man moonfall. Kanye flash and dash to safety, or is he? Tempered Fate, he goes in and he goes down. River has just got the eye of the tiger this game. That is going to be Kaiwing pulled in, goes Golden, but now cover fire laid down by Unified to push him back, and they keep moving. Okay, nearly bites it. PSG get everything.
PSG, they got that off. Oh, we're gonna get our final team fight. Genie probably has to find a pick on the one-man side.
Oh, but he's the one to get picked himself. Does go Golden to try and bait things out here, but the damage being dealt out. Ooh, nice chains of corruption that he had stolen away, but everyone's getting pinballed back and forth, and only Likai is going to survive, but for how much longer?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
And welcome back, everybody, once again to the PCS Week 4, Day 1. We've seen a couple of exciting matches already. And Clement, we are going to see even more, I think, as we go forward. But before we get into our next match tonight, I would like to take a brief moment to thank our wonderful sponsors. They are CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Chunghwa Telecom. Thank you for making the PCS possible. And now, Clement, our next match is going to be Mega Bank Beyond Gaming taking on the Berjaya Dragons. These are two teams with inverted score lines right now. Beyond have been looking pretty good. Berjaya, well, they suffered a loss last week that I don't think they expected.
Yeah, dropping to Liab is also always one of those things that you don't really want to see if you're a team trying to contest for a playoff spot. Berjaya didn't manage to lose to Liab, but still get into playoffs in spring. They want to keep that streak going right on until now. On the other side, I think Beyond Gaming has had a lot of recent shakeups that we have seen. The biggest of them being that Liang has been starting in most of the recent games over PK, who was more of the tank player. On the other side, we do have a continuation of Varus picks coming out from Doggo. So they're shifting from more of an Aphelios-based team to a more tempo-based and early game aggression-based team. And I think the biggest benefactor we've actually seen out of this change has actually been the jungler. Husha has been on such a tear recently. We saw that Diana play earlier on in their matches, and he was able to get 4-man move falls, chain everything correctly with Mawan. It was really a joy to see. So, you know, Beyond Gaming, I still think they kept on to their strengths, but with the new roster mix, with the new emphasis on playing more early game tempo, they are going to be closing out games a lot faster.
They certainly have been, you know, not without a couple of cracks showing in the armor. We have seen, as you mentioned, PK, the more traditional tank player, has been seen less and less, and we've seen Liang really back in the starting roster, and you can see a little bit of a start for this team. Looks like maybe Liang giving a little bit of last-second meditation before everything kicks off. Let's take a look at their opposition on the other side. Berjaya Dragons. They are Ozzy, Arashi, Minji, K2, and Enzo. This is a team that's made a couple of swaps themselves, but they have stuck to this core for a couple of weeks now, with Enzo making a full-on role swap down into the support position, and Arashi coming in. Still the best headset game in the league.
Oh, it seems like Arashi has also moved to a different location. No longer the same setting. I wonder if the cat is still there. That's the
real
really
question. Are we going to get the cat cam in this one? That's a very important question to ask on it.
Yeah, they had a nice, gray cat roaming around Arashi's background, but wonder if that's gonna still come up. In the meantime, K2, obviously, he's a keyboard player, but not looking very happy. You know, probably still sullen that he wasn't able to cash in those Draven stacks from earlier on.
Yeah, it always feels bad when you go out of your way to pick the Draven and you just get completely denied the Adoration cash-in. Let's take a look at our comparison. Today it will be the top lane matchup between Liang and Ozzy. Liang definitely has had a little bit of a better split so far, even though he's only played so many of the games. Ozzy, on the other hand, he's had some interesting choices, getting hands on the Nocturne as well before that nerf came through. But both these players kind of share a penchant for these like side lane terror champions.
Exactly why you take Liang over PK is if you want to diversify your options in the side lane. It gives them a lot more opportunity 1-3-1 on Beyond Gaming's side. While on the other side, Ozzy is sort of your sole split pusher as well. If he is going to early pick a champion, it's usually Gwen or Camille, but he has a whole host of counter picks as well, as we've seen in the Fiora, and also he still plays the Gnar. It's an old trick of his, but he loves that one. If we take a look at the stats, though, there is something a little bit worrying coming out from Liang, is that his laning phase has not been all that terrific coming back from the hiatus. The negative 681 gold at 15 minutes is actually one of the lowest in the entirety of the PCS. So that's definitely something that he needs to patch up against, and it could be something that Ozzy runs away with.
Yeah, and I think Ozzy is one of those players that if he gets an opportunity to try and win out a lane and start snowballing, he'll certainly take it. We'll have to see if Arashi pays some mind up to the top side of the map. And, you know, it certainly should be explosive. If this was PK in the top side, I'd say no, that's just going to be a farm fest, right? But not the case when you have the likes of Liang.
And Gwen is going to be that one champion where everyone bans away from Ozzy exactly right off the bat.
First
a lot of
ban,
people,
no messing around.
Yeah, this is pretty standard. Berjaya is still one of those teams that can only find wins on specific champions. Another few of those champions have been the LeBlanc, the Lee Sin, and actually the Varus for K2. So Berjaya has always been a very easy team to sort of deny in terms of just the drafting phase. You can force them on one way or the other. And typically, the way I like playing against Berjaya is to come with a lot of engage. Their best compositions are things that utilize poke. So either the Ezreal or the Zoe, like we see banned out right here, or their other composition is a 4-1. So engage always works out very well against Berjaya, and you're never bad about just like cramming as much of it as possible in your compositions.
And for a team like Beyond Gaming, it's kind of right in their wheelhouse. A lot of it is what they want to do. Berjaya will finish out their bans with a couple of targets that Silas being taken away from Mao on his most played champion. But although it's kind of an affectation here, Clement, because there's so many champions that Mao has played. He's flexed such a huge pool. That does leave Viego up, and it is going to be first picked. Very rare we actually see that making it through, as it usually does occupy the first bans.
And so far, only Husha has played Viego on Beyond Gaming, so we should expect that to go directly into the jungle. Not too much of a flex potential coming out from this pick on their team. For Berjaya, this does mean Thresh and likely a Aphelios open if they decide to go for it. Beyond Gaming has been known to be a team that will take away your Aphelios if you take Thresh first. Like, they are perfectly happy to run Aphelios Braum and to deny you your Thresh pick. Because if you pick Thresh and you don't have Aphelios, it actually feels pretty bad. So I do want Berjaya to actually lock that in, but they're not going to go for it. They're going to go for the Xin Zhao instead. Very strong pick. Definitely commendable to go for that one. And it does give Beyond Gaming the potential option to snag the Aphelios away if they choose to.
Although we have been talking about how Doggo has been much more of a Varus player lately, and if they want to commit to that, you can see that there's probably a little bit of a discussion happening on whether or not that's going to be the choice, and I think it will get locked in. So Beyond are, I suppose, confident that they can give that away. Doggo has been a pretty terrifying bottom laner, although he's lost a couple of lanes unexpectedly. So maybe there are opportunities for Berjaya.
I wonder if Benny, the coach, has given him the sort of ultimatum that he can only pick Varus from now on, because this is his 5th straight Varus game. It feels like Beyond Gaming are just going to hard force the champion until they can win with most of the compositions.
Perhaps, yeah.
No, I was talking with Nightstar about this, but I do feel like there are a lack of Drake teamfight-oriented teams in the PCS so far. We have seen a lot of Varus plus Rumble compositions coming out from the LCK, but those have been, for the majority, absent in the PCS. I don't think we've actually had a single game where those two champions were picked together. So we'll see if Beyond Gaming tries to occupy that space that is untaken so far in the PCS. While Berjaya, they should count themselves lucky, but they do get the Aphelios, even though it is countered by the Varus.
Yeah, very true. Still trusting in the K2 Enzo combination if they need it. Ban away on the bottom side, or rather on the red side, I should say, is going to be that Azir. It was flashed earlier by Maoan. Although Maoan hadn't locked it yet, Azir does kind of seem to step up as the new hotness when LeBlanc is predictably banned away. And then a Lulu ban, cheeky against Minji there.
It's pretty much a staple of the meta these days. We have also seen Alpha Esports play this with Lulu plus Xin Zhao. It's just a incredibly difficult 2v2 to get away from. And if you're playing Viego, you have to be very careful about that composition. Viego doesn't have the best of mobility early on. Can fall quite easily before he gets the Heartbreaker. So not a huge surprise here. In the meantime, I do want to point out this is actually K2's first Aphelios game so far. They haven't gone for this whatsoever. They've stuck much more towards the Ezreal.
He's played a lot of champions bot side. He's played the Draven, we mentioned. He even played a Corki. We haven't seen the Aphelios till now. I'm curious to see what he makes of it. And that Mordekaiser ban away by Beyond. It was flashed earlier on by the Berjaya Dragons.
This is what we call Inception. You hover something, you don't pick it, and then you waste a ban from the enemy team. Actually, not sure what Beyond Gaming really want to ban away from this point on. What Berjaya Dragons looks like they're drafting for is some sort of a front-to-back composition, but it's very unusual for them to have Ozzy on a tank. So if I'm thinking about Ozzy as champion pool and what he has to play that is half frontline-ish, then I'm thinking about Renekton or Gnar. I think those are the two champions that he's most likely going to go for, especially if you lack the Chameleon. You have to expect the Renekton coming out from the other side. Now Beyond Gaming does have to go for a mid lane pick here. It could be a first here, as we have
Viego
not seen
mid.
Mon on the Viego ever.
Yeah, that could be possible. Even though we weren't expecting it, as it has been a much more of a Husha champion. Last second, no, they'll swap it up and we'll go for the Galio. Okay.
You get pushed in lane, but I think Galio, it's just, I think it fits the composition a lot more. You get the Cannonball composition. We have seen Trundles go mid, but I don't consider that a particularly serious pick coming in from the LCK. And like we said, you know, if you're going up against Berjaya, always pack a ton of engage. Like, most of their compositions are countered out just by strong engage.
Oh!
So I like the fact that everyone is here.
I like the Jax pick from Ozzy. This is bold.
Let's go! It's a lot more fun than watching Renekton.
Look, oh, absolutely. Look at this team. I feel like this can be like some 1-3-1 shenanigans now.
I don't think it's a 1-4-1 team necessarily, yeah, but it's more of a 4-1 with good wave clear and great scaling. So Beyond Gaming are the ones that actually have to pick up the tempo here and play much, much faster than they otherwise would be willing to. We do have Beyond Gaming, I think their comp is focused on pick and more of those early Drake fights, while Berjaya, they just want to go in a late game. You go to 35 plus minutes, Jax absolutely destroys Camille. He does have an extra ultimate that works in terms of combat stats, while Camille's is more of a catch potential item, more of a utility ultimate. So he's going to win out that lane later into the game. And then you have 200 years backing him up by an Orianna ball. So I love what Berjaya has drafted for, and it does deal really well with, I would say, Beyond Gaming in Spring Split, or Beyond Gaming were this super slow juggernaut. But I feel like Beyond has evolved. They are a much faster team at this stage, and if they get those early Drakes rolling, they're going to force Berjaya Dragons to engage with them.
Yeah, and that could be trouble for Berjaya. Remember, this is a team that's sitting on 3 and 8, had lost out to Liang, really just trying to hang on as we go further and further into the split, because even though 8 out of 10 teams will end up in the playoffs, you can't afford to drop too many if you're on the cusp of that, and Berjaya are one of them. Difficult to beat a team like Beyond Gaming, who just have been on a tear, despite a loss to Boom Esports, of course. But Berjaya have a plan. That plan is wait till late game and let Jax push in hard on the side. Will Beyond let them do it with this catch composition? I like the cannonball terminology. It's always fun when everyone's able to press the R buttons and fire off the shots. Will Beyond add to their tally, or will we see a big old upset in favor of the Berjaya Dragons? We're about to find out. Summoner's Rift fogs over for just a second.
Ooh, and we have some cheese right off the bat here. A full 5-man stack heading towards the bot lane with a potential Thresh hook.
To Summoner's Rift.
Oh boy. I do like this. Now, if this is sniffed out, Beyond might play the safe
30
one.
seconds until minions spawn.
I think they know something's up.
Yeah, they're not gonna not gonna fall for this one. And Beyond Gaming is gonna get a bit more of a lead out of their level 1s. Taking a look at the runes, we do have Conquerors from Jax. Pretty normal here. He was buffed a couple of patches ago. And once Triforce, the new Triforce came out for Summer Split, I feel like Jax is actually in quite a decent position. It's just that Renekton is still so strong in the meta that you see Jax's just kind of disappear for the most part when Renekton is up. However, in this matchup, he does have a lot of chances to just outright punish the Camille. Camille does get a bit of a lead early on, but once you get into like level 5, level 7, Jax in the middle of the lane can just all in on Camille. And Camille is going to find it very difficult to get hook shots in some situations, and that will give Jax a pretty big lead. But early on, you should still expect a tactical swipe to be there for Liang, and Camille usually wins for the first few levels. On the flip side, we have Arashi. He's already been spotted out with his start, which does give Husha a lot of potential to just avoid the Xin Zhao completely. I think that's the one point in the early game that I would be a little bit cautious for on Beyond Gaming side, is that Xin Zhao versus Viego early game does not go well for the Viego, so he has to be pretty careful about it.
Okay. Starting off in our bottom side, though, you know, even though Doggo has changed his tune with regards to like the type of champions he's been playing, he's still playing very aggressively. We saw that get punished against Boom Esports, but for the most part, he still kind of just wrecks lanes, and he just bullying. Between Doggo and Kino, just the bully, and yep, there's that Scream emote from Kino.
You remember last week where Machi had a full team-wide face mask with the Scream?
It was great coordination.
It really showcases team synergy.
Yeah,
as we have Fusha on a very early gank.
Whoa. Oh, Maoan, that's a optimistic flash, you might say. Minji with the spam. Oh, wow, look at top. Liang actually taking a lot of punishment from Ozzy on that counter-strike. Kind of surprised that much damage was dealt, and even gets a little bit more from the lead.
I really didn't expect this coming out from Camille. Usually he's able to stay ahead in this matchup earlier on, but hasn't really been the case for Liang here. And that was something that we were talking about when we were looking at the player stats, is that Liang has been having a lot of difficulty in lane. I felt like Ozzy came out of the trade just winning from level 1, getting the free auto attack, meaning that he was up bone plates, and then snowballing that further into a level 2 lead. So really well done here. And he actually forces Liang into an early teleport.
Yeah. So the map starts to go a little bit lopsided and tilts a bit. Berjaya favored on the top side, while Beyond Gaming, to no surprise, really favoring on the bottom. But it's not a huge advantage, it's just a big push in. Husha has kind of hovered around here. You have to think, with this amount of time investment, maybe he wants to go for a dive, but he gets spotted very quickly by that ward. K2 and Enzo should respect this, and he's just going to, in fact, be going for some counter jungling.
Yeah, I think there's no way they're going for this down a TP, but it looks like Arashi will try to catch them out here.
Arashi, okay, Enzo went fishing for the hook, didn't quite find it, actually flashes the wall into the play. They really wanted first blood, and they will secure it. Arashi picking it up, and they might have more, as Kino can't quite get away. Nicely played by the Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Husha. He did not expect to be spotted going in for the counterplay there, and I felt like that was just way too over-aggressive. Meanwhile, if you look at the top lane, Ozzy also just held on to that. He had that extra TP lead here, and oh man,
we got the 1v1. Oh, Ozzy trying to walk out, and he does. Ignite for flash burn there.
Really nice mind games there. He actually had all of the cooldowns up, and he just threw all of his damage onto Ozzy rather than going for the canyon, and Ozzy kind of just fell for that one, took a bunch of free damage going into it. Now we have the 2-man potential dive coming in.
Yeah, Ozzy actually stopped his back, and now teleports coming in on both sides. Ozzy's still hanging in here as Minji and Arashi are around. Ozzy, you've got to be careful. That Winds of War nearly deletes him.
They do say the best players play at the utmost to their limitations, and I think this is what Ozzy is trying to do. He's giving me a bit of a sweat here.
Yeah,
he does survive everything in the end.
I believe that is an appropriate time for a Monka S. Jaya Dragons, though, hold on. 2-0 in the kills. Gold advantage in their favor, and you know, against a team like Beyond Gaming, that is no mean feat, so well played so far.
Yeah, and Beyond Gaming, the weird thing about them is most of their early game tempo with the Varus plays has not actually been that well. And a lot of times it's not really about Doggo himself, but how the team plays around it. I do feel like Husha tends to go over-aggressive in terms of counter jungling and trying to get his lead when he thinks he has a winning lane. But sometimes a winning lane doesn't actually transfer into your lane arriving faster. And that's especially true for counter jungling, especially if you're counter jungling against the red side. On the bottom half of the map, that is typically the case where the team that's actually pushed in can rotate a little bit faster. And I felt like Husha was just a victim to that, where now Arashi has a sizable lead in the river right now, and I think he did spot out Husha. We saw the question marks paying out, and so able to walk up.
My goodness. Yeah, really tracking well here, and Arashi even matching on the pressure. Husha just hasn't really been able to get anything done in this game. And, oh, this is cheeky. Ozzy's even going to steal away the blue buff.
He doesn't really want to stay in lane. We do have the Hextech ultimatum for Camille, and he saw the jungler there, so just a very easy takeaway And that's the problem with Viego jungle, you know, he's not much of a duelist early on.
Okay, ooh, Enzo taken very low here as the Ignite ticks through. Meanwhile, Arashi could be dead. He does tag his way onto the Dragon, smites for a health. Oh, and he's gonna die.
Drake, come on, Mountain Drake.
No, he gets away. I don't believe it, Arashi, you madman.
How to Have a Pet Dragon, written by Beyond Gaming there. Nearly gets the kill down there, but we have to commend Arashi not throwing his damage onto the target, instead looking for the escape plan there. Tags it with the wind becomes lightning and allows him to use Audacious Charge at extra range. So he manages to get out of that one. Leon does realize that there is a potential for the Cannon Barrage to come his way and forces Ozzy to back out immediately. Ozzy's still considering if he wants to walk back in. He does have help here.
It is a level disadvantage, but he knows he's got the dual lane at his back. And actually just starts to go ahead and clear away the minions, trying to deny an extra plate here from Leon. Usha, meanwhile, solo starts up the Rift Herald, and that should get spotted, yep, as Enzo places down a control ward. A lot of members congregating here.
Beyond Gaming. Yeah, we actually are going to have Berjaya with their bottom lane a little bit faster here, even though Beyond Gaming are the, in my opinion, stronger of the Herald teams.
Yeah, it's 4v3 though. And actually Herald's going to get re-aggroed, but Beyond has spent a lot of time doing this as they let it fully reset. Honeyfruit healing up Ozzy. And now it actually tags over. It seems like Beyond are giving this up.
Yeah, Arashi at this point still has a sizable advantage over Husha. I don't think you really want to take this Herald fight before Heartbreaker. It just makes Viego such a weak champion.
Kino,
they go in.
Let's see if they get to play here, and Arashi is going to get stopped up, and they just tag team onto him. The cannonball lands, but only onto one member. Minji, meanwhile, takes a little bit of poke on the out. But trading a jungler for Rift Herald, certainly not the worst thing in the world.
You know, so I would say still a small win for Berjaya coming into this one. I think the objective allows them a lot more time to scale up and funnel that gold where they really want it to go, especially in this topside matchup, for that matter. But Beyond Gaming definitely with the correct play there. They back off, they get 6 on Viego first, and then they come back into the fight knowing that they have ultimate and just the snipe down potential from multiple members here. Minji throws out the shockwave, but very ineffective against the rest of the team. And now I think the question is just where we will see...
Yeah. Wait a minute, yeah, Ozzy, oh, the taunt!
Oh,
man,
nearly.
That tag team, if that hadn't happened at that exact moment, I think Ozzy wins the trade.
Yeah, Ozzy would have won that trade for sure, but gets taunted by Leon just a little bit. And that means that with those sort of leads, Leon could potentially keep this lane shoved up to the point where the Herald isn't going to look that attractive for them. But I think Berjaya is probably looking for other avenues here. We do see them congregating on the bottom side. But still no opportunities to really start this one.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and find an angle somewhere, and, you know, it seems like it's a little difficult with the way Beyond are playing. All the same, still pretty even game. As advantages kind of compound across either side. Good roams from Berjaya Dragons really setting themselves up on this map. And it seems like, you know, playing to try and match any pressure Beyond bring out. Beyond have played, you know, a little bit slower perhaps this game. They tried a couple of things, but the biggest win really up there with the tag team onto Ozzy.
So a couple things in terms of the itemization that we should point out is at this item breakpoint, we should have Doggo pushing against K2 quite easily now. He does have the serrated Dirk up already. And on the flip side, Berjaya Dragons are trying to counteract that by playing more towards the bottom side of the map as well. They don't want that bottom lane to snowball into a Drake take. So we do have Arashi here, and I do like this idea. They do have the timer on blue buff. So they could potentially use blue buff timer as just a way to get a free Drake. A very common play that we see red side do against blue side. And it looks like they're just going to cancel out the advantage that Doggo has, give that over to K2 and the Aphelios.
That's bot side pop on the Rift Herald. So all around now. I don't know if they want the dive. Husha actually does come in for the intercept, and immediately they decide they have to turn out of here because the teleport does complete. Maoan and Liang coming through. It was 2 teleports, and the Thresh Box is perfect to deny the engagement. Enzo, that was clutch.
Really well done there, and it was unfortunate timing for Beyond Gaming, but if you look at the cooldowns, Liang was 2 seconds off of his Hextech ultimatum from coming up. So he teleported, did not find a kill, and the only thing they get is the Drake for their troubles right there. Meanwhile, Ozzy is definitely the biggest benefactor of this one. He gets some free time, is likely going to get 2 plates here as he pops the Counter-Strike for double uses on his Sheen, and yep, gets 320 gold for that one play.
Yeah. Jax getting to do Jax things is always going to be great if you're the team with the Jax. Always going to be horrible if you're the team without. Wow, quick flash. Ozzy did not want to tango with Liang a level down. So he makes his great escape, but burns the summoner for it.
Yeah, I think he actually still would have been fine given the situation, but I didn't really want to risk the Galio coming in. So just
He's seen that one happen before.
Yeah.
All right. Ooh, speaking of flashes, immediate Doggo just full-on respects the Aphelios ult. And Doggo's been playing a little safer this game than we saw previously, despite the forward positioning.
You know, funnily enough, that was actually just a wave clear coming in from K2. You know, he goes fishing, and sometimes you hit some monster fish off the river.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if you were going for it, something might take the bait. All the same, Brajaya holding on to a slim gold lead in this one. Dragon really the only objective difference, but meanwhile, yep, there we go. Liang not going to re-engage onto Ozzy. And this does start to feel like the point of the game where Ozzy is going to be a little bit more confident in his 1v1 ability. It's just, the problem is, it's not really a 1v1, is it?
Yeah, it's more about the back timings right here. Ozzy has not gotten a chance to go back and finish up his Triforce. So he's stuck in this awkward position playing up against a mythical item. It's going to take him a while. I think he's going to play a lot more aggressively on the next back, but for now, his options are limited.
Yeah, I think he's going to walk away from this one. Liang does force him out, so that should be the end of it. Ooh, look at this. Husha actually coming up. They might want to go for a dive. Meanwhile, K2 should help Brajaya Dragon secure first brick. And let's check it out. It looks like Ozzy did get out in time, so it's just going to be a tower trade.
So I do like this line of play coming in from Ozzy. He didn't decide to teleport back early. Instead, he was willing to stay in lane with a deficit and then potentially come back with TP with Herald up. So there's a common sequencing of plays. Like if you want to time your backs, sometimes it's worth it to save your basically scuff parts of your laning phase to get a better back timing in terms of your team fight objective. So that's what Ozzy is doing here. Didn't really get a chance to use the TP just yet. And this is sort of interesting, but he's not actually going to go for the Triforce, which is more of the standard build.
Sunder, yeah, okay. Ooh, Enzo. He was caught snoozing right there, just further on the box. The rest of Brajaya should be able to hop the wall to turn onto Kino. They go for their own cannonball here, and Ozzy opens up with a kill.
Yeah, but Brajaya are a little bit late on that Herald play here. Ozzy going in, knows that he has backup. And finally get the chase, but can slow down.
Oh, it doesn't have flash, but he does have the hop and the counter-strike to get some damage onto Husha. Arashi tags in onto Liang, but they give as good as they get. And that's going to come to a big fat nothing.
Sometimes when fruit isn't good for you, slows down Ozzy, doesn't get the counter-strike, and Arashi doesn't find the target.
It was stuck
the
to
wind
his
becomes
shoe.
lightning either.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. Oh no, Ozzy. I don't think he expected the tag in, but now there's a teleport follow through. And Ozzy's still fighting this one as Maoan comes in. They turn again, trying to find the shockwave. Minji forces the flash away from Maoan, and it's just a lot of quick fingers on those flashes today.
I feel like both teams are playing incredibly jumpy today. Both of them have suffered from pretty bad losses coming in from week 3, so I think they're looking for some redemption arcs on both sides, but so far beyond gaming, I don't think they have found decisive team fights, and for Brajaya's side, you know, they've been scaling up okay. Like, this is not a team comp you expect to win out early game, so if you're still on a gold lead and it's 16 minutes with the opponent only on 1 break, then you're feeling pretty okay about this.
Yeah, I think they certainly will be. Taking a look at how the gold's gone this game, it has swung just a little tiny bit, but Berjaya certainly have been holding on to it. Nice death rush here, setting up, trying to bait. If Doggo and Kino wander through, that ward looks so tasty, doesn't it, Kino? Nah, they're going to be able to walk away from it as they do see the hook go wide, just fishing. Not going to find anything.
Yeah, I think Kino at this point is experienced enough where he isn't going to go for that dangly ward here. This is an interesting move by Beyond Gaming. They're giving over the Drake in order to further the lead onto the Camille.
Yeah, Ozzy's not going to be able to contest this, and if he sticks around, he might die. Arashi will be able to solo out Ocean, trying to equalize in the Drake's numbers. It does seem like Berjaya are a few steps behind right now, in terms of the tempo.
I do like this idea coming in from Beyond Gaming, but they might be going in too deep.
Oh, that's going to be the Hextech Ultimatum, the full-on teleport coming through. Enzo walking away, and Ozzy was nowhere to be found after all of that. Good collapse from Beyond Gaming to find the kill and the turret.
And they're still holding on to the Herald throughout all of this. I'm pretty surprised by this one. You know, they could have dropped him mid lane. They do get a great kill here, keeping Ozzy down and making sure the 4-1 doesn't happen.
Aggressive Chains of Corruption does not land, and the hook does pull in Doggo, who goes golden, but he trusts his team with the bait. Doggo almost lives, but Husha will claim him. Or excuse me, not Husha. I saw the Viego and got confused.
Let's get the Calibrum Stipe at the very end there, so decent trade back, and you know, Husha. Did he drop Herald throughout that point?
He did drop Herald. He dropped Herald at the very beginning.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a chaotic fight. I would love to see that in a replay again.
So, pretty interesting moves across the map. I like the mind games here from Beyond Gaming. What they're saying is that Berjaya Dragons is going to be more focused on scaling, and they want to make sure that essentially Beyond Berjaya is going to head for the Drake while they get immediate gold onto the top side. They transition this into the mid lane. They know that they have numbers advantage. Unfortunately, the trade goes even for them, and that's definitely a favorable trade on K2's end as they trade support for AD carry there, and they get both sums on the side of Doggo. So, Berjaya Dragons actually have a bit of an advantage here when it does come into the 5v5s. I think they're at the point where K2 is far ahead enough that I'm willing to start looking for potential Drake fights. Even though I'm the scaling composition, I'd be willing to go for it.
No, I think that's a fair do. Again, we're seeing Doggo kind of playing very aggressively forward. He gets punished for it. Minji, meanwhile, does get found by 2. The root is pretty huge. Shockwave only pulls Mao on as Husha, undeterred, turns his attention, and he's going to be looking for it, forcing the flash out of Minji, in tags Arashi and Enzo, and it's just baits back and forth. Easiest hook of Enzo's life. Maoan goes golden. Boxes down, taunts on, doesn't seem to matter. He's going absolutely nowhere, and Husha, he probably should have been running for the hills because he's now forced to flash under the relative safety of the turret. And the hook pulls him back in again. They go for the dive, and Husha, he just tries to tank it all up, even Arashi staying alive through it all. Meanwhile, Ozzy 2v1, and I think Doggo would have claimed him, but Liang said, no, this one's mine.
And that's absolutely necessary for the Camille to start taking these kills. Even in the 2v1, it looked like Ozzy had a lot of fight in him in that situation. On the top side, very unfortunate for Husha. He actually ends up missing everything. Doesn't get the Spectral Maw to land. And Heartbreaker also was dodged away by Minji. That could have been a fight where they came out victorious. We're going to be looking at the bottom side, which we missed earlier on. Really nice play by Ozzy here. As you can see, Liang having trouble, despite him being up 2 levels at the start of that fight, and also being up a Tiamat. You can see the dueling potential of Jax is just getting online slowly, even gets away an Ignite into that one. So, always very crucial to make sure that Liang actually stays ahead, and I like the rest of the team is willing to pitch in and just make sure that he lands the kill at the very end.
Yeah, it's a little difficult for Liang to go for a 1v1 against the Jax, even with Hextech Ultimatum at this point, but he has friends at his back and they're able to secure the kills all the same. Still very close in the gold game. Berjaya Dragons keeping it to Beyond Gaming as they look for that scaling in their favor. Dragon will hit the Rift in a minute. That's going to be the Cloud that we have the Rift of today. And so
I just want to say that the most impressed I've ever been with Minji is always when he's running away. Like I feel like that
that
is when the best of Minji really showcases itself. You remember that LeBlanc game where he dodges out on like 2 ultimates and 3 abilities in like 5 seconds, and the rest of the team is just standing in the middle of mid lane with nothing up, and they just win. That's like the Berjaya special, you know?
Yeah. No, Minji plays weak side mid lane. It works.
Exactly. He was like a dodgeball champion in elementary school or something. It's it's really amazing.
Well, that would
to watch.
explain his Orianna pick.
Yeah, I just feel like Berjaya, a lot of times they're a really slow team, and they rely so much on Minji being slightly out of position, but being able to survive at the end to just drag the game out.
He does have really
and
insane
to their
mechanics.
credit, it actually works.
Yeah, it's a strange strategy, right? Like, and you know, how, we talk about how it's like, oh yeah, you know, he just gets away. I think it's just the team they know how to capitalize on chaos.
True. Honestly, he made Pusha look like a fool in that last play. Like, he rooted him with the Everfrost, dodged every ability that he had, and it was just, okay, Minji does Minji things. Great.
That's how it be. All right, Cloud Dragon taken here by the likes of Beyond. Meanwhile, ooh, only landing a single taunt. K2 actually making escape. Kino coming in, and that's the Cannonball comp coming up and down. The rest of Beyond funneling through. Not a lot of follow-up damage, but Berjaya get away, and they didn't need the fight because look at the Jax.
Yeah, strong win coming in from Berjaya. They get immediate gold. Beyond Gaming, they do get both summoners from K2, though. I do want to mention that. That's quite important coming into Baron territory there. But you shall rue the day that you almost caught Minji. It's almost impossible. He seems to always get away with everything.
Yeah, K2 sends out a zoning ult. Daga says, okay then. Yeah, Baron coming up is definitely going to change the calculus just a little bit. But you're right. Minji is just insane at escaping. Got to give the man his due.
We do have a very clear target this time on K2, though, so if we have Beyond Gaming coming out with a lot of pinks, they could deny the Dark Passage into this. I feel like this is actually a decent time for Beyond Gaming to start forcing around Baron, because Jax isn't that far ahead just yet. He's not going to have that much pressure in the side lanes. You can still deal with him at this point, and K2 doesn't have summoners for the next 3.5 minutes. So this is probably Beyond Gaming's best chance to start fishing for massive teamfight wins around the Big Purple World.
I think you're right. They are starting to congregate there to get some vision secured. Berjaya, to their credit, going to try and keep that all cleared, but it's going to be a little difficult. Pusha and Kino in death rushes. Arashi going to face check right into it, but they've got enough people there to where Beyond can't really contest right now. You know, flip side, Clement, for the Beyond Baron focus is, what if they end up doing, you know, kind of a 1-2-3 combo onto the likes of Ozzy, that might actually open up a Baron for the Berjaya side of things. So on the flip side, Beyond have to be a little careful about how deep they want to dive to claim a kill or two.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to execute a dive onto Ozzy until Galio gets his TP up. After that, Malin can definitely join in the split second, but very audacious. This is super brave coming in from Berjaya. I feel like they're actually handing their opponents a perfect win condition with starting this Baron.
They want to teleport in. Look at where Ozzy's positioning right now. Don't think they want the fight, though. All right, yep, that's going to be time to leave. Yeah, everybody gets the message, just some free pressure.
There was no way that they were going to get a good fight out of that play. They really aren't that far ahead where they can expect to win a straight-up 5v5. And there's no summoners on K2, so I don't think that was worthwhile for Berjaya. And they do give up mid-tower plus the entire Baron Pit vision for that play.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. Maybe a little bit bold or possibly a little desperate. Not really sure. Berjaya just kind of sensed they had an opportunity to try something, didn't have the damage to pull it off, and ended up losing out on a mid-turret for it. But to be honest, that mid-turret probably had a long and happy life. I think it was ready to go.
Do you ever wonder where turrets go after they're taken down?
Oh, no, don't do this to me, Clement. I can't have that on my conscience either. Isn't everything on the Rift is impermanent, right? You know? No, it goes into like the magical ether and then respawns the next game. That's what I like to think.
Yeah. It's just like
I believe in Rift reincarnation. That's my philosophy.
When I first started playing MOBA games, I was so afraid about committing minion genocide. But League of Legends, there's just like, oh no, they're actually just kind of like computer machines. You know, they're animatronics. It doesn't matter if you kill them or not.
There you go. Yeah, see, it's Riot trying to make us feel a little bit better for killing us minions. Now, Poros, on the other hand, if you don't feed the Poros in an ARAM, that is a horrible thing.
True. I think the only like characters I wouldn't mind killing in large numbers are probably Yordles. Those are actually just evil, so
I mean,
okay.
Yordles are like just little fuzzy murder balls. They're basically the League of Legends. I mean, Yuumi exists, but they're basically cats, just smarter.
Yeah, you're actually making me feel bad. I feel a lot closer to cats than I do feel to Yordles. 'Cause, like
well, Yordles are like evil, and cats are evil. It's just cats are cuter than Yordles.
That's true. They're both evil, but one is precious and the other one is expendable. So I could see the difference right there. And you know, they even made like a Hell Teemo skin. He deserves to be in
Oh no,
Hell
Teemo is the worst.
Yeah.
Like you could argue like for other Yordles, you know, like Rumble is very likable. I think Tristan is really fun. No, Teemo. I'm a Singed main. Teemo absolutely must die. I'll never stop reminding people that I main one of the champions in League of Legends with like the worst laning matchups of all time. I don't know why I do it to myself, but I do. Anyways, back to this.
We're finally getting back.
It does seem like we have dragon dances going on right now, don't we, Clement?
Ooh, Arashi gets a very early Heartbreaker off in from Husha, so Husha actually needs to find a kill in order to reset his ultimate coming into this.
Look at Ozzy. I think he's caught just a little bit. Let's see if the team wants to try and get to him. He is going to be able to get his escape made. Arashi heals up with the honey for a little bit of a touch-and-go situation, straight up 5v5. I think Berjaya would like to walk away with this Drake and stop Soul Point from happening, but they got to be careful. Chains actually dodged, and Arashi going to try to get that quick smite down, but it's going to be a bit of a fight over it. He does secure it, but he is going to give his life. In the effort, I think this is going to be the 5v4. Look at that 4-man root coming in. That's the cannonball composition at work. Shockwave pulls back. Can the Berjaya Dragons make their escape cleanly? They just might do it here, Clement. Enzo walking away. And the rest of Berjaya heading close back to their turret. That's going to be the Hextech ultimatum onto Ozzy. They'll lose 2 more before all said and done.
And that's going to open up the Baron for Beyond Gaming. Really nicely played right there. They put a ton of poke onto Arashi for taking down a ward onto the top side. That's, you know, it's always not very advisable if you're the jungler. And with that single kill, they find the 5v4 and a beautiful 4-man to clean that one up. Just a little bit unfortunate. If we watched the start of this team fight, Arashi did go pretty low on some vision duty, and that was definitely not advisable. So even though they get the objective right here, he takes so much damage that the enemy team is able to just kill him and crucially get the Heartbreaker back for Husha to continue this fight going on forward. And then you see Mawan here with the flash in onto the Everfrost. That was absolutely beautiful from them.
That was a value Everfrost if I've ever seen one.
Only Minji could have been able to survive that one, getting a 3-man Shockwave on the back end to allow at least 2 members to get out of that one. It's unfortunately for Berjaya, they weren't really able to fight on even footing, just losing 1 target at the start of that one. You could tell that they were going in pretty aggressively because they had summoners on K2 this time around and they thought they were on even footing. But unfortunately for them, what did we just miss?
I don't know, but Berjaya Dragons are going to turn mid.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baron gone.
What did it cost?
That's fine. I would love to see a replay, but you know, it's the PCS special. We replay and replay all the time.
Yeah, it seems like Berjaya was able to get... I'm wondering if Shockwave was up
Minji
already.
has 2 more kills. Yeah, we gotta CSI this Clement. Look at the kill score before and after. Maybe Minji was running away and managed to get a fadeaway kill.
Very interesting. I felt like Beyond Gaming were fast enough on that take where I have a trouble seeing Berjaya Dragons actually denying them the Baron. So my guess is that they actually overstayed. But we'll see what actually happens right here. We're very far ahead. Okay. It seems like zoning gone wrong onto Arashi. It looks like it just wasn't working fast enough, actually.
Okay, so Arashi goes into the pit. Shockwave does land on 3. Baron just does so much damage to them. And, you know, honestly, they could have easily lost that.
They could have.
Now, as it stands, it looks like Let's see how many they actually get away with. 2. The answer is 2. Okay. Protect the cannon minion it is.
Okay, so very close contest actually coming out from Berjaya. They do find the win here, and I feel like Beyond Gaming are in their strongest positions when they are sieging up right now. Into the later phase of the game, Berjaya should scale better than them, but it's very hard for them to actually reach this Varus. You have super empowered minions across the board. You have to go through Hextech Ultimatum, a taunt from Galio, and then a Death Charge. It's really not easy for Berjaya Dragons to displace Beyond Gaming. So I feel like Beyond Gaming are actually fairly safe in just pushing in. Unless someone just gets tagged by the Death Sentence or a big Shockwave comes out, Doggo should be free to just let loose on the members of Berjaya.
Beyond are going to rotate up topside. Big minion wave had been building there, and they will empower it.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, they go fishing, and that's going to be one onto Husha, but half his health bar is gone. The turn onto Arachi, and he actually just barely gets away back into base. Meanwhile, you see the Galio in mid and the Camille in the bot. Beyond Gaming are keen to push around. Hextech Ultimatum comes in. Liang, he really just wants a fair fight, but he's not going to get it. And Liang takes him down. Meanwhile, Berjaya try to find an answer. The root onto Liang to turn the damage, the taunt in onto Maoan. Or rather, Maoan turns the taunt in to a double kill for his top laner.
Oh, that was such an insane play for Maoan. He gets the 3-man taunt to stop the damage going down onto Liang. And they turn around like you said. Everything up until that point, I felt pretty good for Berjaya. But Maoan has just been on point this entire game. Immaculate with the area effect abilities.
I really just love how well they've been able to execute this cannonball composition. Moving over to the Dragon for Soul Point. I don't know if this game lasts long enough for that. Let's take a look. At the start of it, Ozzy takes a huge chunk of damage, and then the tag in from Maoan to finish the job. The turnaround from the rest of the Berjaya Dragon Squad and the 3-man taunt was beautiful.
That was huge, and he stasis at the end to drop aggro once more. And so, unfortunately, wasn't able to land the Death Sense or the Flay there, despite the Gravitum landing. Like, if they sequence that better, I'm pretty sure Liang dies. They should have done Gravitum into the full CC combo by Enso, but Enso actually threw his abilities out way too early. So a little bit of a misplay right there. But, you know, we have to commend Maoan, like, 4-man roots, 3-man taunts. This guy is... I think he's been quietly under the radar, having a great split so far. We have seen him sort of miss the mark on specific champions, but he's also surprised us on Akali and a LeBlanc. And now going back to something he's much more comfortable on, like the Galio, he is showing up his control mage pedigree.
And he's really helping the rest of his team to kind of start picking up the carry role. I think he's certainly a player that can, you know, play a couple different styles, but he's clearly more comfortable on one. And holy crap, is Liang just fed after all of that. Now Berjaya are going to try to run at the Beyond Gaming squad, but not going to be able to find anything. And it does seem like a little bit of desperation starts to set in for the Dragons here as they look to try and find an opening. Baron will be live in less than a minute, but their position is not very favorable to take it.
This game's been pretty interesting on how the dynamics have changed. At this point, Berjaya are pretty confident they just out-damage Beyond Gaming by quite a lot. If you look at the items coming out from Minji compared to Maoan, and if you look at the crit build coming out from K2, they definitely have the firepower to just overtake Beyond Gaming, and they're willing to go on full 5v5 fights right now. The problem with them
cannot get caught.
Yeah. The problem with them is, look at Ozzy. He's so under-leveled at this point. He was 3 levels behind Liang just a second ago. And he has had not much of an impact. The 2-man TP plays coming in from Beyond Gaming have kept this Jax behind this entire time. And it's kind of interesting to see Berjaya, even though they drafted for a specific comp, they're still able to pivot towards another win condition and just straight forcing the 5v5s to go down.
Yeah, even if it's not optimal with the Jax. Now, they do have a teleport advantage, too. Worth keeping in mind, there's still a bit of time for Maoan and Liang on those teleports. So, if Berjaya want to try and force a Baron here, they might be able to turn the fight in their favor as long as Ozzy gets his teleport off and makes it a 5v4.
True.
But there's also an open inhibitor, so dangerous play.
Yeah. It's
Against
kind of
the Fed
hard
Camille?
for Ozzy to scuff that one, unless he's sure the opponent's already very far in. And talking about that, we do have one ward on the blue, over the blue wall that was not spotted here, so there is a chance for Jax to actually go for this play.
Enzo gets chunked out here, and it looks like the fight's starting. They just do not let Arashi do anything in this fight, and they even were able to melt down K2 before he reses in this. Just so much poke without even fully engaging, and flash forward for Doggo, finding the hail of arrows onto Arashi to finish things up, and that immediately means they turn for Baron.
Oh, Doggo just has so many different kinds of Kobe plays coming out. We saw the Kobe play against Mission where he flashed in and used his piercing arrow, but that was a flash blighted arrow. Like, it's really fun because it's hard to keep track of all the cooldowns when you see Doggo being able to Kobe with 2 different abilities right there. He did push himself in. Oh!
Doggo couldn't keep himself alive though. Ozzy showing up huge as the smite of the Baron still goes down. And I think they'll be able to get away, but man, Ozzy was done playing. He dunked on Doggo.
And Husha's gonna get tagged down right here, so that's a reset. He's not gonna be able to get it. Oh, they stopped
Liang interrupted! You gotta be kidding me! The last second on that teleport, but I don't know if they want it now as Tino tags in.
K2.
And in comes Husha once more. The shutdown, they take out K2, and all of a sudden Beyond Gaming turn a catch into one of their own.
That was bait all along, and Galil's coming back in.
Oh my goodness, it's just Dunk City right now. Arashi trying to be the hero, taking down Liang, but nothing doing. And Beyond get the ace, and they go for base.
Ah, that was such a scrappy finish to this game. Beyond Gaming looked like they were on the ropes, running away, losing Doggo at the start of that fight, and then Liang gets his teleport canceled, but he still had GA. He was perfectly fine standing there. They bait K2 to come over the wall to finish him off, and K2 didn't have flash. And nowhere to go. Beyond Gaming closeout was rather quite a back and forth game coming into this one, and congratulations for a decent bounce back on week 4.
Beyond Gaming open up their week 4 with a win. Very scrappy. We've had so many scrappy games today, but I love what they were able to do to just kind of stack ultimates on ultimates. Honestly, so many good players this game, but even though he wasn't the kill leader, I feel like we don't have control over this. Mawan's my MVP.
Oh, for sure. I think Mawan's my MVP as well. Looking back at this game, I actually felt a lot of things went wrong for Beyond Gaming. They did not get many good Herald and Drake fights earlier on, but we can talk about the win cons and the general look of the game. But first, we have to get watch Doggo just getting dunked on. Oh, that was so satisfying to see, you know, Doggo trying to zone away the rest of the team as an AD carry and just getting punished directly afterwards. That was justice served. That was really nice to see, and unfortunately for Gyre, weren't able to capitalize on it fully here, and this was the critical play. If you look at Leon, it looks like his GA actually comes up in the middle of that fight. Yeah, he didn't have the GA at the start of it. It's very unfortunate.
And I really love the baits on baits. That was incredible right now, as they just turned it ahead enough to dish the damage. Minji, you know, two-stepping as he does, but he can't run away from it forever. And Beyond Gaming just managed to slam it into the ground.
Such a weird way to go for Berjaya. I feel like neither of these teams actually got their win cons to work this time around. We should have had a Berjaya with the split push advantage, but Beyond Gaming were really smart at just taking away Ozzy. They constantly had the cannonball combo onto him, gave a lot of help onto the weak side to make sure to make sure Liang was ahead in that matchup. He was up 3 levels at one point. And on the other side, we didn't have Beyond Gaming being able to pull off any of those early skirmishes to make use of their cannon combo, catch composition, and their Drake superiority early on. So this was a game where I felt like it was much more about denying the enemy what their win con was, rather than actualizing your own win con. And in a weird fashion, that sometimes is a way to play the game. Like, you can just deny them.
If you stop your opponents from winning, then they lose, and therefore you win. So it's a bit roundabout, but it works out in the end.
It definitely does. So really interesting to see them just kind of flip the draft around just with execution. And that's what I always like about strong teams, especially in the PCS, is that they have these flexibilities. Even though things don't really go right for them in the early game, they can still course correct and come up to a win, which is something that I feel like we've seen a lot from Beyond Gaming when they play early aggressive comps and they don't manage to snowball. You know, you're talking about Predator Galio trying to out team fight Aphelios, Oriana, and Jax, and it's like, I don't think that's happening. And they still find a way to close out the game, even though it was pretty messy, to be honest.
Yeah, there were certainly individual moments, I think, where like a lot of head scratchers. I'm thinking about like Doggo in the mid lane, just like really frontlining, like totally whiffs his Chains of Corruption and then like just walks into the perfect Thresh Hook. So of course he's going to get exploded. But the execution overall 5v5 felt really good from Beyond, and I think that speaks to a level of trust, a level of ability that they all understand about each other. And when it falls back away from those macro games and turns into this scrappy team fighting game, you have to trust your experience, and Beyond did, and it paid off.
It definitely feels like Megabank Beyond Gaming are trying to use the rest of regular season to just play out all the different variations and all the different game states that Varus provides to you. This is their 5th straight game on Varus. They're not playing anything else in the bottom side, and they just want to make sure that they can have a very solid understanding of the pick and how the composition runs come the postseason. And this is one of those games where they didn't really have a good early game. If you're a Varus, what you're typically looking for is bot lane domination into Drake fight stacking. But they didn't get this game whatsoever, and they still came out with a win, despite Camille being a pick that was counter-picked by Ozzy. Liang did not have a great early game. You know, he had a teleport bot lane that didn't get him anything, and was still able to come back with a flawless KDA to win the rest of the remaining game time. So, you know, kudos to him. We still have yet to see Liang perform at the same level in terms of laning phase as compared to Spring. But his later phases in communication with his team, especially with Maoan, has definitely been able to carry Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, the coordination certainly has been able to step up, and congratulations to Beyond Gaming. We will be going on a short cooldown when we return more of the PCS summer, so don't go anywhere.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Maybe one or two exceptions are just coming out ahead time and again. There's plenty of game to play still, but Boom are playing so smart. They're playing so effective. and more importantly, they're really forcing PSG to try and make these plays. Now Pop is caught. Meanwhile, though, in the backline, River isolated, does heal up, and there's no kills just yet, but it's gonna be Rocky opening it up. Hanabi finding himself surrounding the rest of the members, but it does not matter at all. Rocky with this World Ender is looking to be the win streak ender, and Wako unloads onto Maple. Pop is the only Boom casualty, and what a win in that fight for Boom.
Oh my god, Ruby is an actual
One's attention is so split up.
Machi went in first, but we still have Koala on the sides using the ultimate. Gemini gets the kick, but not the target. Does find the Sonic Wave, though, and there goes Mission and
Rest is here,
coming
though.
in to save the day. But again, Gemini goes in, tons of damage being dealt. Woody is going to be left behind as Stormbringer out the other way. Hana leading that one for the escape, and Machi out of nowhere get a massive 3-man kick for nothing, heading towards the Baron. Just like that, Machi wrestle everything back into their favor. The gold lead and the objective control. Can Rest be the hero here?
Upwards at all that exposes them to
Ento
Zoidoi,
actually
and
goes
that's
and that
that's
is
not
the
it.
engage. Aiden gets into the backline. Kanji kills the Nautilus instantly. Arashi still alive, but Dawn now opening up, and we get a massive 3-man move fall into the last Whisper. That's the Wombo combo we've been waiting for. The triple kill for Xyliath. Liao break open the base. They break the curse, and they're going for a win. Not letting their lose streak go on to double digits. They're flashing the PSG. They're getting the emotes down. This is time to
handily as Eminem could be caught by the captive audience and goes River. Follows through for the 2-man moonfall. Kongye flash and dash to safety, or is he? Tempered Fate, he goes in and he goes down. River has just got the eye of the tiger this game. That is going to be Kaiwing pulled in, goes Golden, but now cover fire laid down by Unified to push him back, and they keep moving. Okay, nearly bites it. PSG get everything.
PSG, they got that off. Oh, we're gonna get our final team fight. Genia probably has to find a pick on the one-man side.
Oh, but he's the one getting picked himself. Does go Golden to try and bait things out here, but the damage being dealt out. Ooh, nice chains of corruption that he had stolen away, but everyone's getting pinballed back and forth, and only Likai is going to survive, but for how much longer?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
And welcome back, esports fans, to another game in the PCS Week 4, Day 1. I'm, of course, still Pyrotechnics. He's, of course, Clement. It'd be weird if our names changed, right? So we gotta make sure we are keeping them consistent throughout. We're also keeping something else consistent throughout. It is, of course, our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Chunghwa Telecom. Clement, we've had some scrappy games tonight. I think we might be in for a few more.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fun one. Hong Kong Attitude coming on to the Rift, their debut today, and they're going to do so with a new mid laner, actually a callback from Spring Split, as we do have Bivin being signed and inserted into the starting lineup immediately. I will say Hong Kong Attitude recently has been having a bit of a struggle. They dropped their games to impunity, and they're on a 2-game losing streak so far. But, excuse me, I'm still very surprised by this change because honestly, Bivin wasn't that much of a shining star in Spring Split, and I actually felt like Hongso had a couple of good moments here, but we will see how this, how should I put this, briefly Hong Kong Attitude mid laner, now coming back into the roster, what he will change for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it is really curious, but Hong Kong Attitude, they've made a couple of swaps in the mid. We even had Wen coming in briefly for a game. Didn't really impress that much, so they continue to play around with their roster a bit. And Hong Kong Attitude are certainly a team that are kind of looking for some answers because their split in summer hasn't been honestly all that great. They found some success on, letting Kongye kind of carry them a little bit. I do think they are, I guess, maybe looking for consistency. And even though Bivin in spring was, I don't know, solidly meh, maybe they are just expecting a little bit more out of him.
Yeah, we had Bivin with, he was touted as one of the best LeBlanc players, and coming into it, there was a lot of hype around him, but he actually played most of the split on TF and Orianna, and neither of them were really that great coming into it. But we're taking a look at Liep, as this is going to be their second match of the day. They did have a little bit of an unfortunate showing against J-Team. J-Team did take them down without too many problems overall. And unfortunately for them, that does mean that they're not able to continue on to that win streak. Always hope for a bit of a streak to go on for Liep. But welcome back to Liep Advanced Tactics. We'll see what they put up this time.
I am hoping to see a little bit more. We'll have to find out. Let's take a look at our comparison. Today it will be in the bottom lane in the supports. In fact, K versus Aiden. I do think Aiden had a pretty decent showing against the likes of J-Team trying to set up some plays, but he also bit his AD carry a few times, to be fair.
Yeah, Aiden's engages in game one were a bit of a head scratcher. I think he tried to play ultra aggressively, which is definitely the way Dawn also plays the lane, but it ended up falling into traps. And I think that's what we have to look for this game. The bottom lane has typically been where, unfortunately, Liep do lose most of their early game advantages. So if that lane can hold on, then Liep has a massively improved chances going into the mid game. In the meanwhile, we do have K coming from the other side. Our first Trundle support of professional play in season 11 so far. So he's got that credit in the books already. But I think he's going to be playing for a little bit more. Thresh is definitely going to be his best champion, and because of that, I do like Hong Kong Attitude when they're playing more around teamfight teams. I think Eminem is very good as an AD carry. He can play all different sorts of types. We have seen him on the Aphelios, which is his most played, and he also does pretty well with the Callista, and both of these champions pair very well with the Thresh. So coming into the draft phase, I do think Thresh is almost a must ban against Hong Kong Attitude.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Liab do open up with a Viego ban and Hong Kong Attitude for their side, ban away the Lucian and the Diana. It does seem like, you know, Liab find a solution. They find a win on a Diana carry comboing up with the Yasuo, and they just said, you know what, let's just remove the Diana, not give Dodoy an opportunity to do that again. And there is that Thresh ban against Hong Kong Attitude.
Diana at this point is pretty much the Heimerdinger to Moonblack, as is to Dodoy. Like, you don't want to give Yasuo Diana over to Liab. That's the only composition they have won so far. So just going to make sure that never gets into the books. I wonder if LeBlanc is going to be a high priority here. This is why Bivin was so... basically why he got his shot on Hong Kong Attitude in the spring split. And we did see a lot of great games with him on the pick in Amateur League. But I'm not sure if he's still going to be playing towards the same sort of champion types. We're just going to get a very standard Gwen opening. And so far, Gwen is still, you know, we talked about this throughout this entire split, but she's still the best, highest win rate champion with 10 plus games so far in the PCS.
Yeah, so that will be locked in. And Hong Kong Attitude actually haven't taken it in the top side just yet. It has been a Kongye pick so far for them. Liab, they will go ahead and lock in the Varus. That will be Dawn's second. Definitely a champion you can play back, play a little bit more supportive on. But engaged supports are pretty much all what Liab's bot lane are about, so we do see the Leona coming through. And that is going to be locked.
Do like this from Liab. I typically do prefer Liab when they play towards their solo lanes. I feel like that's where their, in terms of individual strengths, do lie. So it allows Dawn to play relatively safe rather than confrontational. On the other side, we do have Hong Kong Attitude going for the Xin Zhao, and the Olaf comes out.
Yeah, instantly. No hesitation from Dodoy.
A bit of a Dodoy special right there. I've said this many times that I'm not a huge fan of the Olaf, even though there were buffs coming through. I don't think it's particularly strong of a champion, and it does rely on snowballing quite a bit to keep its relevance up into the later stages of the game. Meanwhile, for Hong Kong Attitude, you know, Eminem was an understudy under Unified for a long time, so no surprises here. He knows how to play the Jhin. It does look like both of these drafts are going to be trending towards the top side, as we have very safe bottom lanes coming out from both sides.
And now that we have the Xin Zhao locked in, so many counter picks, or rather powerful picks, being available for Hong Kong Attitude, they should be telegraphing that Gwen definitely goes towards the top side of the map. So we still need to see what Bivin is going to take after this ban phase, and what they will pair in the bottom side for K. But the focus on banning away the top, trying to give a better matchup for Rock, does mean that there will be no Jace this game. For Liab's side, they're getting rid of the Nautilus.
And just looking at Kanji's champion pool, he has played some pretty weird things, actually. He has gone for the Lucian. So I wonder if... oh, that's actually taken off the board already. So Liab actually... Hong Kong Attitude way ahead of me, knowing that they want to go into the Gwen matchup, so taking away what Kanji plays. And Kanji has been super interesting in terms of the champion pool. He played the Urgot earlier today, and so far he's already on... he's already on 7 different champions in 8 games. So it's kind of hard to expect what you are going to get from Kanji, but I do want to see some sort of counter pick. In the PCS, we have seen Nars go up against Gwen. Not too successful, in all honesty. We've also seen the Kennen coming out. But outside of these off-meta picks, I don't think anything has worked particularly well. Gwen right now is still a 73% win rate in the top lane.
That's still pretty crazy considering how many games we are in. And they are actually just going to straight go into the Fiora. So Kanji just saying he wants to take the challenge.
Yeah, we did see a Fiora game from earlier, but didn't work out very well. Fiora is one of those picks that I feel like requires quite a bit of team coordination to do well on. She is more of a side lane split pushing champion, and she is going to be missing most of the early game team fight. So we'll see if Liab can play around that fact, or if they can just all in onto Dawn in the top side. We are going to get a Rise coming out from Bivin. Interesting enough, this is also Hongsuo's most played champion, so I guess nothing really changes for Hong Kong Attitude with these two players.
Not with comp, at least.
Yeah, not with the champion pools. And also just a Braum rounding the comp out here. I don't mind the Braum. It's a very strong skirmish champion. And what we have from Hong Kong Attitude definitely looks like a good skirmish core with Rise being able to join team fights, and with Xin Zhao just starting things off. So Hong Kong Attitude looking like they have a great 1-3-1 composition, very unconfrontational AD carry that can stay far behind, and two side lanes that can split push into the later game with great scaling. So they have their composition locked in. While Liam, we are just waiting for that mid laner, and it is going to be the fabled Xylia plus Dodoi connection with the Lulu and Olaf. They ran this with the Xin Zhao, and now they're running it with the Olaf again. We've seen this plenty of times, and it's a really strong counter against Rise.
Boy.
You can actually interrupt Rise. Yeah, you can interrupt Rise with the Polymorph, so it doesn't allow him to escape anymore. And I think that's one of the things that's very powerful in this composition. You should expect mid-jungle priority to go over to Liab.
Yeah, I love this. You know, no Xin Zhao, no problem. They're just going to put it on the backs of Dodoi, and there's going to be a gigantic Viking running at the Hong Kong Attitude side. Liab definitely telegraphing their intentions this game, but I love what they brought out again. We already talked about a pretty creative draft last time around. We'll see if this one works out for them. Hong Kong Attitude are definitely a team that have had some ups and some downs, and honestly, at this point, definitely more downs than ups, and made some changes in the roster. We'll see if Bivin makes a big difference for them. So far, composition, champion choices, not a huge difference in this first game debut, as Hongsu had played a lot of the Rise. So looking across at both, you know, nameplates off, Clement, who do you like a little more here?
This is going to sound weird, but I actually sort of favor Liab's draft. I feel like they have really good bridges between all different phases of the game. If you're talking about the early mid phase of the game, they have Olaf plus the Lulu, which is able to just push in, take control of the jungle. You have Varus that has that great crowd control, and you should be able to chain early Drakes together. And then in the later phases of the game, you have this Fiora matchup, which into the like really end phases, she should be able to take out Gwen just one-on-one. So Liab, I think they have a really well-rounded draft. It is lacking damage in terms of the 5v5 in the late phase of the game, but they have answers in all different phases. For Hong Kong Attitude, I think this is a comp that doesn't really get online until post 6. Early game, I think this is a rather slow composition, and the way you're looking to get through most of your mid game is actually through picks that can be generated from very long distances. You have Curtain Call that comes in from like 3,000 range, and Realm Warp that can just pop out of nowhere. So you can play very aggressively with Kongyue going on solo missions and the rest of the team funneling towards him and using that rotational edge against Liab. Once they get past that point, though, into the very late games, I actually do favor the comp a little bit more. I do take the Rise late game over the Lulu late game. You know, Rise is incredibly well scaling mage, can deal a lot of damage. And on the flip side, neither Lulu or Olaf really have that same effect. So I do favor Hong Kong Attitude a little bit more the later the game goes.
We'll have to find out how late it goes, in fact. Hong Kong Attitude looking to try and add one more win to the tally and move themselves at the standings. Liab just looking for their second of the split after being able to pick one up last week against the likes of the Berjaya Dragons. Do like what Liab is bringing out again, and we'll see if they can pull it off. You talked about lacking damage in the 5v5, Clement, but Hong Kong Attitude, you know, they have the ability to split. They have the ability to set up picks. If they don't do the math right and they end up getting outnumbered in some of those skirmishes, things could definitely turn. I think Liab are pretty happy with splitting on the fight and taking skirmishes around those objective plays, it seems.
And that's why I say that, you know, if I'm just looking at the draft, I actually like Liab's draft a little bit more because I think it's more straightforward. Throughout most of the early mid game, you should have a sizable lead, and you can snowball off of that just with the Varus Chains of Corruption and with the Solar Flare coming down. It's a much more easy to execute comp where you're already coming off winning positions. Well, I feel like for Hong Kong Attitude, you actually have to stay pretty safe throughout some of the phases of the game, especially early on. Rise the 2v2 is not going to be very comfortable for them. Though
we'll have to
I
see
do
how
think
Bivin slots back in too.
Yeah, Bivin slots is a bit of a surprise because I don't think Hongso was actually playing that poorly. But as we have said before, Hong Kong Attitude definitely not achieving what we thought they would be able to. They were on about a 500 win rate at the end of the split after Kongyue joined. So if you take that and compare it to what they've done this split so far, then you have to say that overall the team has done actually better with Bivin in the roster. I will say that the rest of the league has also leveled up, so maybe that's not fair for Hongsuo, but just looking at the numbers and the stats that each have played with, then you can make that sort of comment.
A little bit of cheese coming out from Liab to start. It was sniffed out by Rock as he was chased out of that river brush, but I think Liab are banking on the fact that maybe he doesn't know how many people are there, but instead he's just going to start off helping the blue buff. Oh, wait, Liab aren't going to wait for it. They're going to go for the chase down. Full commit.
I like the idea from Liab, but I don't even think Rock is going to be that crazy. If you see Olaf in the level 1, you give him right of way. Like, there's no one challenges Olaf on level 1. His undertow chain can just kill you out of nowhere. So I like that Rock didn't try to do anything crazy up in the level 1. Handed over the reins to Liab on this jungle position. And we are going to get Kongyue actually starting up on the Wolves, so securing at least one camp on his top side. So if he goes into vertical, he will be up one.
Yeah, good adaptation there for Kongyue. Always we're talking about for the Hong Kong Attitude jungler. He is still our KP king. Highest skill participation. He likes to go in. He likes to be the carry himself. Rather than setting up the team for a success, he is the team's success in many cases.
Yeah, and we have seen Hong Kong Attitude. At the start of the split, they played a lot of Diana, Viego, carry jungle performances coming out from them. And this has always been my problem for Hong Kong Attitude, is that I feel like they're almost too eclectic of a team. They play a lot of different compositions. They played Aphelios for a while. They played All On, Kalista for a while. And I find it really difficult to say that they've actually mastered any of these compositions or play them as effective as they could be. And unfortunately, that was just Xylia walking up when he was at a level disadvantage. He did come into lane a little bit late, so we do have to point that out. Level 3, Ryze gets his full set of abilities, able to chunk out Xylia easily.
Yeah, so forced back just a little bit by his early game attempts at cheesing out an early kill. Yeah, I think you're right. Hong Kong Attitude definitely are sort of the jack of all trades, master of none sort of team as far as the PCS is concerned. They really like a lot of different things at different points. We'll see if some of that breadth of experience suits them. Quick flash for Maiden. Stops the gank and its traps.
Didn't really see how the early game went, but in a vertical jungle situation, it's always very detrimental for your bot lane to be pushing out. Unfortunately, Liab do pay the price there, as we do have a decent camp coming out from Kongyue. In the meantime, looking across the board, small wins coming out from the top lane in Kanji already. We haven't seen this matchup all that much. I think Kanji played it once before, but we'll see how this one goes. I do expect Fiora to be able to win this one out. Usually champions that do well against Gwen are champions that can just fight her straight up in the mist, and Fiora is one of those champions that does want to stick close to you and just keep on proccing those weakness procs. And for the mid lane, we actually have a decent advantage coming out from Bivin, just able to shove this one up against Lulu full time. He did have a level lead, and he started the lane 14 CS against, I think, 8 or 2 or something like that. So he did get a pretty large lead as Xylia came into the lane late. We will have to see if Dodoi is able to equalize that out. Technically, you should have the lead with Lulu versus Olaf as a stronger 2v2.
Speaking of Olaf, Dodoi is going to run straight into Kongyue trying to steal away a little bit of those camps.
Thank you, Zin.
Yeah. No emote slap there. Dodoi's too polite.
I like that they're not trying to hard force for the top lane. No crowd control on either champion here, so it's going to make that dive pretty difficult. You also have an Ignite onto Rock, which means you can take probably one less tower shot there. And just going to let Rock be for the time being. I'm not sure this vertical jungle actually favors Liab all that much. What it does on the map is it allows Kanji to play very aggressively because the opponent is not going to have any jungle pressure. But in the flip side, when you are playing vertical jungle, then mid-jungle duo actually becomes less important. When you're playing vertical, mid-jungle almost never clashes together because the jungle is on different sides of the map. So
it definitely shifts things a little bit.
Yeah, Lulu Olaf actually doesn't get a lot of mileage in this setup.
Kongyue has spent a fair bit of time bot because he's just been so empowered to do so. Aiden still doesn't have flash. If he steps up a little too far forward, could be trouble. No level 6, though, for anybody involved in this right now, so ultimates aren't a thing, but Aiden does get rooted down. And we can see Dodoy actually coming in for a counterplay. Kongye taken very low.
Oh, the flash
auto for a first blood. Dawn completed it after the piercing arrow, and all of a sudden Liab,
the chase down
continues. Didn't
continues.
expect it. We got this even more. Bivin, he's actually turned on, but it's going to be K and M that take the damage. The Chunk a little bit too far stepping, and they are going to walk away. Liab, I really think Dodoy coming through lane was an unexpected turn of events for Hong Kong Attitude.
Yeah, and to be honest, they didn't even really need Xyliaf coming back forward. Liab could be looking for more as they open up on Bivin.
Yep, they get 2, and that's going to be the big old Olaf prompting an instant exhaust. Doesn't have his Ragnarok just yet. Bivin takes a lot of damage, but not enough, and now the trap starts to close as the teleport comes in. Kongye looking to close the line. Xyliath and Dodoy both burning flash to get away, but I don't think they both will. Xyliath left for dead.
He gets the kill back.
And meanwhile, Dawn takes down Bivin on the off side of the screen.
Definitely should not have happened right there, but a lucky series of events for Liab. As Kongye goes a little bit too far forward, and so does Bivin at the end. I was kind of chuckling during that fight because Xyliaf flashed forward, and then Dodoy flashed, and then Xyliaf still got slowed down and had to die. It's definitely better if Dodoy dies there, but, you know, kind of a...
You don't have to outrun the enemy team, you just have to outrun your carry.
It works for
Dodoy will
Lions,
start
and
the
it works
Dragon
for
off,
League of Legends as well.
Yeah.
Actually, Dodoy staying alive is probably more important. I correct myself, you know, like, Dodoy staying alive allows them to get this.
They will be able to scare up the first Cloud Dragon. So the vertical jungling ends pretty abruptly there, and despite some mistakes, despite a bit of a messy play, I suppose, Liab do walk away with the edge. I really want to see how Dawn pulled off the kill down bottom for Bivin. I think he might have just gotten cut off, but Dawn honestly starting to roll ahead with this one. Here's that replay again, where they take the double blast cone over the wall.
Yeah, this was really well played for them. Unfortunately, no Ragnarok, or he would have been able to chase down through most of the just the slows here. And our eyes are really on Bivin to see how he was killed here. He's still on... Okay, he takes one arrow to the face, and he takes another arrow, and then he dies. That was a lot more straightforward than I assumed.
Yeah, I thought I thought he went back to lane and like tried to like 1v1 Dawn or something, but no, it was just he just got chunked.
Yeah, well played by Dawn, the Filipino sniper, you know, definitely showing up to play here.
Yeah, 2-0 Vars. I love that. Like, he gets the piercing arrow at the start of all of that, and, like, it's, like, just not enough to kill Kongye, and then he's, like, flash auto for the win.
Yeah, that was kind of weird from Kongye, because they had just used all their abilities, and Leona got her W in time, so, ooh, Realm Warp.
Hello, they look for the play onto Liab again. Chains of Corruption do land. Aiden might be sacrificed here as the curtain call is opened up. And he's going to be able to blast Cone away. Oh, the teleport on the opposite side. They have to commit to it. It's going to finish, and Kanji goes in.
Gets one kill.
Looking for Rock as well. The turnabout. It's massive here. They will have Bivin picking up Dodoy on the back half. But a 2-for-1, once again favoring Liab.
And that was so many ultimates used just trying to get the support on Aiden. Aiden is able to keep alive with the wild growth. And then Kanji just comes in with the instant kill, ensures that the Grand Challenge will go down, and Hong Kong Attitude have to back off. Even though they had a 3v1 in that brush, they cannot stay there. So really well played by Liab to just draw out all of the ultimates. You can see the curtain call, the needlework being expended right here, the Realm Warp, everything to kill a support. It doesn't go through, and they have no counterplay on the backside. Love Kanji's idea right here to just go directly for the first kill, make sure he gets the Grand Challenge down, even though the visuals don't really show right there, but he did get it down, and that just ensures that Hong Kong Attitude have to back out directly after the play. However, the Herald remains untouched, so Hong Kong Attitude still get another chance at that.
Yeah, Liab get the kills. They weren't able to then turn around to secure the objective off the back of it. They had lost Dodoy in the engagement. Ooh, Dodoy sweeps, sees the ward, and opts not to take it. It doesn't give vision at the moment anyways. And he might be able to solo sneak this. Okay.
Yeah, the lanes are really slow coming out from Hong Kong Attitude, and we already have Aiden roaming towards that direction. Kanji, though, doesn't have his TP, so we potentially could have a 4v4 here. I do think Hong Kong Attitude are way too late on this play, though.
They are way too late to try and stop it, but they may try to go for the fight instead. Dodoi, nope. He just stutter steps to dodge any damage at all and walks away freely with the Herald. Nicely done by Liab.
And I really didn't expect this earlier on, but Liab are playing from strength to strength right now. They forced the vertical jungle early because you can't really contest an Olaf, and then they get a bunch of kills in the bot lane, which was rather unexpected. And this is huge implications on the map right now. It basically means that whatever 2v2 that Liab get, Hong Kong Attitude are going to be bleeding out turret plates. There's no way that M&M can actually take the poke coming out at this point. So I actually feel like it's a little bit better for Hong Kong Attitude to be swapping around and denying Kanji in the meantime as well. So we'll see what they do on the map, but it does look like they're bleeding out a lot of minions on the top lane, and they thought about going for Drake, but now they're sending their bot lane still top again. This does end up pairing a little bit better. I think their 2v2 should be targeted on Fiora. Fiora can't really farm when she's against both the Jhin and the Braum, so I think that's a little bit better of a setup for them.
Yeah, that should be okay for Hong Kong Attitude, but I really like what Liab has been bringing out this game. We saw last time around, you know, just their early game has, you know, we talk about it week over week. It has improved. Their mid game's improved. We see this team really leveling up, but just painfully not able to find wins, not able to find closes, except for this last week against the Brajaya Dragons. Right now, things are looking good for this team. They seem to have an edge. They seem to have the map awareness, the map control. They'll get the Rift Herald pop down on the bottom. Should be able to secure first brick up off of that, as there are no defenders. And it's just nice to see Liab honestly having a solid early game.
Yeah, this is a beautiful play from Liam. They're also, I think they're incorporating a lot more elements into their gameplay. At the start of the split, a lot of Liab drafts, they were just lacking in power in terms of the actual lane phases themselves. And if you look at recent wins picked up by Liab, by Alpha Esports, most of them have the same thing. It's just buffing up your early game, getting better lane champions, getting counter picks on the red side, playing from a position of strength into the mid game, and then incorporating more elements like the macro and the rotations coming in. As we see in the top lane, a really heavy trade going on, which seems to be favoring Rock.
Dodoi is the one that gets caught down on the bottom. They're actually going to turn their attention there, and it was all a bait by Liab as they open up by taking down Kongye. Dodoi tanks up so much damage, but he gets the wild growth on. We didn't have time to tag up top, Clement, because the fight down bot was too explosive.
Yeah, the observers definitely know best. I should not have questioned that play because I was like, whoa, top lane's, they're actually fighting.
I was right there with you until the fight happened.
Yeah, but they definitely caught on where the camera should be. The death is always more important, and they find another kill onto Kongre before he could even use his flash there. So good find onto Liam's part, coming in with, again, with Dawn. I believe it was the Chains of Corruptions landing that gave them the full burst combo.
Yeah, Liab have been doing a great job of just kind of going for the roaming gank squads at the moment and really setting up plays. Honestly using Kongye's penchant for aggression against him. And Kongye has just had a little bit of a rough game. Kind of gets set behind. He was able to adapt to the vertical jungling well. He just hasn't been as present in the fights as Dodoi has on this Olaf.
Yeah, and that's kind of a weird thing to say given, you know, what Kongye has done in the past. And this split has been a bit weird for him. I feel like a lot of times he's trying to force things way too hard, especially that bot lane play. You could tell that Leona was nowhere near death, and he still went in fully to commit on that. The gank got turned around completely, and it just leaves Hong Kong Attitude in a very weak spot on the map right now. For sure, Liab, just in a straight-up fight, does have more power at this point, especially coming off of Dawn. And what I think Hong Kong Attitude need to do is just have try to find opportunities where they can find picks. One thing they can do is basically sneak Bivin away from the top side and try to collapse picks into the mid. Varus plus Leona does not actually have a lot of survivability, and if you use Curtain Calls plus Realm War behind them, they should be able to get a kill on Dawn, and he also has a big bounty gold on him, so I expect that to be the next target for Hong Kong Attitude.
You do see Kongye hovering around there at the very least, but they haven't opened anything up. If they want to try and make a play into the mid lane, it's going to be a little difficult to do from the top side of the river because it's just littered with Liab wards right now. And Dodoi, honestly, tracking him this game, he has had just a pretty good time, like really setting up his lanes and the rest of his teams for success. And it does look like as he's spotted on this ward, Hong Kong Attitude are kind of calling, pinging on to say that they maybe want to try and react to this because there's just so much ward clearing happening.
And we are going to get the next Drake Herald fight up in less than a minute, so both teams setting up for it. The Bivin is in a lot of danger here.
Oh, Dodoy, he actually does not pop the Ragnarok, just goes for the ward close, and now they will try and pressure on top. No, they're going to walk away from this one, realizing there's a lot of cavalry arriving. They don't want to be down when the Rift Herald spawns.
Yeah, now Dodoy does have to find a camp to get his HP back. He does have the Gore Drinker. The wave should be fine as he uses his W there. But now Hong Kong Attitude do actually get the inside track onto River. Clearing out those side brushes always incredibly important. We have seen a lot of Brahms just get great glacial fissures from that brush on the bottom side here. So it does force Aiden to check.
Does not land the Zenith Blade critically, and it is going to be Kongye forcing the fight to start again. Takes a lot of damage before the teleport can complete. Aiden's actually melted through. Kanji a little late to this party. Will look to walk forward. The mist is down. Rock trying to zone away the rest of the team, and that is a 1 for none. As Liab never really had the inside track, but they do turn in. Look for the repost. In comes A for the defense. And that's going to be it.
Just
1 for 1, excuse me. Kongye goes down early.
Yeah, and I still think that Liab got a little bit better out of that trade. You know, they force away the top lane and get a bit of turret chip in the meantime. This could have gone a lot worse for for Liab, in my opinion, as Hong Kong Attitude did have better position on this side of the brush, but unfortunately they weren't congregated as quickly as Liab on the other side. And just trading the jungle for support, for the most part, you're pretty happy with that trade. That's honestly fine. And you do have Olaf with the kill as well, which is going to make him a lot tankier, a lot closer to that Sterix Cage. You get that on the next fight, and it's almost impossible to really lose with that one. We have seen the way Dodoy plays Olaf is he's just flashing in on your backline and then core drinking there. So he usually stays alive for a very, very long time if he does manage to reach that situation. And it's going to be up for I think a lot on Kongye to use his Crescent Guard before the Ragnarok is popped to kind of deny that.
I do like that Dodoy just uses his Ragnarok to run away. He's like, yeah, I get the kill, and then you can't stop me from leaving. Dragon will start. This is Liab looking for Soul Point, and there's a lot of poke coming out here. Kanji does get stopped for a second in the turn. It's not fully committed, but they will get that smite down to finish the job, and now turning on to Kongye, immediately deleting the jungler once again and splitting the rest of the fight. Even though Rock was dishing damage and clipping onto Aiden, it is not nearly enough. A 3 for 1, and Bivin is caught on the wrong side of the map. He jumps forward looking for Kanji, but he didn't count on Xyliath being there.
And that's a massive win for Liab. They get both objectives on the map with a 4-man wipe there. Hong Kong Attitude's play for me was a little bit weird. I don't think they had any business in challenging a straight-up 5v5 at that point. They're pretty far behind the curve. And they were also missing a couple of crucial summoners, especially from Kongye. So they went very close to the Drake Pit. Very easy turnaround for Liab afterwards. And Liab just mopped the floor with them. Please don't forget your Herald. We've already seen that happen in the PCS.
We don't talk about that, Clement. That was just the one time.
Okay. You know, I've been passing this region, and I guarantee you it's happened more than once. I hate to say it, but
you know what? I believe it, but you know, sometimes things get crazy in the heat of battle. I love this immediate turn onto Kongye. Aiden has been on point with the Zenith Blade, and then Kanji's zoning over here, so Bivin just can't do anything with his team. And Bivin's like, wait a minute, I can take this. Oh no, I've made a mistake.
He wasn't getting away either way, so, you know, sometimes you might want to try your luck out on that one. Actually, probably could have just taken the Pop Blossom, but we won't revisit that play too much. I think the critical mistake there for Hong Kong Attitude was that they were walking inside into the river, trying to get that play, even though they were missing so many critical ultimates. They didn't have Glacial Fissure, they didn't have Crescent Guard, and fighting Liab that was already massively ahead in gold. If you look at Dawn and Dodoy at that point, it was kind of weird. I feel like Hong Kong Attitude, the way they needed to play that was actually keep their distance and wait for Liab to split up. They could not take that fight just straight on, and they just kind of walked themselves into a trap. It was, frankly, I don't even think Liab needed to do that much to get that engage going. It was a very straightforward fight. You could see K did not have his ultimate in that one, so could not disengage, and Liab just ran over them.
Yeah, Liab have done a great job team fighting, and it has been kind of a little bit of time out in the wilderness for Liab fans looking for the wins this split. For Jaya Dragons last week, though, really helps them to feel a little bit better about how this team is doing, how they're evolving. Now this game, just honestly, solid macro, solid map play, and kind of finding a strategy that just it's signature Liab, but it works well for them. And against this team, this Hong Kong Attitude team, this would be a big victory for a squad that is just still hungry to try and prove they do deserve to get into the playoffs.
And Liab can force that crucial Infernal Soul fight just 2 minutes later into the game. At this point, they do so much more damage. You have Dawn 404, 2.5 items already, before MNM even has 2 completed. So at this point, like, I feel like Hong Kong Attitude, what they need to do is they need to use that global initiative. They have the Realm Warp, they have the Curtain Call. They should be able to... What I wanted to see them do is Bivin on a side lane. They should only have Jin in mid, have Bivin side lane, split push one lane. Honestly, Xylias should not be able to match, and then you move Bivin into the mid lane for a catch. I think that's the best course of action for them, but they need to sync up everything together. If the Infernal Soul goes to Liab, I don't think they're coming back.
Yeah, and they might have to force a fight just to make sure that doesn't happen, and we've already seen those not work out in favor of Hong Kong Attitude, so maybe a little bit of desperation on the HK side here. They do put Bivin up top, so maybe they're listening in on you there, Clement, and we'll see if it ends up working out.
I think this is their best course of action. If you look at Liab, they don't have a 1-3-1. Lulu is not really a side lane split pusher. She can't match at this point. So you should have a lot of initiative with Bivin, and the rest of it is just about catching someone off. But I also like what Liab is doing here. They're actually completely leaving the top lane alone. This is the smart play. This is the play to make sure that you can never get caught out by Hong Kong Attitude. And if you get into the river as a 5v5, Liab should win this, I think, 95 times out of 100. It's honestly that lopsided. So all they have to do is make sure they get the transition in without anyone being caught out.
Hong Kong Attitude do have the inside track. Oh, the Rift Herald is actually popped in the mid lane. This is going to force a reaction from Hong Kong Attitude. And Liab look to try and open a fight here. Aiden does get tagged up. There is going to be some damage. Oh, 2-man Leona ultimate. And just like that, they flip the switch. K gets taken down, and everyone's getting chunked through. Dodoy on a rampage, and Dawn on a huge killing spree as he looks to turn Kanji now, chasing down MNM. They don't even need the soul just yet. They can take the turrets and then get it for dessert.
And that's what we want to see out of Liab. Big, decisive fights. They know they have the lead, they smell the blood, and they just go right in. Love this play. MNM is out of position here. He's not really in place to help the rest of the team, so they just open up on the right side of the map. They tag down K immediately, and Kanji is forcing away. He's basically playing a 1v2 at this point. On the meantime, we do have Dawn staying alive and picking up even more kills. 700 gold bounty at this point. That was beautiful to watch from Liab. You know, I love their setup as well. Like, this is how you can tell Liab is actually growing, is because they're doing setup so far in advance. It was 2 minutes when we did the countdown and we talked about how Bivin has that lead in the side lane, and Liab did not send a single person top lane. They were solely focused on securing Infernal Drake, and that's exactly what they should have done.
Liab just looking so clean in this game. Finding ways to just keep growing the lead, get the advantages. Now they have the inside track on the Baron. Going to be able to clear away the rest of the vision here. Not going to start that one up just yet. They keep Kanji on the bottom side of the map, who is just so hard to deal with if you're anyone on Hong Kong Attitude. And, you know, kind of something we haven't talked about as much is that they've been able to keep Rox Gwen really on the back foot this game. They've just not given him any opportunities to get rolling. And we just haven't seen him be very effective on it as a result.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Hong Kong Attitude has ever gotten a situation where you know, Gwen is coming into the fight where they're already winning and she's just using her needlework to slow people and prevent people from getting away. I think that's the best situation for Gwen in this game, but it just hasn't happened. If you think about Hong Kong Attitude overall, like, they have a lot of ultimates that, okay, Kanji? Not sure about the 1v2.
He's going to go for the 1v2 right now. I think he's confident enough, even if he loses it, this is going to be a Baron going the way of Liab. However, the turn is coming for Hong Kong Attitude as they decide to peel away, calling the bluff on this one. They do move their way over to Rock, looking for damage, chunked out a little bit here by the poke as the teleport now will come through. And this might be an opportunity for Hong Kong Attitude to get back into this one. 5v4 at the moment.
I'm not so sure because Dawn is still incredibly healthy, and he does have Infernal Soul. We just saw like one piercing arrow do half of Rock's HP, so even with Hong Kong Attitude getting the kill, they can't start the Baron there. That was I think that's the right call. You do Baron there, your whole team's gonna get wiped.
Liab still terrifying. Unfortunately for Kanji, he didn't think he reckoned on having two people there in the bottom side of the map, but all the same, push continues to shove. Liab, significant lead still.
I think what Liab should do right now is they should get the same setup where Kanji is past river, and this time Kanji actually has TP advantage. You have double TP advantage over 0 TPs left on Hong Kong Attitude. You just run that play again. It's a high percentage play. You could even send Xyliath to the bot lane to sort of help out with that one, but it seems like Kanji himself is enough. Even against the red buff and the minion wave, I'd probably take Kanji here. But Relmo's coming in.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Rock is in onto Kanji. Bivin wants to just participate in this one as he flashes forward with the Q. And I don't believe it. I think Kanji's out. Meanwhile, Liab, they're right back on the Baron.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting play, but at most, Hong Kong Attitude can send 3 people here. They're just going to take the turrets as consolation prize, so 2,000 gold over for the Baron buff. But
not done yet.
Liab doesn't want to let them go.
Yeah, Aiden has just been frontlining so hard this game. Kongye has absolutely nowhere to go, getting slowed down over and over and over, and Dodoi just bashing him over with those cleavers. That's going to be the Baron and change as Kongye falls yet again, and Liab in full control of this game.
I'm not sure about that move from Hong Kong Attitude. They had to have a very quick kill onto Kanji. They're going for it again, though, which is interesting because your base is wide open.
They're going to try to go for the moral victory. Okay, Rock and Bivin have just decided Kanji isn't going to have a fun time, but now there's a teleport coming in, and Kanji is already outplaying 1v2. He doesn't need Xyliath, but it's nice to have the moral support. Liab are taking everything this game, and if you're a fan of this team, I think you can refresh those opium stores.
Look at how stoic Dawn looks. It's like, yep, Kanji just doing Kanji things. I'm playing PvE again. This is my life now. But it's totally okay. That was such a weird play from the Hong Kong Attitude, to be honest, because they didn't actually have ways to get back. So even if they got that kill, their mid lane inhibitor was gone. They could stop themselves from losing, I guess. But the price tag would have been the same. And with that play failing, it's actually even worse from this point. And I don't want to jinx it, but honestly, Hong Kong Attitude are down it now. I don't see a way to get back into this one.
Liab are just playing so well. Let's see that again. I mean, at this point, yeah, you've invested so heavily, and Kanji goes for a 1v2. Yeah, Xyliath TP's in, and he probably didn't need to, but, like, this is just disgusting.
Oh, even
Riposte, grand challenge. It's so free.
That was so good from Kanji. He actually read Bivin like a book. Turns around, gets the riposte onto the Rune Prison for the stun back, and frankly, he could have taken that 1v2. I don't think he needed Xyliath. Like you mentioned, he could have taken that 1v2 just straight up. So, yeah, that's a bit of a feels bad. I feel like Hong Kong Attitude, their recent plays in terms of executing with this composition, have just been a bit lacking. If you look at their comp, they have a lot of tools that are more focused on picking people off, but they've never gone for picks, which is the weird thing about it.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd. Oh, that's going to be the Chains of Corruption instantly. The turn, Dawn deletes 2 in the blink of an eye with the help of his team. Kanji not even needing to get involved. As you mentioned, he continues to just play PvE this game. Liab, they should be able to close this one anytime they darn well please.
Oh my god, is this the same team that we knew from spring? Is this Liab that we're witnessing right now walking over Hong Kong Attitude like they're intermediate bots? This is pretty disgusting. Over 13k advantage, and they close out Hong Kong Attitude at 30 minutes for their second win of the split. Liab Gaming does it again.
Oh man, the boys from the Philippines are happy tonight. Big smiles on the faces for Liab Esports. Honestly, it was such a clean game. It was such a beautiful game. The coordination, the baiting, the engagement. I mean, I want to give Aiden huge credit because how many solar flares did we see that just resulted in like a big old wombo combo? That team clearly knew what they were doing from draft to finish.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was about how they played when they had the lead and when they had the Drake stacking. They were always going for the juggler. They knew what sort of engages that they were looking for. On the flip side, I felt like Hong Kong Attitude left themselves in such exposed positions when they were clearly at a deficit, and they didn't have the tools to fight a straight-up 5v5. It was really weird to see, especially the first Drake when they didn't have Glacial Fissure, and it was just so weird because they had no chance of disengaging and they just got ran over in a crucial third Drake team fight, where they really should have played more for pick potential, kept the split pushings going, and I just feel like this game was a bit weird in the way they utilized Bivin. Of course, this is his debut game back in the team, but I feel like they could have gotten a lot more with him split pushing constantly on the side against Lulu, who can't really match, and then for him to fold back into the team. I feel like that was the sort of way that they needed to play this game out. Unfortunately, just a lot of critical team fights that went into Liab's way. Another huge one, I think, was the one where they wasted 3 ultimates trying to catch out Aiden. Aiden survives, and then Kanji goes in directly for a Grand Challenger, which basically means that everyone on Hong Kong Attitude has to back out immediately from that area. That gives the entire team from Liab healing. So just the team difference in team fights was massive, and I feel like Hong Kong Attitude, to me, this is still their main problem. I still don't think they have a system of execution that is tied down to one archetype in terms of their comps. They play all these different types of comps, and I just feel like it's too overwhelming for a team that is running a lot of rookies.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. And when you are constantly rotating players on your roster too, right? I mean, like Hongso played the majority of the games, but then of course they pulled Wen in. Now they have Bivin. They had swapped Slaytrue for K. I feel like this is a team that I feel like they're impatient. They want answers fast, and they're not really committing to any one thing. They just keep swapping over to whatever they think is going to be the next best. And, you know, from the beginning of the split, it looked like they had some really smart drafting, some really smart game plans, but execution has just been kind of all over the place. So I do wonder for Hong Kong Attitude going forward in the split, if this kind of lack of coordination keeps up, if this is a team that, you know, is in danger of even falling out of playoff contention, which is kind of hard to do when 8 teams make it, but it's possible.
The best game that I've actually seen from Hong Kong Attitude was when Rock was on Malphite, like literally playing his namesake, and all he had to do was click the R button and the rest of the team follows him. I don't think Hong Kong Attitude are a team that can actually play extremely sophisticated compositions, which require a lot of coordination and like map pro and map planning and stuff like that. It's kind of sad to say that, but I honestly don't think that they're at level to play that sort of a team comp, and I would just much rather them stick to either, you know, we have better players, so we're going for full red side, full down to the earth, drafting Callista,
back to basics is never a bad idea, right? If you're worried about coordinating, and it's late in the split, but it doesn't mean they can't still pull it together, and they are still very likely to make playoffs if they can still stack enough wins together. So I don't think all is lost for Hong Kong Attitude, but I think you're right. They definitely should stick to something a little simpler for the time being. We're seeing teams find success on that and find success on things they're comfortable with. And here was that game. You know, honestly, Liab just felt in control of it. I think Dodoy really set them up well early. Xylia did everything he needed to. Dawn just became a monster, and then Kanji was untouchable on the side lane. I mean, everybody kind of did their job and did it extremely well.
This is probably the best bot lane performance that we had from Dawn and Aiden in a very long time. And against Eminem and K, that is no small feat. I actually rank Eminem quite highly. And, you know, in the past, he's been Korean Challenger, 1,000+ points. When I went to Worlds with him, at least, but that was 2 years back. I don't know about now, but you know, I think this is what we see from Liab a lot of times, is that if their laning phase goes well, they actually play macro decisions quite well. This is not a team that I feel like, there are other teams that play lanes significantly better, but then the mid game rolls around and you're just like, I'm not sure what happens. And I think that they're kind of like opposites with Hong Kong Attitude, who, in my opinion, have much better laners, but Liab are able to just outplay them this time around. And Dodoi, I guess I have to say sorry for doubting your Olaf. I know I wasn't a fan, but if you have Xyliath picking Lulu every game, Olaf is fine. Olaf is lit.
It worked. He just runs in, he gets kills, he Ragnarok Wild Gross out. It's like totally fine. He just, you can't stop the guy, and he was able to set the team up for those later game fights where everyone else was just becoming a beast. I think Dodoi does a great job really enabling, I think, the team around him.
Yeah, as long as he plays it with Lulu, I'm okay with it. Without Lulu,
it's one caveat.
Karma's okay, but without
just put Xyliath on something a little more supportive, see how it works out. Clearly they found something that works for them, and I like this for Liab. I want to see more from this team, but we have got to go on break. When we return, PSG versus Machi, you won't want to miss it, so we'll be right back.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Maybe one or two exceptions are just coming out ahead time and again. There's plenty of game to play still, but Boom are playing so smart. They're playing so effective. And more importantly, they're really forcing PSG to try and make these plays. Now, Pop is caught. Meanwhile, though, in the backline, River isolated, does heal up, and there's no kills just yet, but it's going to be Rocky opening it up. Hanabi finding himself surrounding the rest of the members, but it does not matter at all. Rocky with this World Ender is looking to be the win streak ender, and Wako unloads onto Maple. Pop is the only Boom casualty, and what a win in that fight for Boom.
Oh my god, Ruby is an actual
One's attention is so split up.
Machi went in first, but we still have Koala on the sides using the ultimate. Gemini gets the kick, but not the target. Does find the Sonic Wave, though, and there goes Mission and
Rest is here,
coming
though.
in to save the day. But again, Gemini goes in, tons of damage being dealt. Woody is going to be left behind as Stormbringer outs the other way. Hana leading that one for the escape, and Machi out of nowhere get a massive three-man pick for nothing, heading towards the Baron. Just like that, Machi wrestle everything back into their favor. The gold lead and the objective control. Can Rest be the hero here?
upwards at all that exposes them
Ento
to
actually
and
goes
oh no,
in, and that's
not
the
it.
engage. Aiden gets into the backline. Kanji kills the Nautilus instantly. Arashi still alive, but Dawn now opening up, and we get a massive three-man move fall into the last Whisper. That's the wombo combo we've been waiting for. The triple kill for Xyliath. Liao break open the base. They break the curse, and they're going for a win. Not letting their lose streak go on to double digits. They're flashing the PSG. They're getting the emotes down. This is time to
handily as Eminem could be caught in the captive audience and goes River. Oh, follows through for the two-man moonfall. Kanye flash and dash to safety, or is he? Tempered Fate, he goes in and he goes down. River has just got the eye of the tiger this game. That is going to be Kaiwing pulled in, goes golden, but now cover fire laid down by Unified to push him back, and they keep moving. Okay, nearly bites it. PSG get everything.
PSG, they got that off. Oh, we're gonna get our final team fight. Genia probably has to find a pick on the one-man side.
Oh, but he's the one getting picked himself. Does go golden to try and bait things out here, but the damage being dealt out. Ooh, nice chance of corruption that he had stolen away, but everyone's getting pinballed back and forth, and only Likai is going to survive, but for how much longer?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me.
And welcome back once again, esports fans. We have got an absolute banger of a match with PSG taking on Machi Esports in just a few moments. But before we get into that one, of course, I'm still Pyrotechnics. He is still Clement, and our wonderful sponsors still below on the screen. CTBC Bank, China Airlines, Chunghwa Telecom. Thank you all for making the PCS possible. All right, Clement, this one is going to be an absolute doozy. 11-0, still undefeated are PSG, although it was very close last week. And Machi, of course, not too far behind them at 8-3.
We have the first place team versus the third place team. And if you've been watching the PCS, you know that these teams that showed up in the majority of the finals so far, spring was actually a little bit of an abnormality as Beyond Gaming took towards the Rift. We do have to talk about them in this matchup. In this year, we have not seen Machi overtake PSG just yet. But Machi are getting a lot better, I think, especially in their top side and in Jimian's recent performances. There's a lot of anticipation for the two rookies to finally be taking on Hanabi and taking on Maple, who, to be honest, in the past have gotten the much better outside of the trade. So
well,
I think those solo
lanes,
it definitely does. Those two solo lanes are where I think most of our eyes are on. In the bot lane, though, with Unified and Kaiwing, you sort of expect that to come out on top of Machi X's top lane, bottom lane. And we did have a very interesting draft last time around with the Bard from Kaiwing and the Pike from Koala.
Yeah, things go a little differently sometimes in that one. I don't know if we'll get that again, although I do like seeing Kaiwing's Bard come out a couple of times. Speaking of interesting pickups for last week, PSG, also brought back an old favorite. River got to pick up the Nidalee, and then we had a Renekton, which, of course it's a Renekton. It's going to go to Hanabi. Not this time. Maple piloted that champion. So PSG definitely showing they still have a few tricks up their sleeves.
Maple has done a lot of different champions this time around. We have 8 champions in his pool as of now. Actually, I cannot count. That's 9 champions already for him.
It's too many to count, Clement. Too many.
We have a bit of flexing going around on either side, and now we're going to head over to Machi Esports. I feel like Machi, this split, the biggest shining part of their roster definitely is Jimian, with his Silas and LeBlanc ascending to must-ban status for most teams. They've also upped their emote game right after the end game screen. That has been very enjoyable. We've had the ukuleles, we have the face masks come out, all the different emotes. So that's always a pleasure to watch from Machi. They're stepping up their social game. But, coming back to how they fared in the past against PSG, usually what we have seen is because PSG has such great laners and because River is the king of really getting first bloods, we have seen Machi just find it very difficult to actually get in the game at all. They've been kept out. Maple has been having the better edge against Jimian, and Hanabi, frankly, has had the better match against Likai as well. So we'll see if the growth of their youngsters is enough to topple these experienced vets coming in.
And you can see one of the key differences between these two is how much Jimian is relied on to output the damage for his team by comparison to Maple. Maple's been playing around with a couple of different things. We've seen him on a handful of control matchups, even though mostly he's been more about those assassins. The closest any team came to taking them down was Boom, and I believe that he was forced onto the Lissandra in that one, or at least put onto the Lissandra to counteract the LeBlanc matchup, which you happily took. But if anyone provided a strategy to maybe take down the Kings, Boom Esports did it, so you have to think Machi will have been taking notes.
Yeah, I will say I don't expect LeBlanc to go through the draft. I would be
probably
very shocked if Maple allows LeBlanc to go through. And if he's on blue side, he might even take it himself. That's kind of the interesting thing. Both of these players are very highly touted on their LeBlanc play. In the meantime, PSG banning away just sort of the safe champions for Atlan. We do think of, in terms of the matchup, the biggest mismatch is probably coming from the bottom lane, where Unified is PSG's best player, and I feel like Atlan is probably Machi's least dependent on carry. So, it's interesting to see like Ziggs just being taken away, and even on blue side, they're not going to let LeBlanc through the draft.
No, not at all. Viego will be the final ban there for Machi. So PSG, first things first. What will they be going for here?
A couple of power picks for them have been the Renekton, of course the Xin Zhao. I think both are suitable champions here.
There it goes.
I like the Renekton because we have seen Maple flex the Renekton into mid lane. We were talking about this in the pregame where it felt like Hanabi was always playing this Renekton, but Maple definitely switched it up last week, allowed them to go for an AP jungler in the Nidalee as well. So PSG, before getting into the postseason, they definitely don't want you to think that they're a one-track team. It could be a complete ruse and they never play Renekton mid again, but you also always have to keep that in the back of your mind.
Definitely a lot of flex possibility, just unexpected, and team will have to keep on track of it. Now, there is another solid AP jungler up and available, one that is a little bit more contested around the league, that Diana getting left open. That could easily fall into the hands of River. He's had some pretty impressive play on it. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think that was the pentakill.
It was on the Xin Zhao.
Xin Zhao, excuse me. But he still acquitted himself pretty well on this Diana. So they will get it locked in. Of course, Gemini opted into the Lee Sin instead. They will fill out their bottom lane on the Machi side with the Varus and PSG. We haven't seen Unified actually play the Kalista yet, but that's about to change.
All right, I like this Kalista pick against the Varus. It's very strong in lane against it, and because of your martial pose mechanic, it's very easy to dodge away from abilities. And it also works really great with the Diana as well. It essentially allows Diana another gap closer where you can just throw her in to get a better Moonfall later on into the backline. So PSG, they're one of the few teams in the PCS that do this, but they are able to draft blue side straight power picks. They don't care about your counter picks whatsoever. They're just taking what's best in lane, in the meta, and just slamming down hard on the early game with it.
PSG do like to roll things fast. You know, we often joke about how they go for trying to speed run the PCS. That record may have gotten a little disrupted last week against the likes of Boom in a 49-minute game, but all the same, they definitely like to try and play it fast and quick. A couple seconds remaining. Machi had already banned away the Lucian. That's something that Maple has played at least once this split.
Yeah, you don't really expect that to go to anyone else on the team. Well, on the other hand, Machi, this is also a fairly interesting draft. They're giving over priority in the mid lane. You have to expect that the Renekton's actually just going to go mid this time around to bully out the Sylas. It also is a pick that Lee Kai could potentially pick up if a good matchup shows itself, but I can't really think of one for Sylas. So
yeah, it screams comfort pick to me. It's something Jimmy has shown because he really likes to play it, and he shined on it. He's one of the people who really has made the Sylas look good.
We have seen this sort of draft from Machi a lot where they just don't engage in the early game, and if you look across their stats, all of their lanes actually are negative in terms of GD at 15. So Machi is a team that plays far more 1-3-1 than anyone else. They just sit back and scale for the most part, and they're great at making picks and finding flanks in teamfight situations. That's what they're strongest as. I wouldn't say laning phase or 5v5s, but definitely their sense to hunt out solo picks. It has been what has kept them in the upper echelon. In the meantime, Machi are going to ban away the Rise here. Sort of just interesting generalist picks. They're still not giving up hope on the potential that Renekton is just going towards the top lane.
Yeah, I think they are just trying to be as safe as possible. I do like the Alistar pickup for Koala because it's also a takeaway from the combination of the Kalista Alistar that we have seen kind of do a lot of damage. It does leave the Nautilus open as a possibility, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see that, but maybe PSG got something different in mind. Oh boy! Maple is going to be back on the Yasuo.
All right, I guess Machi, their gamble was correct here as the Yasuo comes in, and this is a fun composition to watch. You hit level 6, everyone presses the R button, tons of engage coming through. I don't mind the Tark, it actually does work out here. Sejuani is actually an interesting pick here. We have seen a little bit of it sprinkled around. Incredibly tanky.
It's going to be the Trundle, though. I think that'll be the Trundle support. All right, Kai Wing, let's go.
Yeah, I like Trundle in the composition, but not really as a support. The way the Trundle works is your pillar gets a knockup too, and it's very hard to dodge on Trundle pillar knockup. Like, it comes out instantaneously. There is no wind up whatsoever, and it has a fairly long range. So PSG are just going once more for a straight pick composition. This is something that they like to go through, and I think one of the few teams in the world that can actually fully execute on just straight picks. Well, on Machi's end, this is much more comfortable for them. I think this is again another 1-3-1 comp where we have scaling lanes that do win out later in the Sylas and the Gnar, and a 3-man core that is very defensive. You have disengage from both Alistar and Lee Sin to keep Atlan alive. The question for me is, even with all that protection, I don't think they survive. The problem with PSG is, how do you block a pillar? Like,
yeah, that is always a bit of a question to ask. I think Machi are comfortable when they are trying to defend and they are trying to like find those side lane plays. But the problem is PSG are just that team that really doesn't let you get into that phase of the game. So stylistically, it is really interesting.
It definitely is. I just fail to see how Gemini survives a combo if Trundle is involved. Like, you get pillared. The key here is that he doesn't pillar Atlan directly. He actually just pillars Lee Sin. If you get the combo on Lee Sin, that should be enough to kill him even before Gore Drinker. So we'll see how that one actually works out. But it's a very interesting dynamic here. We have a 1-3-1 team that wants to scale up and play for later game. While on the other side, you have just a straight up pick comp that is insanely heavily indexed into just doing that one thing on the map and getting the snowball rolling.
PSG are confident, and they've really earned the confidence. This is a team that has shown time and again that they are the strongest team in the PCS. They have not dropped a game yet. I keep mentioning it because the closest they've come was last week. Boom Esports took them to 49 minutes. Unified had to be a hero to steal objectives. He ended up getting the whole MVP of the week as a result of that and other performances. But PSG, such an incredibly strong team, and they can play with confidence with a pick comp like this. We'll see if it works out. Will they grab themselves a 12th win here, as they are already locked into playoffs, looking to try and lock that #1 spot soon enough. But Machi will not go down easily. They want to drag this one out. We'll see if they can do it.
I love Machi. They all flash the Machi flags together. This is very different to a team like Megabank Beyond Gaming, because Megabank flashes PSG. So it kind of feels like the 90s NBAs versus the 2000s NBAs. And I definitely prefer this more rival approach as we get a great start here.
Yeah, looking for the level 1 onto River. Flashed out as he's already chunked out.
Ooh.
And I think they'll be happy with the fact that they get a summoner for free. Don't end up following.
That's actually massive. Diana's already pretty weak in the jungle by herself. Gives Geminis a lot of opportunity to go for a level 3 gank. And we have Lika with a ward drop down on the blue already. So River's pathing is going to get spotted out, and Gemini can actually adjust his pathing accordingly. He went from the top side now to the bot side. And I think he's going to be looking for River as he does come around to his own blue.
Yeah, I like this move. Adaptation from Machi. River doesn't actually have time to back away, so his camp clear probably going to be a little disrupted in this one. As you mentioned, already a little bit slower on the likes of this Diana, and we will get underway. The landing phase here.
Pretty interesting cheeky play coming out from Machi. They're pulling the wave, so the wave is going to shove into them. And this just means that goodbye Gemini, you're never going to see your jungler. He's just going to be on the top side of the map. It's a nice move to use if your opponent is a bit stronger on the bottom side and you prefer to play for your solo lanes instead. We see that directly from Machi already. Meanwhile, Hanabi getting chunked out. This is a lane where Renekton typically does get shoved early on, but later on you will see Gnar start to come out ahead just with the trades. And with the ease of denying Slice and Dice, you slow Renekton down. I want to talk a little bit about this Trundle. Trundle support was actually first played in the PCS specifically as a counter against Alistar, because there's not a whole lot that Alistar can do. After you run up to him, slow him, he knocks you back and you pillar him. So that's kind of how the trade goes, and it's so difficult for Pre-6 Alistar to actually escape from that. We first saw it from Dreamer, who himself was an Alistar main, and then he just discovered the perfect counter to Alistar and ran it a ton of times.
Qual is going to be in for a rough lane, is what you're telling me.
Yep. That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right. Yeah, and that, honestly, I don't really find it all that surprising that Unified and Kaiwing are going to be able to get the jump on their opposite number. I think that is where, in terms of these two teams, I think that is the most lopsided lane. Not because of the champion choices, but just in terms of skill level. Unified and Kaiwing are they're just on a different level.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on this one, and you know, despite us hyping up, Gemini was spotted here.
Yeah, he was. Tags in. Maple there with that win wall. Here comes River. Oh, he actually turns on a Gemini. Actually has a level advantage after all of that. River recovering nicely.
He did get a leash from his bottom lane, so is expected to clear faster, but that's still pretty impressive for him to do. And with that level lead, it looks like he's trying to deny Gemini for going for the bot lane scuttle here.
Jimmian looks like they had a lot of damage left in the tank. River, a little bit low on the health bar, but so is Jimmian. Very extended kind of dance and trade here. They've actually brought Kaiwing even up from bot lane.
It was a pretty risky play from PSG. They want to get the shove back, and they're willing to go forward even though River does not have his flash and could die easily. They had Kaiwing roaming up first, so they're willing to go for that trade, but Machi also has their entire bot lane shifting as well, and at the end we do have Gemini catching up and finally taking away the scuttle as well. But oh, look what River is doing. This is so clever for him. He's going to be up 3 camps in total after this Krugs.
After that early invade and nearly chunking him out, burning his flash, he still doesn't have up. River has managed to not only find a level advantage, but find the counter jungle. You gotta love it. Meanwhile, he actually decides not to back. Lee Kai nowhere near full on this Narbar. Probably gonna have to burn his flash after this one. Just the hop, though. Nicely done.
No trouble whatsoever, you know.
Yeah.
Nabi holds on, and don't think they would have had enough damage to burst before the flash came in, so I think it's a smart play from both sides, just holding on to their abilities there. And we finally do have Gemini doing what we expected him to do at the start of the game, which is chase down this Diana. River, he knows that he did not back, so he has an item lead over him at this point, and a summoner lead. So for us to play pretty carefully around these brushes.
Ooh, Gemini lands a Sonic Wave onto the lead Wolf camp, doesn't really find any extra damage. But he will be trying to bully River out of his own jungle, starts on the Gromp. You can see Hanabi, he goes down for a ward. I thought maybe he wanted to try for a collapse, but nothing doing.
Yeah, with his mid laner and jungler back, there's nothing much he can do right here. So you just try to roam out of lane and make sure that he's not a sitting duck for an easy gank. His lane position was not very comfortable for him, so he does back out of that one. Meanwhile, taking a look at the rest of the map here, we do actually have a small lead coming in for Atlan, which is pretty nice in this matchup. You usually do expect the Kalista to come out a little bit further ahead. That hasn't happened just yet, as Unified is going to catch up to CS here and actually even overtake. So I guess all in the world is back to normal.
Yep, as much as it can be. PSG perfectly happy to just kind of sit back and relax for a little bit. Level 6s just starting to come in, though. That does mean that the pick composition will start to come online. Have to see if roams start happening. Hanabi does have teleport. Maple does not, as he'd already used to get back to lane, matched by Jimmian. And, you know, they pick a number of these champions that have some knock-up abilities to enable Maple's Yasuo. And Maple is one of those players that has such explosive potential. If he gets rolling, it can be absolutely GG for the other team.
Concur with that, and for Machi, it's Gemini.
Gemini, that was cheeky.
Sick. I was just about to say for Machi, it's actually very hard to find a place to gank. I don't think you want to gank Renekton with Mininar, and you can't really do anything about the bottom lane. The bottom lane has Cleanse on Kalista, and then Fate's Call for Kaiwing, so I don't think you're going to be finding a kill there either. Realistically, only mid lane is a target for Machi, but at the same time, if the combo comes through, I actually think Maple and River win that one. So Machi are taking a lot more than just Gemini and Jimmian. They're taking the whole crew.
Yeah. Ooh, last breath stolen by Jimmian. Trying to think of the knockups. It's mostly Gemini. No, it's Alistar as well.
Mm-hmm.
They've actually got a lot of things to work with. Stolen last breath. That's kind of cool.
So both comps are playing around Last Breath and Yasuo.
Exactly. I don't know, man. Jimmian has made this. He has made this Sylas look really good. Man got 4 MVPs in a row. Streak was broken last week, but Machi had just been on an absolute tear. And honestly, if not for their loss to I think it was it Boom? Yeah, no, it was Beyond Gaming, excuse me,
Yeah.
last week. They, honestly, I think they'd still be on a streak.
I agree with that one. Coming back into the game, I feel like PSG has a decided advantage coming into this fight. If I'm Machi, I'm not willing to fight this at all.
No, I don't think so.
Mikai, no Mega
Leave that alone.
Bar. And Silas is also scaling up, so yep, they just let that one go, head back to their lanes. And for Machi, this is okay. They want to scale up a little bit more and just make sure they don't fall into any traps where they get wombo comboed upon. It's very easy to burst down single targets in this situation. As we have mentioned, Trundle is one of those... I think he's a disgustingly underutilized champion when it comes to Yasuo compositions. Trundle jungle plus Yasuo is probably some of the most disgusting combos I've seen in the LPL when that combo was actually meta and we casted that. It's just impossible to dodge out of. The pillar comes out way too fast. There's nothing you can do about it. And Trundle also has King's Tribute, actually the Subjugate, that takes away resistances, coupled with the fact that Last Breath also takes away armor, and you're basically taking true damage from Yasuo.
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet combo, and you gotta wonder sometimes why we don't see it more often. I guess the Yasuo, always a little bit of a risky proposition, but it has started to come a little bit more into vogue here. I know Liab finding their win on that one with the Diana as well. Same kind of composition, or at least same kind of combination, I should say, with the addition of the Trundle. PSG, though, not finding any kills, not finding any picks just yet. It's a team that likes to go pretty fast and often, but they have been playing the objective game at least very well, taking away a Rift Herald freely, and now finding this Ocean Dragon without a whole lot of trouble, starting to stack on advantages.
If we think about this Drake, it's going to be about 25 minutes until we have Dragon Soul. So that's still a little bit too early for Machi. I think their best case scenario is to sneak away one of these Drakes, make sure that timer goes to 30 minutes. You feel a lot more comfortable if you're the team with Silas and Gnar to delay that Dragon take. So I think for Machi, like the best play coming up soon is actually to give up on the other Herald in exchange for Drake. If they get that exchange, I think it'd be massively in their favor, and they would be able to scale out the game just a little bit longer. In the meantime, it does look like PSG are trying to accelerate this game with a potential Herald drop into... usually it's a mid lane because it's most easy to get your combo off, but I feel like a bot lane would do as well given how much engage they actually have in the bottom side, especially against an Alistar.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Actually, the dual lane backing away, they might give them an opportunity, but they don't quite sniff it just yet. A lot of wards actually spot them on the Machi side. This is where they're going to be able to get it down and at least get a couple of plates off as they pop it well within the range. There is Gemini sniffing around if they want to try to go for a play. Kaiwing actually gets caught, forced to flash away, and he takes a bite out of Gemini. With the Subjugate, even has enough sustain to just stay in this and chases them off.
Really good answer coming in from Machi. The Herald drop is indefensible, but they get the flash and the ultimate out of Kaiwing, which makes their chances in this next team fight quite a lot better. As Maple just trying to zone away Jimian going back to his own lane.
Yeah, Jimian hijacks another Last Breath. Not going to really worry about that being a big combo potential for some time yet. But Machi doing a good job of just trying to stall things out a little bit here. There's PSG advantages growing little by little, but no first blood just yet, 12 minutes into this game. And if you're Machi, you take those.
Yeah, for sure. And now Gemini coming in. Both junglers are here.
Ooh, Gemini gets the kickoff, lands on the river, doesn't quite find the Sonic Wave. In comes Koala, but the teleport means they're not going to go for a big play into the Moonfall, and Gemini does take some damage from Maple, and that will be the first blood to the PSG mid laner.
Yeah, I was surprised Machi actually hung around after that play fumbled. PSG still have their full combo there and are willing to use it. Great.
Case Corruption going for it. Looking for another answer, finding Kaiwing on the return kill. Just able to do it as Jimmy, and we'll be able to pick that up. Mid laner's getting kills across the board as Atlan takes down River. He was just caught between a sea of Machi players, and Machi come out ahead after all.
It does end up being a 2-for-1 at the end, and I think PSG were really just caught off surprise right there at how aggressive Atlan played that. Let's look at this play first. It definitely did not end up the way they wanted to. There's no reason to Dragon Rage River if you're going for Maple. And on the flip side, this is I'm actually just kind of surprised Gemini didn't immediately get out of there. They thought Koala was going to be enough to save them, but Hanabi TP's in, surprises them, and afterwards, this is a play where I feel like Highwing, you guys should, you know, really be running away from this one. Highwing didn't get the memo, walks up here and just pays with it with his life.
I love how when Silas steals an ultimate, he still gets a lot of the like visuals. So he had like a really cool sword for a second, made out of his chains. It's just those nice little touches, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, Machi coming up. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I do want to mention what a value flash that was for Atlan. He flashed once.
Oh yeah.
But both Maple and River were like, okay, I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, burning that meaning that River actually couldn't get out on the aftermath of it all. So while PSG have been building up little bits of advantages from turret plates, you can see the ones taken down on the bottom side, courtesy of the Rift Herald. Machi just about equalized in the gold game. Not quite there, but close enough. And this is going to be a big push. Teleport down to the bottom. Koala trying to chunk away. Ooh, they stayed a little bit too long in this one. And Koala will be sacrificed for the greater good, it seems. If he can walk away, though, actually, the golden cow, as Jimmy tags his way in, River takes Koala.
Oh, he gets 3!
But it's
no kills.
not enough for Jimmy to get the kills.
I like the idea, but it was so close to actually clinching down on both River and Unified. The damage doesn't come through fully, or at least he didn't have enough of it. We're gonna watch that play again. Koala actually played this incredibly well, you know, blocking out on the targets there, giving him some time, putting a lot of damage onto Kaiwing, and then just baiting out the last breath as well. Doesn't really get the kill here. He finally does, and Silas goes onto the back line, but unfortunately doesn't have the full combo.
You know, you were talking about that Machi wants to do that kind of thing later in the game. A little hypey to try and go for it at 15, but I you know, it was PSG that went for the play in the beginning. I do like the idea, just unfortunate Jimmy doesn't have the damage to execute it yet.
Oh yeah, for sure, Kieran. I think PSG, this is the point where they're trying to accelerate the game. And we have the situation where both the Herald and the Drake are up. If I'm Machi, I just want to steal away the Drake, make sure I'm not forced into a Dragon Soul teamfight at 25 minutes. So I like the play here. They're not even trying to put vision on Herald. They're just going to go for the Dragon play here to give them more time to scale up later. I don't think there's much that PSG are going to do about it. So good find there, break up the Drake stack. And PSG, unfortunately for them, their collapse is way too slow. They could have just gone for the Herald instead.
Well, they get the Drake, they get out, but they don't get much more than that. Machi able to make their escape. We will have an Infernal Rift this game. Both teams should be pretty happy about that one.
Best for Wombo combo team compositions. Can kill the enemy team with more, with less used.
Koala fully spotted in that brush, not a worry about it at all. But PSG, they're setting up a brush of their own. Looking potentially for Gemini. Ooh, that's going to be the start. And into the last breath combination, they will be able to take down Atlas before the fight starts proper. Now Koala running for the hills, and Gemini caught up against the wall. PSG snap the trap shut.
Oh, that's so crazy how far River was able to go with that one. Just with the Hextech, Rocket Belt going forward, he doesn't even have to use his flash. And watch this again. Atlan still at a ways away. Even though he does tag the ultimate. Oh, he doesn't actually misses the ultimate. Oh, that's kind of a weird interaction. I thought he would land the ultimate. But, you know, River's still able to close up over 1,000 distance on that one. And it's so hard playing against this combo. That was kind of a unfortunate play for Machi. Like, their play call was definitely to give up the Herald anyway. They were never going to contest it. But giving up 2 extra kills plus the mid lane tower is a lot more than they should have lost.
And the kills going on to Maple and River certainly isn't helping for them right now. I think only one of them went to River that time around. But PSG are executing on the game plan. They're moving things forward. Machi just unfortunately punished a little bit by positioning. But yeah, it is hard to detect that much distance can really be closed. It doesn't look like Diana can cover that much without flashing, but certainly can.
No, the extra movement right there is catching out Atlan. And losing the mid lane tower when you're trying to play the 1-3-1 is the most detrimental, because your 3-man can't really even stay mid. You can see the pings going down on PSG. They've opened up that mid lane. They know they can just push this into the second tier tower. There's nothing Machi can do about it. And from there, you can swing into either side lane. So it's going to be hard for Machi to actually buy time for both Gnar and Sylas to scale up. And I feel like the game plan has to transition to finding picks at this point. You do have the Chains of Corruption and the Dragon's Rage kick. So if you can just open up on the mid lane as we see the pings going down here, I feel like that's a worthwhile line to explore.
They have to find an answer for this siege top. They've already lost 2 turrets.
It's going to get a third one.
There's going to be Koala. Oh,
Chains
they
Corruption.
find the root. River does pop his stasis, and the rest of PSG just fully cover him like a phalanx, and that's going to be the Fate's call to pull back the Trundle. Even Hanabi was in there to try and help defend, and a nice little escort mission to get PSG out of harm's way.
Yeah, and we also got a teleport out of Jimian right there while he was pushing the bottom lane, so just a straight win for PSG. 2,000 gold in the bank, up even further without anything really expended right there. They didn't even have to pop a flash to get that one going, so well done on PSG's side. And you know, I think Machi had the right idea to try and collapse and find a pick earlier on, but PSG actually congregated even faster than Machi did. And it was unfortunate. I feel like Jimian just misjudged how much he could actually get done with the TP and sort of waste that one away. So now PSG, whenever they see Jimian on one side of the map, they can fully just group on the other side, and there will be no answer.
PSG definitely sensing and moving with the map a lot better than what Machi can do. And at 20 minutes into this game, their lead compounding to about 5,000 ahead. At this point, transitioning into the side lane seems to be pretty easy peasy. Leaving Maple up towards the top side. No one can really deal with him solo at the moment. I mean, this is a Yasuo that's gotten rolling.
Yeah, and we do have the Yasuo already completed with his crit needs. So he's going to be starting to hurt quite a bit at this point. The thing about a Wombo combo compositions is you either need to stay spread out enough where the Wombo combo can't kill out all of you, or you need to be tanky enough where the damage isn't going to just one-shot. So at this point, Machi, probably their best bet is still to scale up and stay split. I don't think they should contest anything right now. It's just a farm simulator for Jimian. You pick up as many of those minions as you possibly can, and we'll see you later. They don't really have Drake pressure, but they will have Baron pressure later on. So all they have to do is just have vision on Baron and just wait for the best.
Well, they are going to try and get the play to start. Kaiwing does get jumped on, but here comes the teleport to answer. Koala already jumped down before Hanabi even joins the fight, and there is nowhere for Koala to go. Atlan also gets chased down. Oh, you hate to see it for Machi right now, and I don't even know if Likai's getting away.
He does have the flash, so he should be fine.
Oh, but so does Kaiwing, and so does Unified. Oh, good night, sweet prince. That should be enough to get the kill. Gemini comes in for a relieving effort, and he didn't realize Maple was right there. Unified just gets killed, shoveled into his mouth.
Yeah, I don't think that was the play when you're down a TP. They go in with the member that doesn't have flash. If you watch this Koala, his timer is up. If he goes in, he's not coming back out. So a beautiful TP to just come in onto that one. They don't have any damage dealers, which was the weird thing about that attempt. Coming in for Machi, and on the flip side, don't watch that. That's definitely an R-rated play from Atlan. He flashes onto the wall and also accidentally auto attacks. Waste time there, so you know that's unfortunate for Atlan. He wasn't getting out, but that's a pretty bad way to go. You know, I think he died of shame rather than the mechanics.
Yeah, I think you might be right. PSG, talk about accelerating the game, Clement. They have really started to move this forward. Big gold advantage. The Baron now on all 5 members, and for Machi, I think it's kind of into desperation mode. I mean, they're spread out at the moment, but I don't know how much longer they're holding on to those inner turrets.
At the start of this game, I was thinking, how would Atlan survive all of this? And the answer is that he just can't survive all of this. It's pretty disgusting coming out from PSG. They didn't even use the pillar. Like, throughout this, all the catches on Atlan, they didn't even need to use it. The River and Maple were enough.
Yeah, I mean, PSG are just terrifying when they start getting ahead and they start getting these catches, getting these fights. Some of them have been kind of fed to them. I think a little bit of a questionable engage there by Machi and by Koala in particular. Also, he gets found by River. Nowhere is safe. This is the PSG horror show.
The scary thing about this comp is how many more tools they could still be using. They can use Fate's Call to throw Diana even further. And as we mentioned, the pillar is still there, so PSG has actually not even been stretched to their extremes, given their toolkit that they drafted for themselves.
That's true. They haven't really had to use all the tools, as they've not met as much resistance. Machi, in the very early stages of this game, kept this one decently close, but PSG kind of do what they pretty much always do, and just start finding those little advantages, finding those kills, and just out-executing at every stage.
Yeah, and I don't think we're ever going to see a chance for the 1-3-1 to actually come online for Machi at this point. The game is way too out of hand, 10,000 gold down, and they're severely lacking damage. They haven't been able to take anyone even below half health in the last two team fights, so...
Teleport in on the minion. Even Maple, they're just going for the straight-up 5v5 push. This is how confident the team is. There is a teleport flank here from Jimmy. Is it going to be enough as he's holding onto a Moonfall? A little hesitation there. They're not going to go for it just yet, waiting for the position. PSG, they're a little bit too smart to take that bait. Here we go. That's going to be the play. In goes Koala. Does try to find it. They don't have enough damage on the side. Hanabi zones Jimmy in the entire time. Machi don't lose anybody just yet, but you have to think that's about to change. And now they just go in for a second wind, and the last breath, Maple just opens fire. Unified pulling out all those red stacks for even more. Jimmy gets one revenge kill, but it's just a consolation prize. They're looking at Nexus.
Hanabi dies for the team, goes down in a blaze of glory, and PSG are going to mop Machi up even faster than they did last time around. Wombo combo way too strong at this point. Only Jimmy is still hanging into the fight, but there's nothing he can do as the entire team of PSG is going golden.
Yeah, he tried for the last minute, does manage to get a kill, maybe pad a bit of those stats. River keeping his eye on the prize. This is actually getting a little bit hectic here, but Unified does take the kill.
Oh, the laser!
Into the fountain. They're gonna stay alive. Oh no, that's the last second.
Away.
Good job, Unified. You earned it.
Unified takes no prisoners. He wants the game to end here now. He wants to go for dinner and enjoy his weekend. So he's gonna shut down Machi. The final fadeaway there. I feel like this game was just the problem of Machi not being able to hang on when they had a composition that definitely needed them to go later in the game. We'll watch this engage again. It's a very good start from Koala. He gets a 3-man knock-up, but the follow-up is late. Lee Kai doesn't jump in time. The Chains of Corruption is used, and no damage goes through just yet. Hanabi, I love his positioning here. He does go down in this fight, but look at how much time he buys the rest of the team. He forces Gemini to land a Q before he can go in, and Gemini dies instantly when he finally finds his opportunity. So that was beautifully played, really well use of terrain, and kudos to Hanabi for making that fight so incredibly one-sided.
Yeah, really just zoned out, not just one but two members of Machi trying to follow up in the engage, and it seemed like there wasn't any good options at that point in the game, so Machi just doing whatever they could to try and get back into it. Definitely a few unforced errors when maybe they should have been trying to play back for scaling, trying to contest or trying to go for a fight, setting up around the Baron pit. Didn't quite work for them, but, those mistakes always look bigger than they really are against a team like PSG, because PSG just mercilessly punish you, and here they do it again.
Yeah, frankly, this entire time, I actually felt like Machi did a pretty good job of avoiding the Wombo combo. If you think back pre-25 minutes, the entire way, they only got comboed once. And that one mistake was enough for PSG to wrestle away the entire game. It was the kill onto Atlan, which snowballed into the mid lane tower being taken away. And once the mid lane tower falls, 1-3-1 doesn't have a lot of defensive posture to hang on to, because you can push down mid and then transition to either side lane. So that makes farming underneath your tower pretty much impossible. And even though they had counter picks, not really counter picks, but picks that can win out later with scaling in the Silas and the Gnar, they just never got online. They never got their chance to do what they wanted to do. So just unfortunate. I don't think that this style of play coming out from Machi is ever going to be able to take down PSG. And that sounds like, those sound like very harsh words, but I honestly feel like PSG, they have too much of a lead in terms of individual laners, and then when you give them a tempo composition like this one, which you can only play against with very thin margins of error, you're just not going to come out ahead. And I really want to see Machi try something different the next time they face PSG, because we've tried this twice already, and it has not worked a single time.
Yeah, well, that should be in the playoffs the next time it all happens. Even though Machi technically haven't locked it yet, they shouldn't have too much trouble finding their way to the postseason. But for PSG, you know, just kind of dust off the fringes. They make it look a little easy in how well they're able to punish even the smallest of missteps. And yeah, you're right. Stylistically, it is hard to try and play that against a team like PSG, who really will force you onto the back foot. And then if you don't have any recourse for that, there's not a lot you can do. Just power picks all around. You know, I like that they took the Diana and Yasuo combination. River really made that Diana look terrifying. I mean, if you're Atlan, you're like, wait a minute, how can he cover that much distance the entire time? Didn't even have to burn the flash. Maple will, however, be the MVP for the game, getting set up for success, but certainly taking the reins. Honestly, when he is on an assassin and gets rolling, there is nothing that can stop this man.
Yeah, and so far we have seen multiple teams go for the Diana plus Yasuo combo. Saw this from Liab, saw this from Hong Kong Attitude, and now PSG has played this composition twice already, and there just hasn't been a lot of great answers. I think the best sort of response to this is just going something like Renekton mid. But, you know, for PSG, they have plotted this out far in advance, and they picked the Renekton first pick on the blue side themselves, so you don't even get a way to survive sort of the burst damage that Yasuo and Diana can throw at you. And we're going to see if other teams can actually emulate this composition. I really like this, especially at the level of play PCS is at, where a lot of teams do have small mistakes, and you have a composition that can punish those extremely well. You have long-range catch potential, and the go button is very evident for the rest of your teammates to follow up on. I honestly don't know why more teams aren't playing this comp.
Yeah, it's simple, it's strong, it's a lot of fun to watch. What is not to like? And speaking of things to watch, we've got Impunity versus Boom up next. But we got to take a short break first, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Maybe one or two exceptions are just coming out ahead time and again. There's plenty of game to play still, but Boom are playing so smart. They're playing so effective. And more importantly, they're really forcing PSG to try and make these plays. Now, Pop is caught. Meanwhile, though, in the backline, River isolated, does heal up, and there's no kills just yet, but it's going to be Rocky opening it up. Hanabi finding himself surrounding the rest of the members, but it does not matter at all. Rocky with this World Ender is looking to be the win streak ender, and Wako unloads onto Maple. Pop is the only Boom casualty, and what a win in that fight for Boom.
Oh my god, Ruby is an actual
One's attention is so split up.
Machi went in first, but we still have Koala on the sides using the ultimate. Gemini gets the kick, but not the target. Does find the Sonic Wave, though, and there goes Mission and Lucy.
Rest is here,
coming
though.
in to save the day. But again, Gemini goes in, tons of damage being dealt. Woody is going to be left behind as Stormbringer outs the other way. Hana leaving that one for the escape, and Machi out of nowhere gets a massive 3-man pick for nothing, heading towards the Baron. Just like that, Machi wrestle everything back into their favor. The gold lead and the objective control. Can Rest be the hero here?
Upwards at all that exposes them
Ento
to
actually
and
goes in, and that's
not
the
it.
engage. Aiden gets into the backline. Kanji kills the Nautilus instantly. Arashi still alive, but Dawn now opening up, and we get a massive 3-man move fall into the last Whisper. That's the wombo combo we've been waiting for. The triple kill for Xylia. Leah break open the base. They break the curse, and they're going for a win. Not letting their lose streak go on to double digits. They're flashing the PSG. They're getting the emotes down. This is time to
handily as Eminem could be caught in the captive audience and goes River. Follows through for the 2-man moonfall. Comye flash and dash to safety, or is he? Tempered Fate, he goes in and he goes down. River has just got the eye of the tiger this game. That is going to be Kaiwing pulled in, goes golden, but now cover fire laid down by Unified to push him back, and they keep moving. Okay, nearly bites it. PSG get everything.
PSG, they got that off. We're gonna get our final team fight. Genia probably has to find a pick on the one-man side.
Oh, he's the one getting picked himself. Does go golden to try and bait things out here, but the damage being dealt out. Ooh, nice chains of corruption that he had stolen away, but everyone's getting pinballed back and forth, and only Likai is going to survive, but for how much longer?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
And welcome back once again, esports fans, to the PCS Summer 2021. We've got a couple more games still on tap tonight. Very excited for this next one with Impunity taking on Boom Esports. But before we get into that, I do want to take a moment to thank our wonderful sponsors. They are CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Chunghwa Telecom. Thank you so much for making the PCS possible. Clement, you as hyped for this game as I am. I gotta ask.
Yeah, I am really, really hyped. Impunity, their scoreline might not look so good, but they recently have won 2 out of 3, and they're definitely on the upswing on 11.14. The team to watch, I would put, on the new patch. On the other hand, you do have Boom Esports that, nearly took down PSG, won against Megabank Beyond Gaming. So I think these are the two most hyped teams in the new patch, and the two teams that have accelerated most in their drive towards postseason.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it has to do with a couple of standout performers on either side. I'm always keeping my eye on the top lane in particular, but we'll get into that in just a little bit because there are the competitors on the blue side on your screen right now. Top King in the top, Epic, then Moonblack, Blaze, and Smurf. And Moonblack, really proved he's still got quite a lot left in the tank. The Azir last week certainly looked great.
Yeah, well, you always talked about Moonblack and his sort of unique champion pool, how it looked more like a TFT pool than it actually did look like a League of Legends pool. But I like that he's willing to go back into some of those champions that he's much more comfortable on, the Azir that we saw. And, you know, I think a lot more teams have been going back to the Orianna as well. That really patches up their mid lane laning phase. We did see Moonblack go for more melee champions like the Kled and the Sylas, but I think neither champion pick really was what Impunity wanted. And with Moonblack being much more comfortable in lane, I feel like Epic doesn't need to push himself that hard into early aggressive champions. He's been laying out the Toronto, thank God, and they've been coming ahead with wins.
Finding 2 out of 3 certainly ain't bad there for a team trying to find answers. They've got a couple. Their opponents today will be Boom Esports. We've seen them earlier today against the likes of Alpha, who they were able to take the win off of. Rocky, Holo, once again starting. Ruby in the mid lane, Waku and Pop. I do love this matchup because it's Moonblack versus Ruby. It's the two players with the strangest champion pools who have managed to make it work nonetheless.
I will say I still favor Ruby in this matchup because Ruby recently has been on a tear, and also LeBlanc is completely unanswered on the other side of Moonblack's champion pool. His usual go-to is something like Sylas, and you get to run away with the early game for free on something like that. So I don't really see what Moonblack can do if Sylas is actually selected here, and I'm sorry, LeBlanc is actually selected here. So I think we are going to have to see bans coming through.
I want to see him pick Rise. It's just like, pick Rise. It's okay.
I'm not sure if he has it or not. That's always the question.
That is the question. You never know.
Also, the bottom side from Boom Esports has really been showing up huge. Wako plus Pop, I think they've been playing this game incredibly well. Pop especially, I think, has a matchup advantage over Smurf. We'll see how that bottom side ends up, but I do expect it to go into Boom Esports' favor. On the flip side, we're taking a look at Holo versus Epic here. KDAs do look a lot better for Holo, but as a reminder, he did play a lot fewer games. And Epic's job, for me, is a lot more difficult. I think Holo gets to farm till 6 before finding plays, but Epic's job is to try to keep all of his lanes ahead. And that is not difficult to do. That's not easy to do when most of your lanes are faltering early on. We have seen Epic just go for the most powerful early game duelist that he can possibly get in the meta in Lee Sin and Trundle, and just trying to keep the team afloat. After that, though, Impunity does have a pretty good strong mid-game and good macro decision-making. So far, they're 100% win rate if they are in the lead at 15 minutes.
Yeah, and that really tells the story of this team, right? They've just, when they've been losing, what has happened to them is they just seem to fall apart early and never really recover. But if they get off to a good start, if they do get off on the right foot, that helps them get the win. And we know Boom is a team that likes to play it a little bit slower. They're one of the slowest teams, if not the slowest team in the league, at closing things out. Not because they always pick like these crazy scaling comps, just their games tend to go a little longer. So if they can neutralize some of the threats on the side of Boom and get a decent laning phase for themselves, I think that's going to go a long way. Question is, will they be able to do it? A matchup I'm certainly watching in addition to this jungle matchup is the top side, because Top King has got a patch that makes him very, very happy. He's shown a number of interesting champions, and he's going up against Rocky, who has an insane string of games so far and has just kind of been wrecking people on Gwen.
If you think about their game versus PSG, where Impunity actually played pretty well there and gave PSG a great sweat. It was in large part because of Top King's advantage over Hanabi there in the top side, able to get a flash out of him early and keep ahead in that lane. We are going to go directly into the draft phase, and like we expected, LeBlanc has to be taken away. Gwen also off the table against Rocky, who has been doing tremendous things with it so far. And Boom Esports, with no surprise, Heimerdinger definitely off the board.
Boom actually did make a little bit of a swippy swap. We got Alex in the jungle for this lineup. We got ourselves a little debated. But yeah, the Lee Sin does get locked in for Epic quickly. Let's see how this changes the calculus. Alex definitely has gone less of the Lee Sin.
I think this is a typo, because we saw Holo actually sitting down at the computer.
Yeah, there we go, there we go. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I thought maybe like Alex went and sit down, kicked Holo out of the chair. I'm like, what's going on? No, we just had the wrong nameplate.
That would be extremely rude of Alex to do so in the middle of a draft phase. But like,
I want to play League of Legends.
Holo.
Oh boy, okay, so I got myself double baited. Anyways, we got Lisa and we got Diana. Ooh. And if this Lucian comes through... the fun thing about this is I feel like this could be a Ruby or a Rocky champion.
Yeah, I'm not a huge
Not
fan
like
of
it, though.
Lucian Diana, to be honest. We saw J-Team run this, and it was a bit of a tragedy.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah, I prefer an AD champion that doesn't have to get ahead. Yasuo is kind of like that, Renekton's kind of like that. But going for the Thresh is definitely a welcome pick coming in here. As we've talked about, Boom Esports is one of those teams that can play both the Aphelios and the Kalista for Wako, which makes them very flexible with the Thresh. Impunity has been just going straight Varus. They're the other team alongside with Mega Bank Beyond Gaming that seems to have a line in their contract that just says AD carry must always play Varus. And I don't blame them. So far, they've been doing quite well with it. I think it fixed a lot of their bottom lane laning issues. Impunity throughout this split, their weakest lane has actually been their bottom lane. And with that Varus, it means that even if you're behind, you can still pick up farm well. You still have utility to contribute to the rest of the team. So it makes it a lot less risky for Impunity compared to something like the Kaisa like they played before. And to no surprise, we get the Azir.
Yeah. So far, Moonblack having one great showing on it, looking to make another happen. Putting things together here for Boom. Ooh, we might get ourselves a little Shadow Isles bot side. Thresh Kalista coming in.
Extremely strong bottom side, and this is why Thresh is just so powerful in terms of the drafting, because you can transition from a front-to-back team comp with the Aphelios into a low-to-the-ground early game menacing teamfight composition with the Kalista. Same support, but just different AD carry pick to go with it. And it does look very similar to what we saw from PSG earlier today. Honestly, if they just throw the Yasuo in here, it looks perfect. Like, why not?
Yeah. I mean, you have to think, like, Ruby ought to be able to play it. He's got some interesting champions in the pool. He's played some cool stuff. I've loved to see some more of his, like, backline mages, but I want to see that assassin play. Now we are into the second phase of bans. Aurelia removed, Renekton removed. Impunity, they won't have the counter pick for Top King, but they definitely want to focus on giving him a matchup he'll be happy with.
So far, it's hard for Impunity to decide which lane they're actually playing for. Bottom lane is going to have a lot of difficulties against Shadow Isle combo. That's probably the strongest bot lane you can pick, bar things like Draven. So I think Impunity, for their early game, they have to be looking for the top side. And right now, there's not a lot of good champions left that are blind pick and extremely strong top. I'm thinking Tom Kench might be one of them here, with the Renekton being banned away themselves. But I'm not sure how well it fits the later phase of the game. I guess it could be just go into a straight poke composition. You focus on top side. Boom Esports, they're just memeing Moonblack right now. That is not an actual pick. What?
Yeah.
Is it Kalista top?
Ooh, okay. Yeah, with the Ezreal locked in, I mean, that has been Wako's most played champion thus far. It could be, or maybe it's a Ruby champion? I don't even know anymore, man. Boom pulled some shenanigans here.
We did have a Kalista game from Rocky and Spring Split, but it was not something you want to remember. Kalista is one of those all-in, lane win or nothing champions.
What if it was like an Ezreal top?
Ezreal top is actually somewhat playable. I don't think it's a high priority pick by any chance. I think Kalista top still has more probability.
Okay. Weird. Top King does get the Jace lock in, though, too, as some strange things happen here. Okay, maybe it's not top at all. Although, Mundo being flashed.
Oh, it's mid lane. Oh, I get it now.
Yeah, okay. All right.
That's boring. It works kind of the same way a Corki does. You just keep your distance and fire away at the Azir, but
I guess,
definitely not my cup of tea. I like action. This is an action.
Well, mid lane is going to be one thing, but we'll have to keep our eye on the rest of the lanes. Rocky going for a more tanky-oriented pick. Not going to try and match carry for carry. It'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out. Meanwhile, Shadow Isle's bottom side should give Blazenspark a little bit of trouble. But just all across the board, looking at the two compositions we've got, it does seem like there's some comfort there on the Impunity side. Do you have a preference on the draft overall, Clement?
Oh, in terms of the picks, I actually like Impunity's draft a little bit more. They have a very strong siege poke composition. All 3 of their lanes can dish out massive amounts of damage, and they also have an early game disengaged jungler. So a lot of things on Impunity I feel like are tried, true, and tested. While for Boom Esports, they're coming in with some interesting drafts over here. Like, it's very clear that they're trying to focus on bot side. That's their winning point on the map in the early phases of the game. But after that, I'm not exactly sure what the game plan is. It's for one, I'm not really that familiar with Ezreal mid lane. But like,
and Ruby
I'm
had
not
the
sure
Yasuo.
what they're trying to do. It feels like a weak wombo combo with Diana going in and then Arcane Barrage, but that feels so much weaker than Yasuo and Diana, to be honest.
Yeah. Strange decision making, but we'll see if it works out all the same for Boom Esports. They are the team that have looked extremely good, taking down Megabank Beyond Gaming, nearly beating PSG, and ruining their perfect split. Boom Esports have kind of just, I don't want to say they've come out of nowhere, but they've certainly impressed, I think, beyond expectations. We'll see if they have something tricky up their sleeves here, or if Impunity will be able to take them down a notch, claim another win for themselves, as they are looking to climb back up the standings, currently sitting at 3-7, but 2 of those wins coming from last week. Impunity, maybe it's a little too soon to say they got their swagger back, but they're certainly working on it.
Really interesting to mention that both of these teams actually had good showings against PSG and nearly took the wins away, if not from hero performances coming out from Maple and Unified. So that just goes to show you that the patch can really change the fate of a team. 11.13 definitely wasn't Impunity's cup of tea. 11.14, you know, their eyes start to widen up and they feel pretty happy about this one. Again, I do favor Impunity's draft quite a bit here. I feel like for Boom Esports, there are a lot of issues in terms of what they're trying to do late game. I think Mundo and Callista both fall off quite a lot. And, you know, when you have a compensation, I call these sort of drafts a compensation draft, which is you're not trying to layer your power spikes to make a bigger amplification, but instead you're trying to smooth out your curve by picking champions that come online at different times. That's a compensation draft. And for me, these types of drafts don't have very high ceilings. You have to play things quite well. You have to really play things incredibly cleanly from start to finish to get this to work. And, you know, Ezreal mid, we have seen it this season. There have been a couple of picks across the board, but the win rate overall isn't that high. It's mid 40s as a sort of unique counter pick. I'm not entirely sold on it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny coming into this one. Like, a lot of the critique between these two mid laners, a lot of the critique was really about a lot more focused on Moonblack, because outside of the Heimerdinger for a long time, he really hadn't found much success and was struggling a lot when he tried to play the Assassins. Whereas Ruby actually adapted a lot better to the LeBlanc meta, and also still found some success on things like Victor. On obviously Vladimir was extremely good, but even the Cassiopeia. So it is a little weird to see the like question mark ping pick happening on the Boom side of things. So a little bit odd here as we are taking a moment to get into game. Yeah, maybe Boom are just trying something. Maybe they're playing around a little bit and seeing what they can do with a slightly different style.
And it actually gets a little bit worse. I actually misclicked on my tabs, and there was actually only one other Ezreal mid lane pick this split. So
oh dear, where was it?
Let me check this one up. It's taking a while for me to actually get this one. I'm trying to do it on my phone, so that's always kind of hard. Don't want you guys to hear all the clicking noises I do.
Gotta get those
keyboard.
stats.
Yeah, but it also did not win. But we have seen this in the past. It's just like back in the days where Ezreal started out like Dorn's Blade into Triforce, you did have that window of opportunity where you're just 80 early on and you get to dodge out of the Shurima Shuffle, the Conquering Sands very easily from Azir and just deal damage behind his minion wave. That has worked, but we just haven't seen it recently. So, you know, I'm willing to trust in Ruby. Sometimes he seems to know what he's doing. Asterisk on sometimes. Vladimir was not it, but Other times,
well, the Vladimir wasn't it the second time around. I think his first time actually worked out well, but I guess, everybody gets one, right? Moonblack and his Heimerdinger. Ruby is a player that I'm not, I'll be the first to admit, Clement, I'm not the analyst of the two of us. Ruby definitely confuses me sometimes.
Yeah.
Don't always know what he's doing.
I think that's fair to say. We did get one Ezreal mid from North America. And that is not usually the place I take my inspiration from. They have came up with a lot of great stuff in the past. Don't really watch that league that much, so I'm not so sure about the context of that one. But it is pretty much just the usual build that we have seen, just going for the Divine Sunders into the Cerelia's Grudge. Of course, you have the Manamune as well. So it's kind of the same build, just different place coming into it. And, I think you could think of it as an 80s Aerith, basically.
Yeah, with a little bit more mobility, right? You're trying to get out of the Azir moves that you mentioned a little bit earlier on. And apart from just playing safe, being able to try and layer on the extra damage going on into the game. But, we focused a lot on the Ezreal. Talking about the rest of the side of the map, I think, Impunity, they look like they had a very comfortable composition for themselves. Yep. They've started to find some answers. And they just critically, they weren't denied some of those particular picks that they've been finding some more success on in this new patch. And I wonder if that just means they're actually really lifted up by the patch a lot, or if they're just finding their footing a lot more. Because some of the earlier games in the split where Impunity had what looked like pretty solid drafts just fell apart because they started honestly hard losing a lot of lanes. As you talked about Epic, his job being extremely difficult when it's trying to raise up 3 lanes that are just falling down at the same time. I wonder if there wasn't just, some kind of tilt effect going on for this team. As they started stacking up the losses, it did seem like for a while they just sort of looked worse and worse. But then things turned around last week.
I definitely believe that tilt was an issue where they did have a game that was postponed and they had to play 3 games on the same day, lost all 3. That was kind of the start of the downward spiral. But I also feel like there were more systematic issues at hand, mainly the patch, which just told 80 carries that you're not important. And Impunity were a team that were very reliant on Blaze. They were a team that I can say, Top King might be the flashy one on the team, but it was Blaze that carried them through most of their more difficult wins in Spring Split. And we saw that at the start of the split where they were still trying to play carry Blaze, where they were going for Kaisa, they were going for a lot of Ezreals, trying to get him to scale. That was their motto. But I feel like they just came to a point and realized that their bot lane hasn't been performing in terms of the laning phase, and going for carry picks actually exacerbated the issue. And instead, recently, they've just switched tracks completely. They have gone for straight Varus picks. So they're saying, you know what, Blaze, you're great in the late game, but we're just not getting to the late game, and it doesn't matter. So they're just putting on Varus over and over again, and I think that's a decent fix for their issues. Varus is a champion where you can, because he has crowd control, you can tower dive quite easily if you get ahead, and if you fall behind, you can play very safe and just wave clear with Piercing Arrow. So I think that's been a great fix to most of the team's issues. And then you have an 11.14 patch coming in, which we talked about a lot, just freeing up Top King to actually play his Aurelia, which he actually is an Aurelia main. He gets his best champion, and things start to look on the up and up. Moonblack for me was... I'm not ready to say that Moonblack has dealt with all of his issues, because to me, his champion pool is still very wobbly. If you're banning LeBlanc every time the opponent plays LeBlanc, that's kind of an issue, and there are a lot of LeBlanc players in the PCS. So I'm not ready to say that we're done with that, but recently I think the changes just to the drafts for Blaze and for Top King were enough to get them back to a state where they actually get to play mid-game macro. And I think Impunity is actually one of those teams that actually has great decision-making. They're very clean on their rotations. They don't make weird mistakes. They're not a team like, how should I say this? I feel like contrast them to Hong Kong Attitude. Hong Kong Attitude are a team with significantly better laning, but a lot worse mid-game decision-making. Like, Hong Kong Attitude are the team that kind of hangs around in fights that they have no business hanging around, or walks into just random nooks and crannies and dies. Impunity really don't do that.
No, they
you
just
can
a lot of the
outplay
games
them.
they lost were just like they just kind of got too far behind too fast, right? It's like it wasn't like they made like these like micro or like even like macro mistakes and just like moved around the map when they shouldn't have. It's just they were falling too far behind too fast. And that's why I ask about the tilt factor, right? Because when it feels like you're making all the right moves but just nothing's working out in your favor, that could just be so frustrating. But it is nice to see that Impunity have found not just a bit of a groove, but also compositions that start to suit them more. And on your earlier point about Varus, Clement, you can still carry with Varus. You just gotta pad those kills, and then your piercing arrows start doing half of the enemy AD carry's health bar, and you're off to the races.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's definitely a great fix for him, and I wonder how long they're going to continue with Varus. For me, Varus is almost due for a nerf at some point, so I wouldn't put all my eggs into that basket if I'm Impunity. I'd be kind of queasy going into this one, and it does make you a pretty easy target. Like, if I'm playing against Impunity, I have very clear ideas on what I'm banning. I'm banning Azir, I'm banning Heimerdinger, and I'm banning Varus. And I'm just going to ask you, okay, Impunity, what else do you have?
Yeah.
So,
well, they didn't have to worry about it this time, at least, as they managed to pick those ones up. We are taking a little bit of time to get into games, so thank you, everybody, for holding on. If I heard correctly from production, I believe we are going to go into a quick break. Thanks for hanging with us. We'll be back in the game as soon as we can.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Maybe one or two exceptions are just coming out ahead time and again. There's plenty of game to play still, but Boom are playing so smart. They're playing so effective. And more importantly, they're really forcing PSG to try and make these plays. Now, Pop is caught. Meanwhile, though, in the backline, River isolated, does heal up, and there's no kills just yet, but it's going to be Rocky opening it up. Hanabi finding himself surrounding the rest of the members, but it does not matter at all. Rocky with this World Ender is looking to be the win streak ender, and Wako unloads onto Maple. Pop is the only Boom casualty, and what a win in that fight for Boom.
Oh my god, Ruby is an actual magician.
Once attention is so split up.
Machi went in first, but we still have Koala on the sides using the ultimate. Gemini gets the kick, but not the target. Does find the Sonic Wave, though, and there goes Mission and
Rest is here,
coming
though.
in to save the day. But again, Gemini goes in, tons of damage being dealt. Woody is going to be left behind as Stormbringer out the other way. Hana leading that one for the escape, and Machi out of nowhere get a massive 3-man pick for nothing, heading towards the Baron. Just like that, Machi wrestle everything back into their favor. The gold lead and the objective control. Can Rest be the hero here?
Upwards at all that exposes them
Ento
to
actually
and
goes
oh no,
in, and that's
not it.
Engage. Aiden gets into the backline. Kanji kills the Nautilus instantly. Arashi still alive, but Dawn now opening up, and we get a massive 3-man move fall into the last Whisper. That's the wombo combo we've been waiting for. The triple kill for Xyliev. Liao break open the base. They break the curse, and they're going for a win. Not letting their lose streak go on to double digits. They're flashing the PSG. They're getting the emotes down. This is time to
handily as Eminem could be caught with the captive audience and goes River. Oh, follows through for the 2-man moonfall. Komye flash and dash to safety, or is he? Tempered Fate, he goes in and he goes down. River has just got the eye of the tiger this game. That is going to be Kaiwing pulled in, goes golden, but now cover fire laid down by Unified to push him back, and they keep moving. Okay, nearly bites it. PSG get everything.
PSG, they got that off. Amazing. Oh, we're gonna get our final team fight. Genia probably has to find a pick on the one-man side.
Oh, but he's the one getting picked himself. Does go golden to try and bait things out here, but the damage being dealt out. Ooh, nice chains of corruption that he had stolen away, but everyone's getting pinballed back and forth, and only Likai is going to survive, but for how much longer?
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope?
No. Worse.
You cannot stop the darkness he's unleashed. Until our queen is returned, all will be brought to ruin.
What is this? What's happening?
Steady.
Then shoot her twice.
We pin her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian! No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Senna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
So, where was I? Haha, that's right. Senna and Lucian sailed to the Sentinel headquarters, but only found a strange, sweet girl and a single rookie Sentinel. Oh, this is not enough to save the world, so they had to recruit a team. First stop, Demacia. The black mist was everywhere, ruining people. The scoundrel was also there, stealing a magic relic while the team fought a ruined dragon? Woman? Dragon. They were helped by a demon slayer who plays by her own rules. Like Akshan, but with less bending and breaking. When all was settled, the Sentinels had their first recruit. On to the Freljord, where even their summers are frozen solid. Surprisingly, no Sentinels. Instead, the team found a madman who wanted his comeuppance in battle. They also met a sad, depressed Yodel named Vex. Looks like Viego is also recruiting. Our new friend has 2 axes. This is better, I think. Finally, in Noxus, the Sentinels met a fierce swordmaster. Together, they sneaked into the immortal bastion, but the ruined king was already there. Turns out he's gathering parts of his queen's soul to bring her back to life. Again! Viego then scurried off and sent in the worst of heals. Still, not all was lost. The Swordmaster joined the cause, although her weapon was not up to Sentinel code. Let's see how she fares in the battles to come. Kept you waiting, my friend. Yes, I know. I said I wouldn't use your absolver. But look at it. It's magnificent! Aim. There we go. Get in, avenge fallen ally, get out. I don't know how you live with yourself, but you won't have to for long. Fixing the world, one scoundrel at a time. Stealth time! I mean, stealth time. Now for my grand escape, Traveling Hook! The bad part about having friends, always having to avenge them. There you are. We live to fight another day. But not you. Not yet. I know you had other plans for me, Shadia. But I choose vengeance.
I taunt with my grappling hook. See how it taunts you? Taunt, 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 taunt.
You still there, friend? So, in Ionia, the Sentinels met a spiritual leader who was struggling against the curse of ruination. She told a story of love and sacrifice and blah 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 blah. All lies. But she did reveal one truth. Isolde's spirit lived inside Senna and Gwen. But then the forest itself turned to ruin and seized another artifact for Viego. The team survived with a little help from a deadly blade dancer. And she joined the cause, hoping to restore her land. Together, they reached Mount Targon. Very tall, perfect for grappling hooks. A warrior with a crescent blade and shimmering armor guided the team to the summit. There, they found Viego battling a god. How do you defeat one of those? Well, if you're a scoundrel, you take control of their mind. Haha, but the Sentinels had enlisted a god of their own, so to speak, and served up just desserts. Of course, Sneaky Viego escaped with another item. He is very good at that. Huh. Now where will he turn up next?
Maybe one or two exceptions are just coming out ahead time and again. There's plenty of game to play still, but Boom are playing so smart. They're playing so effective. And more importantly, they're really forcing PSG to try and make these plays. Now, Pop is caught. Meanwhile, though, in the backline, River isolated, does heal up, and there's no kills just yet, but it's going to be Rocky opening it up. Hanabi finding himself surrounding the rest of the members, but it does not matter at all. Rocky with this World Ender is looking to be the win streak ender, and Wako unloads onto Maple. Pop is the only Boom casualty, and what a win in that fight for Boom.
Oh my god, Ruby is an actual magician.
One's attention is so split up.
Machi went in first, but we still have Koala on the sides using the ultimate. Gemini gets the kick, but not the target. Does find the Sonic Wave, though, and there goes Mission and
Rest is here,
coming
though.
in to save the day. But again, Gemini goes in, tons of damage being dealt. Woody is going to be left behind as Stormbringer outs the other way. Hana leading that one for the escape, and Machi out of nowhere get a massive three-man pick for nothing, heading towards the Baron. Just like that, Machi wrestle everything back into their favor. The gold lead and the objective control. Can Rest be the hero here?
Upwards at all that exposes them
Ento
to
actually
and
goes
that,
and that
that's
is
not
the
it.
engage. Aiden gets into the backline. Kanji kills the Nautilus instantly. Arashi still alive, but Dawn now opening up, and we get a massive three-man move fall into the last Whisper. That's the wombo combo we've been waiting for. The triple kill for Xyleaf. Liao break open the base. They break the curse, and they're going for a win. Not letting their blue streak go on to double digits. They're flashing the PSG. They're getting the emotes down. This is time to
handily as Eminem could be caught in the captive audience and goes River. Oh, follows through for the two-man moonfall. Kanye flash and dash to safety, or is he? Tempered Fate, he goes in and he goes down. River has just got the eye of the tiger this game. That is going to be Kaiwing pulled in, goes Golden, but now cover fire laid down by Unified to push him back, and they keep moving. Okay, nearly bites it. PSG get everything.
PSG, they got that off. Oh, we're gonna get our final team fight. Genia probably has to find a pick on the one-man side.
Oh, but he's the one getting picked himself. Does go Golden to try and bait things out here, but the damage being dealt out. Ooh, nice chance of corruption that he had stolen away, but everyone's getting pinballed back and forth, and only Likai is going to survive, but for how much longer?
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope?
No. Worse.
You cannot stop the darkness he's unleashed. Until our queen is returned, all will be brought to ruin.
What is this? What's happening?
Steady.
Then shoot her twice.
We pin her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian! No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Senna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
So, where was I? Haha, that's right. Senna and Lucian sailed.
We interrupt your cool action discussion to bring the game that you guys have all been waiting for. Thank you all so much, everyone, for being patient. We are going to get into Impunity versus Boom Esports, and we're going to have to cycle back to it, Clement, because the draft it's now in in the past. We're getting into the game. Finally loading onto Summoner's Rift. We'll see if Impunity can take down Boom Esports, or if Boom have some tricks up their sleeves with this Ezreal mid.
You see the Fog of War? That's kind of my memory on what the picks actually are at this point. Like, I'm not exactly sure. We're going to be taking a closer look. I think it's slowly coming back to me.
Yeah,
did favor Impunity's
for all of you,
draft.
All of you in the audience wondering, yes, casters have short-term memories. It is a universal trait. We had to write things down. A little peek behind the curtain for all y'all staying up to watch.
You guys evolved from monkeys, we evolved from goldfish, and that really is a difference to everything. As we have Rocky with that's a very interesting emote. I'm not sure what it is. But taking a look at the runes, we are going to get pretty normal runes from Ruby overall. It's just Conquerors coming in. And Top King getting a briefcase thrown at him. Very good choice of skins right there, Rocky. You are a man
Giving
of
him the
culture.
business.
Minions have spawned.
Talking about the comps a little bit more and circling back to the win conditions, we do have Impunity with a full-out poke composition. Very strong at group together. Lots of crowd control. Love the disengage from Braum as well. So their big quest is just to start leaving lane, grouping up together, and they can take this game down really fast if they get a lead. On the other hand, for Boom Esports, a bit of a mosh pit of all different sort of things, I would say. Not really a mosh pit, but like a smorgasbord of all different elements. They have some engage, but I don't think it's that strong. The Diana and Fate's Call is what they're really relying on to catch out the poke composition. In the other parts, and they should be focusing quite heavily on this bottom lane. This is their winningest part on the map. So I think Boom Esports are looking for more of a tempo game into just kind of Diana carry with a hard engage potential to one-shot targets.
Yeah, we will definitely be keeping an eye on what Holo is able to do in this one. Ooh, nice start by Pop with the double flay. And looks like we've got ourselves a pause to start things off. We made it 2 minutes and 7 seconds. But we are going to take a little bit of time.
Just as the action was about to begin as well. That seems rather unfortunate. But, talking about the lane, it definitely is favor for Kalista early on. You have a lot of potential to just stack up Rens and get poked through the minion wave, so not too surprised about that outcome. Did look at the jungle pathing. I believe we got Boom Esports pathing towards the bottom side as expected, and a leash coming out from the side of Impunity and going top lane to make sure that Jace can continue to just bully that Mundo on the top side.
Yeah, I liked what Rocky did to start, just trying to get a little bit of free poke out and push his way forward. I was really excited to talk about this top lane matchup coming into today. But yeah, it does feel like there's a pretty significant range advantage in favor of Top King this time around with the Jace. I think that was also his it's his first Jace game this split. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think it actually was. He definitely flashed the Jace a couple times before. But it is his first time that he actually managed to lock this one in. And just going back to the compositions, one thing I'm not very comfortable about with Boom Esports comp is they just don't have a lot of wave clear. It's actually very difficult for them to push out the wave if Impunity has a proper siege setup. And the difference between having great wave clear and not very good wave clear, it's just how much time you actually sit underneath your tower doing nothing. If you have to deal with the wave, you're not using your abilities on the enemy team, and it takes a lot. It gives a large window where you can just take shock blasts to the face. You can get tagged up by piercing arrows and stuff like that. So I feel like Boom Esports, they have to keep this bot lane suppressed from start to finish. If Ezreal ever gets to roam and leave lane early on, I think it could look really bad coming in from the side of from Impunity's end. And one thing that we have seen that I have picked up from North American teams when they play this composition is that it's not always a bad idea to actually swap your bot lane into the mid pretty early on just to get extra poke. You get the 2v1 trade. It's pretty hard for Ezreal to actually clear against you, and you just shove the lane in constantly. We have seen teams do this when they're playing poke comps, that sometimes if they can't win a lane, they'll just sack a lane to get priority and set up the siege regardless.
Well, and I like that too because it gives Blaze and Smurf the opportunity to kind of escape from what is probably going to be a losing matchup. We already saw in that first engage, that first bit of trade, Pop getting that sweet double flay on and allowing just a lot of harassment to happen. So, yeah, I mean, that does sort of necessitate sacking Moonblack just a little bit, but, I mean, he's okay at playing from behind. He's on an Azir. he should be able to at least like prevent the tower from getting completely collapsed on, and then maybe we get the swap into the mid with the 2v2 again, but it buys some time. And I think Impunity, if they do go for something like that, could certainly try to find themselves rolling ahead a little bit. On the side of Boom over here, yeah, I'm still scratching my head a little bit about this Ezreal, because there just were so many available opportunities to maybe have a less interactive but also safe lane that would be able to kind of walk away. To add to the Wombo combo, I mean, we've already seen Ruby play Victor. I don't know why he wouldn't have played that against this. The Ezreal does feel a little weird.
Yeah, they are looking for something that is AD and has the potential to punish Moonblack. I feel like that was the main two considerations coming into it. So they already saw the Azir, and they wanted something, we'll call it what it is, but I think Ruby wanted something where he could get a lane lead by himself against Moonblock that isn't really known to be a very strong laner in the PCS. So I think it was just a combination of those two factors that led him towards the Ezreal. If we're thinking about what else could have worked right there, we're thinking about something that has a good matchup against Ezreal and is also AD physical. Usually Jace or Varus, but both of those were already on the enemy team.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like just in terms of auto attacking, you've got a Gangplank. Gangplank mid used to be a thing a while back. I got to really stretch into my memory banks there. I don't know if it's something you want to do into an Azir where there's an insane amount of range. I honestly felt like a Yasuo could have worked. I don't know. Does that? Am I crazy? Yeah. Like maybe Ruby just doesn't have that in his pool?
You're not crazy. I personally prefer the Yasuo as well. I feel like that combo is a lot more potent than Ezreal Diana. Frankly, like if you're getting a wombo combo, the majority of your damage from the Ezreal would actually be magical at that point. So yeah, I definitely feel like Yasuo completes the combo a lot better with the amount of physical damage he's able to output in bursts. Unfortunately, that's not what they went for, and I don't really know what the win con is for Boom Esports. That's the interesting thing. We have seen today that win cons sometimes aren't really that important. You just you just deny the enemy win con, and you can win.
Yeah, that is its own win con. It's the counterplay.
Yeah, but I think the critical thing is if Boom Esports can actually get engages down into the mid side. So we have to pay very close attention to whether Pop can find his death sentences and how they're going to use Fate Calls to actually enable engages. Fate Call plus Diana, in theory, is pretty strong, but we haven't really seen it from the PSG game today. So hopefully we can see it this time around with Wako throwing Holo in.
Yeah, we'll have to find out as we still are waiting to get in the game. I do want to zoom out a little bit here, Clement, and just kind of talk a little bit more about the league overall, because as we've been moving kind of quickly through the games today, I did want to get a little bit of your take since we rounded that halfway corner at the end of last week. Just where all the teams currently are. We talked a little bit about this Impunity squad coming back up and finding at least their footing on a patch, but what we hadn't talked about as much is the teams that have been finding struggles around them. Hong Kong Attitude, of course, dropping earlier today. Berjaya Dragons dropping earlier today. The way things are shaking out, does this kind of look to be a little closer to what we expected at the start of the split? Or are there like a lot of huge surprises for you still in where the standings are at?
I think all the teams landed in about the same range that we expect them to, but there's a couple small shuffles that have been going on. For me, Impunity are coming a little bit lower than I expected, but by the end of the split, I actually think they're going to reclaim 6th spot. I think they're going to overtake Hong Kong Attitude. That is my guess for now.
They're only a game behind right now, to be fair.
Yeah, but I think HK just has so many different roster swaps going on, and it doesn't seem like they've gelled correctly yet. So I think HK's their strategy is probably just to make it to postseason and use that sort of a delay to find their footing there. So they're more...
Are you saying they should change their name to Hong Kong Strategy?
I'm fine with Attitude, to be honest. I feel like it rolls off the tongue a little bit easier. HK.
It does.
Instead of HKS. Yeah, I'd go with HK on that one. But
all right.
My outlook for Hong Kong Attitude is actually a bit bleak. I feel like Impunity will overtake him. That's my prediction. And I'm really excited about the potential for Liab to overtake Berjaya. I think that's somewhat possible, given that they actually have the head-to-head win. Berjaya honestly haven't looked terrible, but unfortunately for them, I feel like I feel like Berjaya are very limited in their scope in terms of what they can play, and going down the stretch, people are going to target them even harder. So it's hard. Because like overall talent, I actually would give Berjaya the edge. Ozzy, Arashi to me are very solidly star players, but unfortunately for them, I feel like they're somewhat limited, and they have a very wonky game plan. I'm actually willing to say that Liab, for me, sometimes their mid-game macro actually looks better than Berjaya. Berjaya games are messy.
Liab's last game was like clean, just completely clean. Like, and that was kind of even an eye opener for me, because I've seen their early games and their mid games look all right before, but it was on a whole nother level.
Ooh. Let's see if Smurf is also support outside of game, you know. In-game engage bot lane support, outside of game tech support. Let's see if it works.
Hey, if you could double up, right? Yeah, they get
hopefully-
their headphones on, hopefully back in soon.
Alright. Let's see. Seems like Smurf just went into the mainframe. He's back out now.
Just casually surfing the nets. Smurfing the nets.
The world depends on you right now.
Oh boy. Yeah, we'll see if we can get those issues fixed for them. But thanks everyone for sticking with us as we work out through the pause. But yeah, you know, I asked you that question about the whole league because I think it does pertain a lot to our other competitor, right? Boom Esports at 8-3 right now are just looking so sharp with what they were able to do against PSG, with the win against Beyond Gaming. You know, they have kind of picked a little bit of an odd comp in this particular game, but it does seem like on the whole, this is a squad that's just extremely aware of what it wants to do and is really good at it.
Yeah, I'm actually... Okay, this is going to be somewhat controversial, but I actually think Boom Esports is going to finish the split higher than JT. I don't mean in regular split necessarily, but in playoffs.
I don't know if it's that controversial. They're looking real good.
Dude, but J-Team has been like a powerhouse for so many years. Like, they don't call J-Team the team of summer for no reason. Like, sure, the regular splits, you know, sometimes their games are not great. Like, I tend to think that J-Team falter against teams that are ultra aggressive and are willing to throw caution into the wind and just do full-on engages. And that's why they look a little bit worse against teams like Manchi. But for Boom Esports, they actually have a lot more layers to them, I feel. Like, they have this lever where they can play late game with Ruby. They can play really aggressive early on with Wako and Holo as well. So I just like Boom Esports' chances because of that flexibility in terms of the game tempo where they're playing at. Where J-Team, to me, are, against the higher teams at the very least, they tend to be very timid. They're overly cautious. They tend to give the opponent chances to come back into the game. And they still haven't developed a split push mechanism, which I am actually confident about. So that tends to lead to very grindy games. And when you're in a grindy situation and you're willing to leave the opponent to make the first move, that's usually a detriment. So I'm going to actually take Boom Esports over J-Team right here. Right now in the regular split, Boom Esports are already ahead of them. But I'm willing to say that like by the end of the postseason, we're going to see a shakeup and J-Team be bumped down a split.
I think that rematch is going to be really exciting because they actually do find themselves down 1-0 against J-Team. But that's not the game we're talking about. We're talking about Impunity Boom right now. We are going to take another break. Again, thank you everyone for sticking with us as we try to resolve the issues. We will be back as soon as we can.
Hey everyone, SafeLocked here on behalf of the League team. Today we want to share some of our upcoming plans for events, game modes, and skins. Let's start with the upcoming summer event. Back in January, Viego, the Ruined King, returned to Runeterra. He defeated Senna and Lucian, and since then the stakes have been slowly rising. Starting next week, we'll follow the rise of the Sentinels as they band together with new and familiar faces against Viego and make a last stand to save Runeterra from ruin. After Spirit Blossom, we heard how much you enjoyed these more immersive events in the client, and so we'll be doing something similar for Sentinels of Light. Additionally, this event will be based in core canonical lore. Every skin, story, and moment you experience in the MOBA will be moving the story of Runeterra and its champions forward, which is something we know you've wanted for a long time. This won't always be the case for our big events. Each year, we'll explore different directions to help them stand out on their own, rather than continuing a pattern. No matter what it looks like, we hope those of you who enjoyed Spirit Blossom will be excited for Sentinels of Light and whatever 2022 might bring, and so on. And with that, let's jump into game modes. When it comes to game modes, we believe modes that amplify champion fantasies are a sweet spot. For example, in Earth, we amplify fantasies by asking, what if my champion could cast all the time? And in One For All, we ask, what if my champion could stack with itself? We've been running game modes like this alongside every event, but we know it's been a while since we've tried something new. So today, I'm happy to say that we're launching a brand new game mode alongside the Sentinels of Light event. This mode started with a different question. Which ultimate would you steal to pull off the wombo combo of your dreams? The result is Ultimate Spellbook. In Ultimate Spellbook, you get to choose another champion's ult from 3 different options. You'll still get your ultimate as usual, and your new ult will take the place of one of your summoner's spells. This means you'll be able to use it after a short initial cooldown. Have you ever wanted 3 gap closers on Nasus? Or to double snipe an enemy? Maybe you just want someone to finally peel for you. No matter your dream, this is your time to shine. We can't wait to see all the crazy combos you all come up with. And with that, let's hand things over to Ambrielle, who's going to talk a little bit about skins.
Hi everyone, I'm Ambrielle and I'm the product lead for the skins team, filling in for Bellissimo. We have a lot to talk about, so let's jump right into it. Because we're making more and more skins every year, it's important that we find new thematics you're all really excited about. So this year we wanted to explore some new worlds and expand on a few smaller ones. One of our biggest new thematics so far has been Space Groove, and we gotta say, you were all really vibing with this one. We took a bit of a risk here, as Space Groove doesn't really look or sound like anything we've done before. But you all seem to really love the fresh new approach, so we'll be revisiting this groovy galaxy in the future. While not a brand new thematic, bees were a hit. During development, our team was excited about them, but we were still surprised by just how much you loved them. So you can definitely expect to see more bees buzzing onto the rift at some point. One new thematic that didn't go as well as we'd hoped was Lunar Beasts. Sometimes we try something new and it just doesn't hit the mark. So next year, along with an old favorite, you can expect a new skin line to celebrate the Lunar New Year. During the thematic vote in January, you all chose Crime City Nightmare as the new thematic you'd like to see. Debonair 2.0 came in at a close second, so we decided to make them both. First up is Crime City Nightmare, the dark and mysterious Cthulhu-inspired cityscape. Since January, we've made a lot of progress on building out this world. This means everything from shape language to color schemes and determining just how many spooky eyeballs is too many. Today, we're ready to share the final concepts for Akali and Twisted Fate. In these pieces, you can really see how we've played around with how each champion can fully embrace their eldritch power during high points of their gameplay. Right now, we're working on bringing these designs along with 3 other skins into the game. If everything goes as planned, the dark underbelly of Valorant City will make itself known next month. Then later this year, Debonair 2.0 will tell the story of champions vying for powerful elixirs in a modern noir world. We're still early on in development for exploring this opulent universe, but are excited about the progress we've made in landing their VFX in a really fresh space. Before we go, we wanted to say a quick word on skins overall. We've been keeping up a pretty good pace these days, and we're on track to hit over 140 skins this year. As a part of that effort, we've made more skins for underserved champions, and while there's always more work to do, one name has been coming up more often than others, and that's Kayn. While we're not ready to share a concept just yet, we can confirm that Kayn has a new skin in development, and we're looking forward to getting it into your hands later this year. That's all we have for today. As always, thanks so much for being the players that make all of this possible, and we'll see you next time.
Hey everyone, I'm Tej, product lead for Teamfight Tactics. And we have a quick update today about TFT Reckoning, the upcoming mid-set, and most importantly, TFT's second birthday. In April, we launched our 5th set, Reckoning, and over 12 million of you came out on launch day to help fight against, or for, Chaos, Pengu, and the forces of the Black Mist. The struggle between Chaos and Order will culminate with the mid-set update starting July 21st on patch 11.15. The restoration of the Skyglass will banish the Black Mist and return balance to the world of Reckoning. In addition to new champions and traits, we'll be adding a new mechanic, like we did with Lucky Lanterns. Past mechanics, like Galaxies and Chosen, did a good job of adding game-to-game variants that were currently missing in Reckoning. We're not always planning to make this kind of change to every mid-set, but the need for more variants means that we'll be adding something more to Reckoning's mechanic. Stay tuned for more details to come. Speaking of variants, we also recently added more things that can appear in your armory. From consumables to spatula items, our hope is that every match feels unique without taking away your control and decision making. You can expect to see something similar in the mid-set. Now, let's talk about our first TFT lab, Hyperroll. It has been a success so far with over 100 million games played. Hyperroll was a great first step in our exploration into alternative ways to play TFT. And we're currently working on what our next lab could be. No details as of yet, but let us know what you would want to see from a TFT lab in the future. Beyond gameplay, the Skyglass Origins event that you're playing through is our first TFT event, and we hope to do more in the future. To that end, we've got mold divers digging through the data and gathering your feedback. So let us know what you think. The future is open on these. But our hope is that events can provide something new to experience and do between set releases. We are still working on the Observer for competitive events and are on track to fully reveal it with the Reckoning Championship in China this fall. The Observer will allow broadcasters, both Riot and partners, to control the camera of a TFT match. This should help you follow your favorite players through both the highs and the lows of every game. Now for the important stuff. Teamfight Tactics turns 2 today, on June 25th. Just to put your passion into perspective for a moment, over the past 2 years, you've played over 2 billion games of TFT, 3-starred 25 million legendary champions, won 80 million games with Pengu, and sacrificed over 270 million health to Teemo. On behalf of myself and the entire TFT team, thank you for building this community with us. We wouldn't be here without you. It's your excitement when you just hit, and even your frustrations when you don't, that fuels our passion to continually make this game better. To celebrate 2 years of absolute awesomeness, we're giving you a special anniversary cake spirit for anyone that plays a game of TFT starting today. That's it for now. We'll be back at the end of the summer to talk about the next set and more. Until then, you can find me on the Convergence, forcing Teemo.
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope?
No. Worse.
You cannot stop the darkness he's unleashed. Until our queen is returned, all will be brought to ruin.
What is this? What's happening?
Steady.
Then shoot her twice.
We pin her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian! No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Senna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
So, where was I? Haha, that's right. Senna and Lucian sailed to the Sentinel headquarters, but only found a strange, sweet girl and a single rookie Sentinel. Oh, this is not enough to save the world, so they had to recruit a team. First stop, Demacia. The black mist was everywhere, ruining people. The scoundrel was also there, stealing a magic relic while the team fought a ruined dragon? Woman? Dragon. They were helped by a demon slayer who plays by her own rules. Like Akshan, but with less bending and breaking. When all was settled, the Sentinels had their first recruit. On to the Freljord, where even their summers are frozen solid. Surprisingly, no Sentinels. Instead, the team found a madman who wanted his comeuppance in battle. They also met a sad, depressed Yordle named Vex. Looks like Viego is also recruiting. Our new friend has 2 axes. This is better, I think. Finally, in Noxus, the Sentinels met a fierce swordmaster. Together, they sneaked into the Immortal Bastion, but the ruined king was already there. Turns out he's gathering parts of his queen's soul to bring her back to life. Again! Viego then scurried off and sent in the worst of heals. Still, not all was lost. The Swordmaster joined the cause, although her weapon was not up to Sentinel code. Let's see how she fares in the battles to come.
Kept you waiting, my friend.
Yes, I know. I said I wouldn't use your absolver. But look at it. It's magnificent! Here we go. Get in, avenge fallen ally, get out. I don't know how you live with yourself, but you won't have to for long. Fixing the world, one scoundrel at a time.
Stealth time! I mean, stealth time.
Now for my grand escape, Grappling Hook! The bad part about having friends, always having to avenge them. There you are! We live to fight another day! But not you. Not yet. I know you had other plans for me, Shadia. But I choose vengeance.
I daunt with my grappling hook. See how it daunts you? Daunt, 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 daunt.
You still there, friend? So, in Ionia, the Sentinels met a spiritual leader who was struggling against the curse of ruination. She told a story of love and sacrifice and blah 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 blah. All lies. But she did reveal one truth. Isolde's spirit lived inside Senna and Gwen. But then the forest itself turned to ruin and seized another artifact for Viego. The team survived with a little help from a deadly blade dancer. And she joined the cause, hoping to restore her land. Together, they reached Mount Targon. Very tall, perfect for grappling hooks. A warrior with a crescent blade and shimmering armor guided the team to the summit. There, they found Viego battling a god. How do you defeat one of those? Well, if you're a scoundrel, you take control of their mind. Haha, but the Sentinels had enlisted a god of their own, so to speak, and served up just desserts. Of course, sneaky Viego escaped with another item. He is very good at that. Huh, now where will he turn up next?
Maybe one or two exceptions are just coming out ahead time and again. There's plenty of game to play still, but Boom are playing so smart. They're playing so effective. And more importantly, they're really forcing PSG to try and make these plays. Now, Pop is caught. Meanwhile, though, in the backline, River isolated, does heal up, and there's no kills just yet, but it's going to be Rocky opening it up. Hanabi finding himself surrounding the rest of the members, but it does not matter at all. Rocky with this World Ender is looking to be the win streak ender, and Wako unloads onto Maple. Pop is the only Boom casualty, and what a win in that fight for Boom.
Oh my god, Ruby is an actual
One's attention is so split up.
Machi went in first, but we still have Koala on the sides using the ultimate. Gemini gets the kick, but not the target. Does find the Sonic Wave, though, and there goes Mission and
Rest is here,
coming
though.
in to save the day. But again, Gemini goes in, tons of damage being dealt. Woody is going to be left behind as Stormbringer outs the other way. Hana leading that one for the escape, and Machi out of nowhere get a massive three-man kick for nothing, heading towards the Baron. Just like that, Machi wrestle everything back into their favor. The gold lead and the objective control. Can Rest be the hero here?
Upwards at all that exposes them
Ento
to
actually
and
goes and that is
not
the
it.
engage. Aiden gets into the backline. Kanji kills the Nautilus instantly. Arashi still alive, but Dawn now opening up, and we get a massive three-man move fall into the last whisper. That's the wombo combo we've been waiting for. The triple kill for Xyleaf. Liao break open the base. They break the curse, and they're going for a win. Not letting their lose streak go on to double digits. They're flashing the PSG. They're getting the emotes down. This is time to
handily as Eminem could be caught by the captive audience and goes River. Follows through for the two-man moonfall. Konye flash and dash to safety, or is he? Tempered Fate, he goes in and he goes down. River has just got the eye of the tiger this game. That is going to be Kaiwing pulled in, goes golden, but now cover fire laid down by Unified to push him back, and they keep moving. Okay, nearly bites it. PSG get everything.
PSG, they got that off. We're gonna get our final team fight. Genia probably has to find a pick on the one-man side.
Oh, but he's the one getting picked himself. Does go golden to try and bait things out here, but the damage being dealt out. Ooh, nice chains of corruption that he had stolen away, but everyone's getting pinballed back and forth, and only Likai is going to survive, but for how much longer?
Hey everyone, Safe Locked here on behalf of the League team. Today we want to share some of our upcoming plans for events, game modes, and skins. Let's start with the upcoming summer event. Back in January, Viego, the Ruin King, returned to Runeterra. He defeated Senna and Lucian, and since then the stakes have been slowly rising. Starting next week, we'll follow the rise of the Sentinels as they band together with new and familiar faces against Viego and make a last stand to save Runeterra from ruin. After Spirit Blossom, we heard how much you enjoyed these more immersive events in the client, and so we'll be doing something similar for Sentinels of Light. Additionally, this event will be based in core canonical lore. Every skin, story, and moment you experience in the MOBA will be moving the story of Runeterra and its champions forward, which is something we know you've wanted for a long time. This won't always be the case for our big events. Each year, we'll explore different directions to help them stand out on their own, rather than continuing a pattern. No matter what it looks like, we hope those of you who enjoyed Spirit Blossom will be excited for Sentinels of Light and whatever 2022 might bring, and so on. And with that, let's jump into game modes. When it comes to game modes, we believe modes that amplify champion fantasies are a sweet spot. For example, in URF we amplify fantasies by asking, what if my champion could cast all the time? And in One For All we ask, what if my champion could stack with itself? We've been running game modes like this alongside every event, but we know it's been a while since we've tried something new. So today, I'm happy to say that we're launching a brand new game mode alongside the Sentinels of Light event. This mode started with a different question. Which ultimate would you steal to pull off the wombo combo of your dreams? The result is Ultimate Spellbook. In Ultimate Spellbook, you get to choose another champion's ult from 3 different options. You'll still get your ultimate as usual, and your new ult will take the place of one of your summoner's spells. This means you'll be able to use it after a short initial cooldown. Have you ever wanted 3 gap closers on Nasus? Or to double snipe an enemy? Maybe you just want someone to finally peel for you. No matter your dream, this is your time to shine. We can't wait to see all the crazy combos you all come up with. And with that, let's hand things over to Ambrielle, who's going to talk a little bit about skins.
Hi everyone, I'm Ambrielle and I'm the product lead for the skins team, filling in for Bellissimo. We have a lot to talk about, so let's jump right into it. Because we're making more and more skins every year, it's important that we find new thematics you're all really excited about. So this year we wanted to explore some new worlds and expand on a few smaller ones. One of our biggest new thematics so far has been Space Groove, and we gotta say, you were all really vibing with this one. We took a bit of a risk here, as Space Groove doesn't really look or sound like anything we've done before. But you all seem to really love the fresh new approach, so we'll be revisiting this groovy galaxy in the future. While not a brand new thematic, bees were a hit. During development, our team was excited about them, but we were still surprised by just how much you loved them. So you can definitely expect to see more bees buzzing onto the rift at some point. One new thematic that didn't go as well as we'd hoped was Lunar Beasts. Sometimes we try something new and it just doesn't hit the mark. So next year, along with an old favorite, you can expect a new skin line to celebrate the Lunar New Year. During the thematic vote in January, you all chose Crime City Nightmare as the new thematic you'd like to see. Debonair 2.0 came in at a close second, so we decided to make them both. First up is Crime City Nightmare, the dark and mysterious Cthulhu-inspired cityscape. Since January, we've made a lot of progress on building out this world. This means everything from shape language to color schemes and determining just how many spooky eyeballs is too many. Today, we're ready to share the final concepts for Akali and Twisted Fate. In these pieces, you can really see how we've played around with how each champion can fully embrace their eldritch power during high points of their gameplay. Right now, we're working on bringing these designs along with 3 other skins into the game. If everything goes as planned, the dark underbelly of Valorant City will make itself known next month. Then later this year, Debonair 2.0 will tell the story of champions vying for powerful elixirs in a modern noir world. We're still early on in development for exploring this opulent universe, but are excited about the progress we've made in landing their VFX in a really fresh space. Before we go, we wanted to say a quick word on skins overall. We've been keeping up a pretty good pace these days, and we're on track to hit over 140 skins this year. As a part of that effort, we've made more skins for underserved champions, and while there's always more work to do, one name has been coming up more often than others, and that's Kayn. While we're not ready to share a concept just yet, we can confirm that Kayn has a new skin in development, and we're looking forward to getting it into your hands later this year. That's all we have for today. As always, thanks so much for being the players that make all of this possible, and we'll see you next time.
Hey everyone, I'm Tej, product lead for Teamfight Tactics. And we have a quick update today about TFT Reckoning, the upcoming mid-set, and most importantly, TFT's second birthday. In April, we launched our 5th set, Reckoning, and over 12 million of you came out on launch day to help fight against, or for, Chaos, Pengu, and the forces of the Black Mist. The struggle between Chaos and Order will culminate with the mid-set update starting July 21st on patch 11.15. The restoration of the Skyglass will banish the Black Mist and return balance to the world of Reckoning. In addition to new champions and traits, we'll be adding a new mechanic, like we did with Lucky Lanterns. Past mechanics, like Galaxies and Chosen, did a good job of adding game-to-game variants that were currently missing in Reckoning. We're not always planning to make this kind of change to every mid-set, but the need for more variants means that we'll be adding something more to Reckoning's mechanic. Stay tuned for more details to come. Speaking of variants, we also recently added more things that can appear in your armory. From consumables to spatula items, our hope is that every match feels unique without taking away your control and decision making. You can expect to see something similar in the mid-set. Now, let's talk about our first TFT lab, Hyperroll. It has been a success so far with over 100 million games played. Hyperroll was a great first step in our exploration into alternative ways to play TFT. And we're currently working on what our next lab could be. No details as of yet, but let us know what you would want to see from a TFT lab in the future. Beyond gameplay, the Skyglass Origins event that you're playing through is our first TFT event, and we hope to do more in the future. To that end, we've got mold divers digging through the data and gathering your feedback. So let us know what you think. The future is open on these. But our hope is that events can provide something new to experience and do between set releases. We are still working on the Observer for competitive events and are on track to fully reveal it with the Reckoning Championship in China this fall. The Observer will allow broadcasters, both Riot and partners, to control the camera of a TFT match. This should help you follow your favorite players through both the highs and the lows of every game. Now for the important stuff. Teamfight Tactics turns 2 today, on June 25th. Just to put your passion into perspective for a moment, over the past 2 years, you've played over 2 billion games of TFT, 3-starred 25 million legendary champions, won 80 million games with Pengu, and sacrificed over 270 million health to Teemo. On behalf of myself and the entire TFT team, thank you for building this community with us. We wouldn't be here without you. It's your excitement when you just hit, and even your frustrations when you don't, that fuels our passion to continually make this game better. To celebrate 2 years of absolute awesomeness, we're giving you a special anniversary cake spirit for anyone that plays a game of TFT starting today. That's it for now. We'll be back at the end of the summer to talk about the next set and more. Until then, you can find me on the Convergence, forcing Teemo.
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope?
No. Worse.
You cannot stop the darkness he's unleashed. Until our queen is returned, all will be brought to ruin.
What is this? What's happening?
Steady.
Then shoot her twice.
We pin her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian! No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Senna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
So, where was I? Haha, that's right. Senna and Lucian sailed to the Sentinel headquarters, but only found a strange, sweet girl and a single rookie Sentinel. Oh, this is not enough to save the world, so they had to recruit a team. First stop, Demacia. The black mist was everywhere, ruining people. The scoundrel was also there, stealing a magic relic while the team fought a ruined dragon? Woman? Dragon. They were helped by a demon slayer who plays by her own rules. Like Akshan, but with less bending and breaking. When all was settled, the Sentinels had their first recruit. On to the Freljord, where even their summers are frozen solid. Surprisingly, no Sentinels. Instead, the team found a madman who wanted his comeuppance in battle. They also met a sad, depressed Yordle named Vex. Looks like Viego is also recruiting. Our new friend has 2 axes. This is better, I think. Finally, in Noxus, the Sentinels met a fierce swordmaster. Together, they sneaked into the Immortal Bastion, but the ruined king was already there. Turns out he's gathering parts of his queen's soul to bring her back to life. Again! Viego then scurried off and sent in the worst of heals. Still, not all was lost. The Swordmaster joined the cause, although her weapon was not up to Sentinel code. Let's see how she fares in the battles to come.
Kept you waiting, my friend.
Yes, I know. I said I wouldn't use your absolver. But look at it. It's magnificent! Aim. Here we go. Get in, avenge fallen ally, get out. I don't know how you live with yourself, but you won't have to for long. Fixing the world, one scoundrel at a time. Stealth time! I mean, stealth time. Now for my grand escape, Grappling Hook! The bad part about having friends, always having to avenge them. There you are. We live to fight another day. But not you. Not yet. I know you had other plans for me, Shadia. But I choose vengeance. I daunt with my grappling hook. See how it daunts you? Daunt, 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 daunt. You still there, friend? So, in Ionia, the Sentinels met a spiritual leader who was struggling against the curse of ruination. She told a story of love and sacrifice and blah 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 blah. All lies. But she did reveal one truth. Isolde's spirit lived inside Senna and Gwen. But then the forest itself turned to ruin and seized another artifact for Viego. The team survived with a little help from a deadly blade dancer. And she joined the cause, hoping to restore her land. Together, they reached Mount Targon. Very tall, perfect for grappling hooks. A warrior with a crescent blade and shimmering armor guided the team to the summit. There, they found Viego battling a god. How do you defeat one of those? Well, if you're a scoundrel, you take control of their mind. Haha, but the Sentinels had enlisted a god of their own, so to speak, and served up just desserts. Of course, sneaky Viego escaped with another item. He is very good at that. Huh, now where will he turn up next?
Maybe one or two exceptions are just coming out ahead time and again. There's plenty of game to play still, but Boom are playing so smart. They're playing so effective. And more importantly, they're really forcing PSG to try and make these plays. Now, Pop is caught. Meanwhile, though, in the backline, River isolated, does heal up, and there's no kills just yet, but it's going to be Rocky opening it up. Hanabi finding himself surrounding the rest of the members, but it does not matter at all. Rocky with this World Ender is looking to be the win streak ender, and Wako unloads onto Maple. Pop is the only Boom casualty, and what a win in that fight for Boom.
Oh my god, Ruby is an actual magician.
One's attention is so split up.
Machi went in first, but we still have Koala on the sides using the ultimate. Gemini gets the kick, but not the target. Does find the Sonic Wave, though, and there goes Mission and
Rest is here,
coming
though.
in to save the day. But again, Gemini goes in, tons of damage being dealt. Woody is going to be left behind as Stormbringer outs the other way. Hana leading that one for the escape, and Machi out of nowhere get a massive three-man pick for nothing, heading towards the Baron. Just like that, Machi wrestle everything back into their favor. The gold lead and the objective control. Can Rest be the hero here?
Upwards at all that exposes them
Ento
to
actually
and
goes in, and that's
not
the
it.
engage. Aiden gets into the backline. Kanji kills the Nautilus instantly. Arashi still alive, but Dawn now opening up, and we get a massive three-man move fall into the last Whisper. That's the wombo combo we've been waiting for. The triple kill for Xyliath. Liao break open the base. They break the curse, and they're going for a win. Not letting their lose streak go on to double digits. They're flashing the PSG. They're getting the emotes down. This is time to
handily as Eminem could be caught with the captive audience and goes River. Follows through for the two-man moonfall. Comye flash and dash to safety, or is he? Tempered Fate, he goes in and he goes down. River has just got the eye of the tiger this game. That is going to be Kaiwing pulled in, goes golden, but now cover fire laid down by Unified to push him back, and they keep moving. Okay, nearly bites it. PSG get everything.
PSG, they got that off. We're gonna get our final team fight. Genia probably has to find a pick on the one-man side.
Oh, but he's the one getting picked himself. Does go golden to try and bait things out here, but the damage being dealt out. Ooh, nice chains of corruption that he had stolen away, but everyone's getting pinballed back and forth, and only Link. And we're back, and we're right into the game. See how seamless in with us as we pick back up with the start of Impunity versus Boom Esports. I'm Pirate, he's Clement. Oh, we've been waiting a little while, Clement, but now we get to see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, we're coming right back into the thick of things. Honestly, when our producer was doing the countdown from 10 to 1, I thought we were going to end up in 2022, but we're still here. We're still back in the game. Nothing has changed, and you haven't missed any action.
What year is it, Clement? What year is it? Is it still 2021?
Yeah, that feels like a great Jumanji reference. Probably should
I
have spelled
know,
that.
right? Have you seen the remake and the sequel to it, by the way?
Yeah, I have seen it. I felt like the director was not very good, but it's just like some fun summer stuff. Like the way they treat the exposition in that movie was, I feel like it was really not.
Oh, it's silly.
It's
Definitely silly, but like I feel like that's super appropriate for a movie like Jumanji. And I kind of have to watch anything with The Rock in it. I feel like I just have to.
True. Like, I think The Rock is going to be the president of the United States in our lifetime, for sure.
Honestly, we should be so lucky. It'd be great.
No. Like,
I live in California, man. If Arnold can be the governor, anything can happen.
True. Like, you guys elected an android senate from the future, so
anything is possible, right? So
we have to come back to the game.
Yes, we do. Let's talk about how this starts to unfold, because it seems like so long ago when the draft went down. Let's go over these teams' win conditions and what we're trying to see from them.
All right, so on the left side, we have Impunity coming in with the triple poke composition. They want to set up shop and just siege you down. Boom Esports, they don't have a lot of great engage. They don't have a lot of wave clear. So if Impunity get their way, I think they're going to run away with this game. And frankly, I do favor their draft just a little bit. On Boom Esports side, we have a bit of shenanigans coming in. The Ruby mid lane Ezreal has only been played once before.
Okay, he's got a shift and a flash, and
that was epic!
Not enough to escape as Epic gets the first blood.
That was pretty cool. Only one direction he could go right there. Epic catches him out, and sure, there was a pause, but Epic doesn't seem like he's falling asleep anytime soon. The Blind Monk finds a kick afterwards. That was beautiful prediction by his part, catching Ruby out here. A very important start. Once again, Boom Esports don't really have a lot of wave clear, so if the poke opportunity presents themselves, Boom Esports, they have to rely on a Death Sentence hero play to really get the engage they want going.
You know, if you're Boom Esports and you picked Ezreal for Ruby to kind of have like that safe lane and be able to combo up a little bit more with the True Shot Barrage, and you get first blooded, feels bad, man.
It definitely does. That's not a great sign so far. I will say that in terms of just the laning phase, he's actually been doing quite well. Look at the CS department. He's up by about 2 waves at this point and is able to roam around with Holo, which, you know, you don't usually see a Diana being able to counter jungle, but Boom Esports has been able to get away with that so far. And for Boom, we did talk about their main win condition to us is this bottom lane. This bottom lane is a bit of a double counter pick. They should have a lot of advantages coming into the 2v2. So if they can snowball this lane, it means that Varus can't group up with the rest of the team to start setting up siege and just poking down the mid lane tower. So we're going to be paying close attention to that to see if they can get any more advantages down there.
Yeah, Wako and Pop certainly have been showing up as well, and not just on these champions. I think it's been a very impressive showing from the Boom bottom side so far this split, especially in recent games, recent performances. Always want to keep an eye on what they're able to pull off. Now, Olo should be able to secure up Scuttle Crab here. And do they want to go for a play? There's always the possibility when you have a Thresh that Lantern could come in. Instead, they actually opt just to try and start off on that Infernal Dragon.
Mm-hmm. I really like this, just taking the early Infernal. There is no contest on the map on the other side with the Herald play. And the reason this is important, because I think for Impunity's composition, they're actually quite okay with trading sides. If they open a side, that means that they have one lane they can just put mid to set up siege. So you do want to take these objectives. Whoa, but a great play!
Again, Pop just gets the hook into the double play. It's just beautiful to watch this lane work. And as a result, they're starting to move forward a little bit now. Epic getting his counter jungle on top side, secure away this red. But Rocky's giving him a bit of a hard time here as he gives him the business, quite literally.
I like how he just tanks the entire Krugs just to get position on Epic for a single briefcase and then walks back.
It's all about sending the message.
Yeah, you can't steal from Corporate Mundo, okay? stealing from the working class, that's one thing, but stealing from the corporate class, big no-no. Mundo don't like that. And
Yeah,
has
he'll take
to
it to court
make you
over
know
it.
that.
Ooh. Wako, he is just so fine with anything that's happening right now. I love the Callista Thresh lane. It's a lot of fun. You get a lot of cool yo-yo potential and engagements.
Yeah.
It's just a fun visual.
For sure, and I think it's
comes
going to be
Holo.
critical with the Fate's Call as we have Holo coming in for the combo.
And Moonblack, he's out by the skin of his teeth. Doesn't actually use the flash, just barely. Meanwhile, down to the bot, things are starting to heat up a little bit as Wako pulls in Smurf into the box, but here comes Epic. Doesn't land the Sonic Wave. Nice prediction from Pop and Wako as they both stutter step.
Yeah, very close fight coming into that one, and prior to this, Impunity were down 2 summoners in the heal and the exhaust, so I understand why Boom Esports is willing to play this aggressive onto them. They also stopped the wave rebound, so actually it's still a pretty decent position for Boom Esports. Great play on them, just dodging out onto Epic. Meanwhile, though, we haven't spent a lot of time in the top side, but Top King has a very sizable advantage here. Oh, actually, it's not even that much. I thought it was a lot higher than that.
He should have a very sizable advantage here, but yeah, you're right. It's Rocky's evened it out.
Yeah, not as much as I thought it actually would be. It just goes to show you the strength of Mundo. It's a couple of passes. We did have a small nerf on him, 11.14. Taking the goes where he pleases, down by 15 seconds to start off with. So he's a little bit easier to gank, easier to trade with, but doesn't seem to have impacted that much in this matchup.
Yeah, Rocky going to be able to stay relatively safe. It was an interesting choice for him as well, because when we look at Rocky, honestly, the champions he's really thrived on are a little bit more carry-oriented, right?
Yeah.
We've seen his Gwen really come up and dish a lot of damage. Obviously, it was banned in this game. Easy to forget, considering the draft happened a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Moonblack. Oh, he's caught between Ruby and Hollow, but he does slide and glide away. A lot of movements by both dual laners, actually. As Blaze and Smurf, they're helping secure Herald.
We see both teams just, trying to size up for the Herald. There's a lot of movement around that. Of course, Impunity to take that one down. And in the meantime, it just opens up Wako to get a free laning phase. And we did talk about this earlier, is that sometimes when you're playing a poke composition and the enemy team in the bot side is just so much stronger than your own, then oftentimes we will see teams actually try to sack bot lane and go for trades elsewhere on the map. Like, they could just straight go for a bottom lane, straight go for mid lane, and try to punish the fact that Ruby doesn't really have that much wave clear. So we'll see if that's on the cards. Or another line of play for Impunity is just to drop Herald bot lane, but to me, I feel like they're a team that much more prefers to get Top King ahead.
Oh no. Ruby, actually baits Epic a little bit into a tower shot with the flash, but I think that's a trade Epic will be happy about.
Yeah,
Catch that one a little bit later. Meanwhile, Wako pop. Oh, 2-man knockup on the Glacial Fissure. Not any follow-up damage, though. No junglers around.
Favorable trade for Boom Esports coming into that one. They have the Vampiric Scepter, so the damage doesn't really matter, and they get the ultimate. On the flip side, we do have Moonblack and Epic, just with a bit of an incursion. They know that Ruby is not in a fighting condition right now, so they're willing to just step up and take that away. But meanwhile, in the bot lane, once again,
Pop just nails these hook into double plays every time. The problem is Wako, he's the one getting poked a little bit. Nice dodge out on the Chains of Corruption. Wako can be a little happy about how that went down. And Holo is sniffing around. We might be getting a party down here at some point. Box comes up, Smurf taken low, hooked back in, Fate's Call, popped immediately, and Wako will get the kill. Holo tags his way in onto Blaze with the Moonfall. Here comes Moonblack, but there's no one left to save. Holo's not actually going to take this. They're going to let Pop bear the brunt of the damage. Meanwhile, teleport in. Rocky is there to defend, but with kickback, that's going to be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, a bit of a questionable teleport coming in from Rocky, and it looks like what they want to do is full commit to switch up this tower. We have the bottom lane for Boom Esports now going towards the top side there. We're going to take another look at this one. Just a straight-up 2v2 kill, honestly. Holo didn't even do much, but just went in to kill off Blaze. Now, as we mentioned before, the Glacial Fissure isn't there anymore, and Smurf, I feel like he was a bit too aggressive with his positioning right there, and we see Blaze actually trying to hold the wave in front of Holo. Definitely not the right move. Holo just gets the clean solo kill, and even though Impunity do get a return, that's still 2 kills going in favor of Boom Esports, and this poke bot lane If they don't find a way to rotate, then this bot lane's not getting much done.
Ooh, Pop's getting tracked again. Smurf and Blaze behind the tower with Top King. Gonna be able to get the kill. Excuse me, Blaze not anywhere near there on the map.
That was a great punish coming in. They have a top lane that's already shoved in, and because of the Rocky TP, they had to switch the bot lane here. That's just easy pickings for Impunity. When you have solo laners against duo laners, much easier to just snag off kills in that situation. So we actually have I feel like Impunity has actually been let off the hook just a little by that TP coming in from Rocky. It did not manage to do anything, and now Impunity are swapping into the lanes that I think are much more favorable. Top King having a long lane to kind of punish the duos, and now we have the poke coming in by Blaze into the mid. So Boom Esports, I felt like they had a strong start to that one, but just the TP I feel like was really crucial, because it not only left topside wide open for plates to be taken down, it also meant they sort of fumbled up their lane rotations afterwards. Now we have a sizable lead on Impunity's end.
Right. This is looking good for the Impunity squad. They were pretty happy with how things are shaking out, using the Rift Herald to secure first brick up topside. Boom do have the Dragon advantage. Since they played a little bit more around the bottom earlier on, they were able to pick up not just one, but two as the Cloud Rift comes in. And the timers for Soul aren't too bad for this squad, but I don't think Impunity's super worried about that happening just yet.
Yeah. Did we just see Hollow take away the blue buff? I don't think that Mystic shot actually landed. I feel like that was the case, and why our observers were showing that. They love showing stuff like that. I think it's spotted out here, so don't expect much to happen. Quick getaway here. With Ultimate actually being caught by Rocky down.
Actually, a lot of damage dealt, and True Shot. Oh, it's not enough! But Hollow's here, coming in, and he's going to be able to get it, picking it up on the pop of the Hextech belt. Epic, kickback, Pop. Everybody's joining the party right now, and Epic, I don't think there's anywhere for you to go. Although Smurf is here for the defense, teleport coming through, and it is just a full-on party in the bot lane, but the tower is destroyed, and Boom are trying to walk away from it. That's going to be one kill picked up by Top King, looking for two, but the minions come in to block, as does Rocky.
Yeah, good response coming in from Top King at the very end of that. Let's watch this play again. Rocky does a surprising amount of damage from Amundo, gets the extra AD with the ultimate, and I like how early he actually pops this. He recognizes he gets a shot at this, goes directly on Moonblack, and we can see the instant flash away coming in from him. Polo just with the easy pickup afterwards, and Epic nearly just goes down here, if not for Smurf coming in and saving this situation. So overall, it is a 1-for-1, but we do have Boom Esports picking up the tower as well in that play. So a little bit more favorable in terms of the objective and the kill allocation trade.
Yeah, Boom Esports keeping this one close, keeping this one tight. Seems like the fight will be around the Rift Herald at the moment. And both teams have just shown that they're pretty happy making aggressive map movements, big investments, and that just means the game just feels so much more dynamic at the moment.
Yeah,
Rift Herald, let's start it off.
This should be a fight that favors Boom Esports unless we have some critical poke coming up, but Smurf goes in way too early.
He goes in, the team is not ready with him right there, and he is going to get the stand behind me to walk away from this one. So Impunity honestly count themselves a little lucky they don't lose anybody there, just a couple of summoners by Smurf.
Yeah, a bit of a questionable move coming in from Smurf. Like, I feel like you should wait on that play until some poke actually lands. In a straight-up 5v5, you're definitely not going to win out against Boom Esports burst right there. And this is such a great chain for Boom Esports. They get the Herald, they drop it instantly, and they can chain it into a Cloud Drake as well, plus stripping away all of the outer towers right here. It looks pretty dire for Impunity to ever set up this mid lane siege. We have another trap being set up here. Wako does have the Fate's Call. All ultimates actually available for Boom Esports, or they should be if Impunity do decide to step up here. And it looks like Impunity are just not going to challenge.
No, and I think that's the right call at the moment. Boom, they had a little bit of time to kill before the Dragon hit the Rift. Now that it does, easy peasy lemon squeezy, try and take that one away. And, you know, Impunity is finding themselves in the back foot. It's a chain of events here as things move pretty quickly. Boom, a lot of plays down in the bot, a lot of plays in the river. they just throwing their weight around, and Impunity haven't really been able to counteract it.
Beautiful play from Boom Esports. They're playing this tempo game extremely tight. They have a lead in the bot lane, transition to top, free Herald. Now Rocky might find some trouble, but there isn't enough damage just yet.
He's shoved back. Oh my goodness, this Mundo, he's just so darn tanky.
No way.
Maximum dosage as he goes for the teleport. Finally goes down. It took every ounce of damage from Moonblack, Smurf, and Epic to take him out.
Oh, that felt like the Avengers movie right there. The purple giant taking on an entire team of Avengers. But at the very end, he still goes down. That's a 3v1. Almost got the rest play. But we can see that right now this Mundo actually is still building full armor. I'm actually surprised that he could survive against the Azir for such a long time, who obviously is dealing magic damage here.
He's just a tanky boy.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. We don't have a lot of HP percent damage. In fact, pretty much only Moonblack is going to be able to chip him down, and I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, that could be a bit of an issue, but Impunity kind of facing a host of them right now. Boom just opening up the map so much, and the fact that they're on Cloud Soul already. Bolo, he will head up to the top side to try and chase down Moonblack. This could be a little bit touchy. Nope. Moonblack walks away. Does that still have the safety of an outer tower? But it feels like Impunity are just on the defensive, right? They're the ones who are going to try and find openings, but Boom are the ones who are directing the tempo at the moment. And they look to try and close the trap here. Not enough members present. In goes Epic. Teleport. Hook comes through. They've caught Smurf as he holds the front line of the team. All 5 members move. Don't actually find anything. True Shot Barrage clips onto Blaze. In comes Moonblack into the middle. But there's not enough damage on either side to get a clean kill.
Yeah, but if we're looking at the HP bars, Boom Esports actually won out on the poke war against 3 poke champions. So they have full control of the map right now, and they can go whichever way they want. We are seeing them just shove into mid lane. Probably going to go for a reset afterwards and just control Baron. But if you look at the Drake stacking, that's the big worry coming in from Impunity. You're going to give your opponent a Cloud Soul in 3 minutes time, and if you look at Rocky, he's already pretty much unstoppable. Goes where he pleases. The Cloud Soul is going to make that a lot worse. I feel like Impunity are forced into a situation where they have to secure the next Drake.
I think you're right. Impunity need to disrupt the Soul. Unfortunately, they just don't look to be in a position where they can full on take the fight. Rocky is very difficult to kill at this point, and while he's frontlining, there's just so much damage. I mean, you started to see this Ezreal come out. True Shot Barrage working as a solid kind of like poke champion. He's just able to wear people down. And meanwhile, Wako can just pump people full of rent stacks. So it's a little dangerous. Not to mention, Holo has got burst potential. I mean, there's a lot of weapons on the Boom side, and it seems to be working out well for them.
Yeah, my biggest worry is definitely going to be Rocky. If you look at his item build, it's the Frostfire Gauntlet completed already. Plus, he does have the Bramble Vest, so a lot of armor built on him. Should be at least like 150 armor at this point. And that just means that it's going to take Epic a while to stack those, to stack the Black Cleaver and to actually put damage onto Mundo, or else Mundo is just going to be right on top of Blaze. He's going to be sitting in front of Top King, soaking most of the damage away. So the windows for Impunity can actually find damage and actually find meaningful poke. I feel like they're incredibly slim at this point. And if I'm Boom Esports, I might even be willing to just sack a mid lane to get a flank going. So, you know, we'll take things one at a time. First off, Impunity do have to defend this Drake. I like the vision that they set up, but they need to transfer that into actual poke damage to dissuade Boom Esports from just bum rushing them.
Absolutely. Impunity do have the inside track on this Dragon, though. It's still 30 seconds away. At the very least, they can look to secure some vision, try to set up for a fight. Moonblack, Blaze, both clipped by the True Shot Barrage. It's just, there's so much poke from some of these Boom members right now, and then there's the ever-present threat of Holo going in. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, we're talking... Oh, no.
Oh, no! Moonblack is deleted. Ruby finds the damage after he was hooked on in, and that's the go button for Boom Esports. Looking for one, looking for more. Top King getting shut down, and Smurf as well. Epic and Blaze Yeah, you know, forget the Dragon Soul. I think it might be Baron time.
It does look like it. I think Pop actually comes out of vision here. Did Impunity actually just see Pop the entire time? He should be outside of vision range in order for that to happen. I'd be very surprised if he got that hook without staying in the copy there. Indeed, he just slinks past vision, gets Moonblack when he comes out of the corner. Beautiful two-man play into the Moonfall. A lot used just to make sure Azir dies there. And a super easy chase down. Pop once again with a great play. Flashes in between the Dark Passage being taken back. That's going to be a double kill. Basically, 3 for nothing plus Baron trade going down. And Baron is pretty much a death sentence for most poke compositions. Poke comps do not deal well with super Baron buffed empowered minions. They don't typically have a lot of single target damage that can punch through.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, this game, Boom have compounded advantages, but Pop has just been an absolute hero. He has not missed a death sentence that I can remember. Oof. And he almost always gets the double play.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane to watch this happening, you know. He pretty much established 2v2 advantage by himself in the bottom side. And if you look back at this game, I don't feel like Impunity was actually that far behind. But it was just one play where Boom Esports had a great chain when they went, you know, they got a kill plus tower in the bottom side, transitioned that to Herald off the Temple lead, went mid with the Herald, got the tower, and then into the Drake. I felt like that chain was so devastating for Impunity that afterwards they lost every single part of the map. There's no map control whatsoever. And also something that didn't go as well as I thought it would be the top lane. Rocky's Mundo was able to weather the storm perfectly, and we checked in on him around the 10-minute mark. He was only down 4 CS. That's not what you want to see in a Jace versus Mundo lane whatsoever. Not exactly sure what everything that happened. I don't really remember what happened at the start of the game, but did not seem to go very well for Top King.
Yeah, I just felt like there wasn't a whole lot of attention up there. It was a super slow game for the most part in the top side. The action was focused on the bottom, was focused in the river. Boom, yeah, when they go for the big objective swing like that, they're just so decisive. I think this is one of those things that's made this team so good in the summer split. They just make calls quickly. And, you know, when there's no communication latency, you can actually get a lot of incredible stuff done. Rocky, weathering that storm on the Mundo now becomes nigh unkillable. Thornmail completed. And he's just able to, yeah, literally walk all over the place, going where he pleases with the Baron buff. It's time to break into the base. Impunity need a miracle of a fight to get back into this one, but it's Holo that finds 3 members himself, gets popped up by the Glacial Fissure, but he is going to be able to dust
Another
that off.
hook?
And another hook lands. Pop, don't miss.
2 team fights in a row. Moonblack isn't even able to get his ultimate off before dropping. Wow, this Thresh is just deleting targets left and right, and now Epic has to make something happen.
He's a god. Oh, okay, okay, now we cursed him. He missed. Whatever. Everybody gets one. It's fine. Rocky's going to be able to walk away from this. Boom, they're just, you know, it's systematic destruction of the Impunity base at this point.
How does he get that again? This time, I'm even more impressed because it felt like it was just in plain vision that he got that. Of course, this play was a little bit unfortunate for Blaze as he actually walks towards Smurf and gets hit up by that. Let's watch this play again. Yeah, it's actually just in plain vision. You just can't miss.
This play brought to you by Hook City. Pop is so good, man.
Yeah. We were talking about how Boom Esports don't have the best of Engage, but I guess it doesn't matter when the one playing Thresh
you make
is
the Engage
Pop.
come to you. That's all you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for Boom, like, you know, I did have a lot of like kind of question marks about this Ruby Ezreal pick. Honestly, it's basically just chunked out Impunity members before the fight starts, and then Pop just brings somebody to them, and from then on, it's kind of just a meat grinder.
It's a pretty smart pick overall. He selected it in the R3 position, and at that point, all he saw was the Azir. So I felt like he got a little bit lucky. He probably had the idea that Impunity was going to go for a full poke composition, and if you look at Impunity's side, they don't really have many tanky members. Not a lot of people can actually take the Arcane Barrage to the face. So, you know, a lot of this backline is just getting shoved out in one single use of the ability. But Moonblack is coming in.
Moonblack trying, doesn't have enough damage, and the team wasn't quite ready. Oh, you hate to see it. Now the chase is here. Pop gets the hook on once again. Finds the Braum. Goodbye, Smurf. Like clockwork, man. Every time.
Yeah, this is a little bit sad to see as, maybe they can get Wako.
Ruby is inside the base, and he is fine. This is fine.
It's been a while since we
or the
checked
dog
on builds.
drinking the coffee in the burning house at this point.
Yeah, he even has the frozen heart, so he's willing to play frontline Ezreal at this point. Without Moonblack, there is no damage that can actually kill him.
Good old blue Ezreal. All right. Impunity trying for the desperation fight. Is it going to be enough? No. Epic just gets bopped on the head by Hollow. And Pop, Rocky a little bit low. Well, I say Rocky's a little bit low, but he's Mundo. That doesn't mean anything. And they're just going to walk away very slowly, leisurely stroll to the Cloud Soul and come right back to it.
I feel like the best thing from this game coming out from Impunity has actually been their skin selection in the bot side. Like, that's actually super smart that they have Varus that throws out yellow projectiles with the, I believe that's like the Tigra Braum.
El Tigre Braum, yeah.
Yeah, it also throws out yellow projectiles.
It's coordinated. I have to give them credit there.
It's really easy to just, you know, foretake the Winter's Bite for the Varus ultimate. Accidentally flash or not flash accordingly when...
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's next level. It's next level chess. Okay. That's
it
really
didn't work
smart.
this game, but I felt like that was the best idea that we've seen so far.
Oh, okay. Rocky coming up for Moonblack here. Moonblack saw him, but I don't think you can stop him. Yep. At this point, they're just going to give the kills to somebody. Although Top King did try to get a little bit of revenge there. Epic a little low on that one. Turnaround onto Ruby. The box is down. In comes Rocky again. And they just are making it look too easy. Rocky can tank for days. Play back. There's the kill.
Yeah, honestly, getting so one-sided to the point that it's a little bit unbearable to watch at this point. Impunity trying their best to keep their waves outside of their base, but Boom Esports with a great punish. They use the TP just to make sure they get that play, and then look, coming in from the side.
And the Moonfall. Yep, that's it. It's over. There's the ace. 30 minutes. Boom Esports, just a systematic destruction of Impunity, and they will close this one out. Oh man, even the Manor Wards. Wow.
Yeah,
the
they want
dedication.
another kill.
They got it.
I think Boom Esports are kind of pissed. Come on, it's not their fault that they're playing on a different server, okay? Don't take it out on them.
But they got the win at the end of the day. You know, Impunity, they had been on the rise for a little bit. They'd had some improvement we'd seen, but unfortunately, it just felt like Boom had a faster pace. They were able to get their game plan executed just a little quicker. The objective control was stellar. And once they had a lead, you know, like a dog with a bone, they didn't let go of it.
Yeah, the questions coming into this game was, were Impunity ever able to group up? How were they going to do that when their lanes weren't that far ahead? And I think the answer was, we never actually saw a siege. The only times they tried to siege was on third Drake, and that ended in a flash because Pop was just too good with his engages. That also leads us to our second question of the game. With this composition, would Boom Esport be able to actually engage? It didn't look like they had a lot of very concrete tools here. And I think we had a very solid answer. If your Thresh is named Pop, it doesn't matter. That Death Sense is not a skill shot. It's actually a click, point and click. So it got Moonblack every single time. The 2 times it counts, and that was enough for them to just run away with that game. It's a little bit unfortunate, but yeah.
I don't think
feel
Moonblack
like
had bad positioning either. Like that was just like it was just incredible Thresh hooks.
I feel like he was too far forward when he didn't need to be. Like, if you think about what Azir does, he doesn't actually poke. So, ideally, I think he should actually... He was trying, but I felt like he should have kept distance further back rather than being on the front lines. It was kind of weird to see him getting actually hooked there. But it did happen.
A bit of an off
kudos to
game.
Pop.
let's take a look at how it all went. You know, surprisingly, the gold did stay pretty even for a while, but it was all the objective game, right? Boom were stacking up Drake after Drake, and it really wasn't until Cloud Soul that Impunity actually got a dragon of their own. But by that point, it was kind of a little bit too late. And Boom just they just had so much better map control. They just had so much better movement around the map. And as you mentioned, Pop set up the plays time and again for this squad for them to just roll over Impunity by the end of it.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, but usually when poke compositions don't come out ahead by like 25 minutes, they fall off a cliff. It's very hard to then come back in an open map situation where people aren't huddled together underneath their own towers. And the MVP,
there we
go. Finally, support's getting some recognition. No surprise here. Pop with the automatic death sentence is going to get that one at the end. You know, one from the laning phase was the key point in the team fights to get things going. And he just had his eyes on Moonblack. Like, this is something that I really learned from Rusty, is that if you play enough at high level, you actually start tracking player movements and you get in their head. You can kind of guess where they're going to swerve. And most players actually swerve on the same side when they're trying to dodge out hook shots. So you can predict that. And I have to say that, you know, Pop definitely had a great mind read onto Moonblack this game. Nothing good Moonblack could do.
Certainly did. Yeah, it's hard to do much against something like that. But we have got one more game to close us out. PSG versus Alpha Esports. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Maybe one or two exceptions are just coming out ahead time and again. There's plenty of game to play still, but Boom are playing so smart. They're playing so effective. And more importantly, they're really forcing PSG to try and make these plays. Now, Pop is caught. Meanwhile, though, in the backline, River isolated, does heal up, and there's no kills just yet, but it's going to be Rocky opening it up. Hanabi finding himself surrounding the rest of the members, but it does not matter at all. Rocky with this World Ender is looking to be the win streak ender, and Wako unloads onto Maple. Pop is the only Boom casualty, and what a win in that fight for Boom.
Oh my god, Ruby is an actual
Once attention is so split up.
Machi went in first, but we still have Koala on the sides using the ultimate. Gemini gets the kick, but not the target. Does find the Sonic Wave, though, and there goes Mission and Rest
is here,
coming
though.
in to save the day. But again, Gemini goes in, tons of damage being
dealt. Woody is going to be left behind as Stormbringer outs the other way. Hana leading that one for the escape, and Machi out of nowhere get a massive 3-man pick for nothing, heading towards the Baron. Just like that, Machi wrestle everything back into their favor. The gold lead and the objective control. Can Rest be the hero here?
Upwards at all that exposes them
Ento
to
actually
and
goes
oh no,
in, and that's
not
the
it.
engage. Aiden gets into the backline. Kanji kills the Nautilus instantly. Arashi still alive, but Dawn now opening up, and we get a massive 3-man move fall into the last Whisper. That's the wombo combo we've been waiting for. The triple kill for Xyliath. Liao break open the base. They break the curse, and they're going for a win. Not letting their lose streak go on to double digits. They're flashing the PSG. They're getting the emotes down. This is time to
handily as Eminem could be caught in the captive audience and goes River. Oh, follows through for the 2-man moonfall. Komye flash and dash to safety, or is he? Tempered Fate, he goes in and he goes down. River has just got the eye of the tiger this game. That is going to be Kaiwing pulled in, goes golden, but now cover fire laid down by Unified to push him back, and they keep moving. Okay, nearly bites it. PSG get everything.
PSG, they got that off. Oh, we're gonna get our final team fight. Genia probably has to find a pick on the one-man side.
Oh, but he's the one getting picked himself. Does go golden to try and bait things out here, but the damage being dealt out. Ooh, nice chance of corruption that he had stolen away, but everyone's getting pinballed back and forth, and only Likai is going to survive, but for how much longer?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family. Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
And welcome back, esports fans, for our final game of the night here at the PCS. It is, of course, stretching on. As many of you have commented, we're now the pre-show for the LEC. So for those of you just maybe tuning in, welcome. But before we get into the game, let's talk about our sponsors. Of course, you can see them on the bottom of your screen. CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Chunghwa Telecom. Thank you for making the PCS possible. All right, Clement, we got our last game. It's going to be PSG Talon facing off against Alpha Esports, who both played earlier today with a postponed match replay. Alpha, of course, it seems like it was so long ago, however.
It does, and honestly, Pyra, I hope you're okay, because I can see the shadows start pulling underneath your eyes. You look more and more like a panda.
I have aged more than the amount of years collectively that went into Aphelios' design. But these things happen. The things we sacrifice for casting the games we love, Clement. No worries at all.
Yeah, let's go. One last game here. PSG and Alpha Esports, both their second game on the Rift today. And I think the big question on everyone's mind is, can anyone actually punish Diana today? It seems like we have a bit of a mini resurgence for the champion. A lot of different combos coming out from her. Both Holo and River doing a great job on the pick so far. And it just feels like Yasuo plus Diana probably a composition to beat going forward into week 4.
I think you're absolutely right. Diana has been just an unholy terror so far. We'll see who ends up picking it up this time around. Alpha Esports, of course, going to try to upset the Kings. It will be a real big climb. But we saw some signs of life. I think some signs of improvement from this squad a little earlier today. As I mentioned, it was a while ago. I think 3Z had a decent time in the early stages of the game against Boom Esports. But he is, of course, joined by K-Babe, Xiaotu, On, and Sheng. And On, the veteran kind of trying to hold this team. But I want to talk about our featured matchup. It is going to be that top lane, Hanabi versus 3Z.
Just absolutely disgusting stats from Hanabi. I also checked in terms of his gold difference at 15, and he's actually leading on the team as well. So statistically, Hanabi is actually probably the winningest spot on the winningest team in the PCS so far. And that's just kind of the Hanabi effect, international tournaments and domestic league are completely different things, and he is definitely proving to be one of the best here without much competition. And again, his champion pool, we now have the Renekton swap online. He also has the Gwen, that's everyone's favorite go-to in the top lane, blind pick or counter pick wise. So there's a lot of different things that you need to take away from him to get him off of his game, and it's much, much easier said than done. For 3Z, he has been more on the weak side. We have seen some rare counter picks coming out from him. The Gangplank versus the Camille was one that I remember particularly well. So it's at this point, I would say it was a pretty one-sided matchup where I do expect Alpha Esports to be the one that has to shoulder most of the bans, especially in terms of the Gwen, away from Hanabi, or maybe even take away their Renekton. But coming into this, we'll see. I think Alpha Esports, they still like to play mid-jungle a lot more, and that's going to be the focus for this matchup.
Once again, the LeBlanc is banned away, has just kind of featured a constant ban so far in week number 4. We will see that Alpha Esports, for their side, they do ban away Thresh, the Viego, the Xin Zhao. We've seen how powerful a good Thresh can be. Kai Wing definitely no slouch on that champion, as PSG will instantly lock in the Lee Sin for River.
Pretty interesting. I feel like they're considering the matchup against Olaf before locking this one in. Xin Zhao, of course, off the table. So if you think about K-Babe's pool, Olaf is probably his next best. And Lee Sin deals with Olaf quite decently post 6. You get the burst damage in early. Now Alpha Esports are searching for different options here. Trundle also not bad, just a very strong duelist that can win against Lee Sin early on. And he also does have the extra advantage of, I feel like, not going low in his clear and stay very healthy. So it doesn't really give that many opportunities for Lee Sin to find those jungle kills potentially. On the other side, we do have the Leona being locked in as well. So a very clear indication that this is not going to be a support Trundle like we've seen today.
Yeah, K-Babe already played the Trundle in the jungle a little bit earlier on today up against Boom. Didn't win, but certainly had a pretty honestly a pretty positive scoreline on the whole. And now with the Gwen being up and available, making it all the way to the second phase of picks, PSG are able to easily snap that one up for Hanabi.
The Seamstress is going to get locked in here. No real surprises. The question is, what will 3Z play against it? We have seen mainly ranged champions come in. A couple of Jaces here and there. Of course, we do have the Lucian. Yeah. Nara could also be an answer here. Not really, of course, that's probably 3Z's favorite champion overall if you look at his career holistically. But we'll see which one he goes for. In the meantime, Maple goes for a Rise pick here. So PSG definitely shaking up to be a 1-3-1 composition.
Ooh. Look at that quick lock into the Misfortune for On. You know, they even target banned the Ashe against him, and you could see a little smile on his face. He's already played this once before.
Yeah, this one, I'm not a huge fan of Misfortune, to be fair. I feel like disrupting her in teamfights is very easy, and in this day and age, there really aren't that many front-to-back teamfight compositions. Mostly what Misfortune is great at is when two teams are lined up like 17th century musketeers and they're just, you know, shooting at each other in mass volley fire. But in today's team compositions, because most teams are actually highly mobile, they have a lot of skirmish compositions, I don't feel like Misfortune actually gets much use out of the bullet time. It's very difficult to use against most of the comps that we've actually seen these days. You think about Gwen, you think about Lee Sin, they're not going to stand there. They're not going to take your AoE fire, and for the most part, they're not even grouped together as a team comp.
Yeah, you need to get a good lockdown. I think a lot's going to be on Shung landing solar flares like in the right place at the right time, and maybe then the wombo combo pops off. I agree with you. It's definitely harder to pull off, and this is why we don't see a lot of Misfortune. Fun fact, an older champion. The design goes all the way back to the 1700s. You know, League of Legends existed all the way back then, of course. That's why you get 200 years of collective game design. A kid.
There's only one person designing the whole game.
There's only one champion that applies to
years.
You're right. 3Z will get the Jace pickup. So as predicted, it is a range counter matchup. On the opposite side for PSG, they will go tried and true. The Ezreal comes in for Unified, as the Ziggs had been banned away. See what the final pickup is here. Should be a support pickup.
Braum was a really good ban here. You're typically looking for something disengaged, but what?
Okay. Interesting choice of the Shen.
I really like
that for a while.
Yeah, I love this pick because if you think about PSG, they're playing 1-3-1 for sure. And what do you want when you're playing 1-3-1? The ability to actually win out on side lanes, especially when the enemy collapses on you. And Shen fits that build perfectly. Ezreal doesn't really need that much protection. You can leave him be, stand united into a side lane. Make sure you keep Gwen pushing, most likely, when an enemy gank comes in. And you can even flip a lot of 2v2s.
Yeah, I really like this from PSG. It just mixes things up a little bit. Xiaotu with the final lock-in. We'll get the Cassiopeia. Yeah, this is definitely a composition that would do well if all of PSG stand in a row. But I somehow think you're right, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, PSG actually don't plan on staying together at all whatsoever. I don't mean as a roster. I mean in-game, of course. It's just going to be 1-3-1.
Very dynamic movements.
Yes. They have like they have a lot of globals here as well with Realm Warp and Stand United, which means that the players are going to stand even further apart from each other. They can come together whenever they need to. So I don't expect a lot of advantages coming out from the side of the bullet time. However, in the laning phase, Misfortune actually has a pretty easy time against Ezreal. Can push out the lane quite easily, and you know, I feel like Alpha in theory should be able to get a bit of a lane lead in actually all three lanes. Like Alpha just went all in on lane counters all the way. A lane counter in Cassiopeia, a lane counter in Jace, and lane counter in Misfortune versus Ezreal, which, let's be fair, PSG did pick themselves into because they wanted to play 1-3-1. So if Alpha Esports can outrace PSG, they can stop like the side lanes from ever becoming a threat. However, you know, as we mentioned, this is pretty much an underdog versus Goliath matchup, David versus Goliath. And
it's hard to separate the standings too much more than these two, right? It is number 9 and number 1.
Alpha Esports definitely feel the heat right now because Liab have actually overtaken them, and they are sitting now on 2 wins. So they're at the bottom.
So Alpha trying to lane kingdom their way to a victory. We'll see if they can pull it off against the top dogs of the PCS. PSG Talon taking to the Rift. Some interesting adaptations. I love the Shen support coming in here. And of course, Maple on Rise, always a treat to see. He's played so many different champions this split, and he adds another one to the roster.
I feel like Kaiwin's just having fun in the regular split. He wants to play roaming, so he gets Bard, he gets Shen. And Unified's just good enough to survive in lane 1v2. I think that's the most ridiculous thing about PSG is that not a lot of teams have actually tried to punish their bottom lane, especially when Kaiwin isn't there. So we're going to be taking a look at the runes. Conqueror's coming in from Xiaotu. Phase Rush was nerfed, so we're seeing that a lot less. And 3Z actually gives up position to Hanabi. Ooh. Dicey there.
Just a little bit of poke back and forth. They're okay for now, but yeah, that could have been a little more aggro. Ooh, PSG. Oh, okay. For just a second, I thought maybe they try to make a cheeky play. Instead, they actually just go to set up for the jungle leash start.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of cheeky Shen plays in the past, especially on the Baron Pit. You can start with the taunt, go over the wall, and a lot of times it just surprises the top laner that's hiding in the tri-brush that a Shen is behind him and just comes out and kills him. So there is a lot of cheese plays with Shen that we have seen in the past. It's not going to be the case so far. Last time I saw Shen's support was in the LPL, and the reason was because Shen did get a pretty big buff to his taunt. It just starts out at 1.5 seconds right now. So we have seen a lot of plays where Ezreal Shen, particularly, can just go all out on level 2. But for now, we're gonna watch 3Z just absolutely pummel Hanabi.
3Z just completely ignoring the minion wave right now and focusing all of his fire onto Hanabi, who is looking to have potentially a bad time in this lane. But that is the Alpha game plan, trying to win the lanes and therefore win the game. You know, there are worse strategies to try. Certainly works in solo queue.
Yep. I have to agree with that one. And Navi not really having a great time. He hasn't dodged any abilities so far. Like, from the trades we've seen, he's taken every shock blast squarely on the face, like a true champ, and you know, that's just not doing very well for him in terms of the laning phase. Still no minions taken.
Oh, poor Hanabi. River is going to be coming into the mid lane to try and get some pressure onto Xiaotu. Flash forward, good positioning. They just don't have enough damage to execute. So Maple burns Flash to keep pace here. And Xiaotu, you're pretty happy if that's all that ends up happening.
Yeah, Flash for Flash. Totally fine here. It does usually favor the aggressive, the defensive side of the matchup if the Flash is burned by the aggressor, which in this case, most of the time, will be the Cassiopeia. It does open up an ability for K-Babe.
He just walks in, forces River to back away, and delays him a little bit. And I think he's thinking about going for a counter jungle, but Maple's actually being called in here. Should be to give River, or rather should be to give him the blue buff. But K-Babe's going to try and contest this.
Jace is coming, but he might be too slow.
Okay. I don't know if he thought he was getting away from that one. Actually working out. I don't believe it. He gets in, gets out. 3Z tags in. Xiaotu's there as well. What? It's going to be first blood, though, to River. What is happening right now? We're trading back.
Oh, River's down. Why did he? Oh, he must have thought K-Babe had already based, and oddly enough, PSG still get the better of that trade, but it was incredibly messy. I feel like K-Babe overplayed his hand a little here. 3Z was en route, but definitely not as fast as he wanted it to happen. And then 3Z just tries to go in 1v2. River, they have full cooldowns right here. They just let him have it. So, bit of odd trades coming back and forth. Then River just loses his mind and goes back in. At the end of the day, double buffs for our Troll King. I think he's the biggest winner out of all of this.
Yeah, he's pretty happy at the moment. Ooh, Hanabi actually finding some damage back now. We hadn't checked in with top lane because of all the shenanigans over at blue buff. But Hanabi's been slowly catching up on the farm game, and 3Z, he hasn't really been able to contest just yet. Worth pointing out, Hanabi going for a lot more defensive in terms of summoners. The Ghost and, well, I'll talk about that in a minute because now we got ourselves a 1v1. Oh, the flash forward and the bash. All right, well, that was worth it for 3Z.
Oh, Hanabi didn't back there. He definitely overplayed his hand. If you look at 3Z, he's coming back with extra movement speed and a long sword. So Hanabi definitely popped his Ghost a little bit late. You know, figured out he was going to be able to shove the wave and keep himself alive with the 4 minions. 3Z had very different plans.
Yep, that's for sure. Okay, into the enemy jungle we go. Let's take a look at that play again, because I think Hanabi thought he was fine.
Yeah, misses the first Q, and he should have popped Ghost directly afterwards. Didn't realize 3Z was able to trade within 7 minions there, and still finds the kill regardless of the minion wave. It's kind of unfortunate that he isn't able to get his Conqueror stacks throughout that trade, and ooh, it's probably the worst Gwen lane we've seen in a while.
Yeah, I mean, they did pick the counters. 3Z is definitely having a good time, and Hanabi certainly not. And you know, Hanabi, he has a lot of experience playing weak side. I don't think he expected to be playing weak side, though.
Yeah, I do think 3Z's been doing a really good job. A huge part of this trade is just getting your Conquerors first. So if you have the range advantage and you can dodge out on one ability, that just means that essentially you're getting a 4-stack lead on the trade, and then you go all in. The damage difference is very substantial early on. Talking about the bottom lane, I'm actually pretty surprised that Unified's coming out ahead in this lane. Usually Misfortune has a lot more firepower in the lane itself, so if you can land a couple of double ups, it just forces Ezreal to go back. Ezreal actually starts with very low HP in the laning phase compared to Misfortune. That is pretty much a tank in terms of AD carries. So very surprised at the results so far that we're getting.
I think On and Sheng have been respecting the Kai Wing taunt for a little bit. I haven't really kept an eye on the bottom side. It hasn't really been a super interactive lane. But it does seem like On isn't really going for stepping up to try and get the double up poke. Instead, it's really been a little bit more about just trying to keep pace on the farm game. Now, that could change if if K-Babe takes a trip down bottom side. You know, a little hard to dodge out the pillar. Always an interesting ganking tool.
For Kaiwing, he's going to have to hold up to his taunt. He can't taunt over the pillar, but if he uses his taunt, then the pillar actually has a chance to stop him mid-dash and cut back on his dash distance. So he has to play that game pretty carefully. But for now, it just seems like K-Babe wants to focus more on the top side. I definitely would if 3Z is having quite a game for himself right now.
Yeah, cutting through the minion wave is pretty easy to go. To the skies, Hanabi tries to get the damage out to turn. Actually does manage to stay alive as the Lee Sin comes in. River looking to cut 3Z off. I don't think he knew that was happening. Oh, maybe he did, but didn't think he could escape as the teleport will come through. Xiaotu looking to chase down Hanabi. Snip, slash, and slide and dash. Xiaotu picks up the kill. Dodge out the True Shot Barrage. 3Z. Xiaotu was trying to play the escort mission, but couldn't quite save the life. So it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Wow, this is absolutely amazing stuff coming out from 3Z here. He dodges out on a whole ton of abilities there. Maple not able to find him with the overload, and Sonic Wave doesn't land either. We'll take a look at this trade again. We can see that 3Z gets he procs Conqueror a lot faster compared to Hanabi there, but he still can't take the full burst coming in from Hanabi. This is what makes Gwen so incredibly strong. If you try to fight her in close distance, she can get all 3 procs from Needlework and also sustain the mist at the same time. But unfortunately right here, Xiaotu has a really nice miasma, zones River out, and they block out the Sonic Wave as well. 3Z, of course, still does go down in the end, but he's got everything he wanted. Huge lead on the top side developing right now. He's about 15 CS ahead, and he also forces the entire map for PSG to rotate towards him.
Yeah, Xiaotu's actually swapped up to the top now, joined by K-Babe, as they had 3Z moving into the mid. Instead, it looks like this is going to be the start of the Rift Herald. Alpha Esports off to a decent start this game up against PSG, but got to be very careful. They're taking a very cautious take on the Herald. They're going to bring Sheng and 3Z to the party.
doesn't look like it's going to be completely uncontested. I think Hanabi's actually just too weak at this point for him to contribute. Doesn't have his ultimate either. So he's going to have to opt out of this one. Jace, in the meantime, doesn't really have an ult cooldown to worry about. But Alpha Esports are leaving a lot on the table in terms of the bottom side. I love what PSG did here. They're not contesting, but they also aren't wasting their time just setting up for a full play onto the bot side. And let's see if On walks anywhere forward. If he does, it's a bit of a sitting duck here.
Herald immediately popped up top. This is going to shave off quite a few of the plates, and I think Alpha have enough pressure to just straight up take this tower and start opening up the map. So they can look forward to first brick here. Hanabi's got to be a little bit careful as he might get dove, and yep, wisely backs away. That does prompt PSG to immediately start onto the Ocean Drake, though. And it's like you mentioned, Clement, this is not a team that wastes time. They didn't get to the top of the PCS by leaving things on the table.
Yeah, for sure. Something that PSG does very well is that they typically have better ideas on how to trade map pressure, and Kaiwing has been sitting in that brush for a very long time. We've seen some River Shens, but this is Brush Shen right here coming here, brought to you by PSG.
A very different variety of Shen.
I like that play, actually. He knows he's level 6. He doesn't really need the XP, so he just stays behind for a long time.
Oh! Oh, River! My goodness, that was dirty. Just immediately tracks onto 3Z and blows him up.
Good stuff coming out from River, you know. Yeah, it does have a 20 CS lead, and he is very over-leveled compared to solo laners. That should have been equal level coming out from his part onto 3Z. And 3Z didn't think he would die there. He just held on to his flash and goodbye.
Yeah, you know, Lee Sins can stack damage really, really well on just a handful of items, to be honest. And yeah, the extra gold in River's pocket buys him a Gore Drinker.
And this can get pretty disgusting. When you have a Fed Lee Sin and a Shen, you can go for a lot of risky backline dives. And something I do want to mention about the way Alpha Esports is playing the map on the other side is they didn't decide to keep Jace in the top lane to get up the tower gold. Once he found a lead, they actually swapped Xiaotu into the top side to get that side lane potential. And this is something very peculiar about Alpha Esports. They have a preference for playing a two-man game with K-Babe and Xiaotu. So they love to just give Herald gold over to Xiaotu, as we do see the red buff still being secured there by River.
Nice attempt by Alpha, but at least they get out without paying for it. Alpha is one of those teams that do like to try and throw their weight around and go for some of these interesting contests and see if it works out. PSG keeping the gold game even at the moment. So as Alpha have tried to really push the envelope and give themselves leads, they've only been able to find the one tower so far. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
I don't really think so. And the reason I was talking about the gold distribution is I don't think Xiaotu actually can split push very well. Cassiopeia doesn't have the greatest of mobility. Actually, I would have preferred them to just keep the gold onto 3Z instead, but Xiaotu is fed, and he's just sitting in the mid lane. There's not much that a fed mid laner Cassiopeia can do at this point. River has full control of the map right now. He has experience lead, he has a massive CS lead at this point, so I don't think the gold's actually doing anything sitting in Xiaotu's pocket. I would have preferred it on 3Z. I feel like he has a little bit more split push potential throughout the map.
Well, they put it back on the top side as well, as you mentioned, and a couple of pings there between River and Hanabi. I think they're trying to cut off 3Z here, but 3Z waiting in the brush instead. Some interesting map movements at the moment.
Yeah, the problem really is just Lee Sin being too fed and being too good of an anchor for Kaiwing to teleport into at this point. PSG, their bot lane, Unified can self-clear the wave safely. For the most part, we do see him with the cleanse as well. So it's going to be difficult to nail him down. And that just means that Kaiwing can appear out of nowhere. And it makes 3Z's life very difficult because essentially he is fighting a 3v1 on the flip side.
Looking for Unified. Cleanse out, though, and Kaiwing really helped with the bait there, forcing the Alpha members to flash away, and now they're bringing everybody on the PSG side to the party. Hanabi comes in and opens up for a kill. Needlework and a whole lot of snip onto Xiaotu. Just enough, not quite, to cut him down to size, but they will turn their attention over to 3Z instead, and just like that, switch is flipped. PSG, full steam ahead.
Yeah, that was insanely overforced on the side of Alpha Esports. They go in on a target that does have cleanse, and the enemy team also has a TP to cut the rest of the members off. So Alpha, the 3-man instantly has to retreat, and kudos for Hanabi for punishing that accordingly. Lands the needlework. Just look at this play again. I don't think that this is the greatest of attempts here. You can see how far On is actually away from that play and how little damage Alpha Esports actually has in this situation. There was no way that they were going to get the kill on that. It just puts them out of in a very bad position for PSG to then chase up on them. Also, we did have On use the ultimate, but wasn't able to do much across the wall. Very easy for the members to dodge out there. River even finds a kill onto the backside. Just not really sure why Alpha Esports thought that that dive was going to work. And On, even though he does take the Arcane Barrage, does survive it.
Yeah, saves live silver linings, I suppose. But yeah, PSG, you know, collapse on a very forced dive bottom from Alpha. And I think Alpha are starting to get a little desperate here, right? They needed to get ahead early in the game. It just hasn't really happened. Not enough, at least. And all of those leads completely evaporate here. PSG taking control of the game, as they are wont to do. Getting themselves Infernal Dragon here at 16 minutes as well. Should be able to rotate up to the Rift Herald. And Alpha Esports are left searching for answers.
Yeah, this game was just a little bit unfortunate. I felt like 3Z could have just ran away with this game, honestly, if he didn't die in the jungle and wasn't targeted later on. But we have Alpha Esports now coming in.
Looking to force the fight onto Kai Wing. Flashes the wall, and that will be the end of that. Rift Herald has been brought all the way out of the pit, but that's going to get reset pretty quickly.
And at this point, PSG, they should favor looking for picks rather than just a full-on engage here. So, oh man, that's a 4-man Arcane Barrage. Okay, after that, they can actually just force it. Never mind.
Yeah, Unified just completely cuts them down from across the wall. This is going to be the start of the Herald again. Not a lot Alpha Esports can really do about this. They have really tried to get involved in the fights, force some engagements, but there's just always a counterclaps that's really good. Maybe this is the chance, though, to try and steal this one away. Dance with the Herald. And who's going to come out on top? PSG. They closed the gap and managed to get it.
K-Babe didn't actually have flash there, so he was just positioning. PSG are on the chase.
Needlework coming through a little extra damage. Not enough to get the kills, but Alpha do walk away with their lives.
That was actually a pretty good attempt immediately again. Yeah, they're just going to go for straight power push at this point, and because Alpha Esports did expend a lot and K-Babe is nowhere in position, he's getting collapsed on.
Oh, absolutely. Between River and Maple, nowhere to go, and now they ping for the bottom tier 2. PSG, like clockwork, are just going to be able to start clearing up around the map. Already 2 towers.
I think Alpha's game plan there was actually to back out, get PSG on the ramp, and then use bullet time. But what Alpha Esports figured out was that, wait a minute, we're actually they're already past the ramp in incredibly fast fashion, and they weren't able to ever set up correctly. Just too far behind on the play for that one, and now Xiaotu is the one getting caught out by the Everflock.
And River tags his way in. River has just been in every one of these kills just about this game. I think Maple might have even had the 1v1, but River made sure that that wasn't going to be a problem. Very fed on this Lee Sin.
This is such a typical PSG game where it feels like there's a huge cutoff between the laning phase and the actual teamfight roaming phase.
Yeah, River? I think you're right. Let's see if River gets out of this one. Whoa, another auto attack would do it, and it's just going to be the ultimate secure. Meanwhile, though, PSG just counterplay up on the top side, looking for 3Z. Party Portal comes in, just brings Maple, and absolutely nowhere for him to go.
Oh, I feel so bad for 3Z.
Alpha, they're going to counter collapse again on the top. Find Kai Wing. That's got to count for something.
Good find on his part. He is surrounded underneath the tower, but K-Babe, I don't think that's the play. What?
Oh, dear. He tanked way too many tower shots, and Unified still feeling bold enough to keep poking.
Yeah, like, Unified can chase up onto him fairly easily. On doesn't have a lot of threat. No flash, your ultimate already burned.
Ought to be tag in.
Great bait.
Yeah, I rated 8 out of 8.
Yeah, just Alpha, they had a good pickoff, but I don't really understand the forces afterwards. It seems incredibly desperate to look for a play like that, and hey babe, he didn't have subjugate afterwards, so I don't understand why he went underneath tower there. It just seemed like definitely a miscalculation on his part, and I feel like Alpha Esports is fading away really quickly here.
Yeah, and just as quick as 3Z's health bar as he face checks straight into Maple. Hanabi River caught Xiaotu between two brushes, nowhere to really go. It does get the Petrifying Gaze off, and that is big shutdown gold. But Xiaotu, can you keep it up now as Kaiwing has now joined the fray again? River cleans him up.
I feel like Hanabi was Petrify Gaze bait for Xiaotu, just to make sure he gets the ultimate off before they deal the finishing blow off onto him. Pretty typical of Hanabi's role on the team so far, so... You know, PSG do get the kill in the end. Not the cleanest kills of all. And now Alpha Esports are setting up for what it looks like a Desperation Baron, but they actually have an incredibly slow Baron take. Don't think that's going to be fooling anyone here. So we had to replay of that one. Hanabi has to wait for the miasma.
Yeah, this is a little interesting. I do like the flash. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this Baron play that is happening, because the teleport will complete, and they actually are all there, but will they be able to secure the Baron in time before they fall? That is going to be smited down by K-Babe. Fight is on, but they are trapped in the pit. Nowhere for Alpha Esports to go as they turn their attention to Maple, but they are massively running out of members. Xiaotu, last one standing. Excuse me, K-Babe is still alive in this one too, as he does manage to get away. Xiaotu just trying to buy some time for his team. And River with another kill. Maple traded for 4 members of Alpha. They get Baron on K-Babe, but at what cost?
Basically costed them everything there. They're not a particularly tanky team, and because Misfortune doesn't have any way to deal percent health damage, I felt like they weren't going to be able to take that down quickly at all. PSG knew about this from the get-go, and it's just a very easy collapse here. The only saving grace is they do manage to outsmite, so good job on K-Babe for keeping this game alive just a while longer. But with the extra kills right now, like, PSG are very comfortable in just playing a 1-3-1. They can have High-Wing flex to any of the side lanes at this point, and it's going to take multiple members to kill Hanabi or Maple. Maple in particular is incredibly fed, and we saw his duel against 3Z. Like, he killed him in 1.5 location. So, yeah, I still don't think it's particularly worth it for Alpha Esports. I would have used the Baron as more of an opportunity to get back into the game, rather than just trying to hard force the Baron buff itself.
Alpha kind of treat it the same way that they've been treating these dives. It's all about the hard forcing, and they don't do anything halfway. Xiaotu nearly takes down River, but he is able to make his escape, and the rest of PSG collapse out of the woodwork. Such a mobile squad.
Yeah, that's very impressive to see that one. You have Unify coming in from the back, stand united behind him. They already have Xiaotu's ultimate, so no chance for anyone dying right there. Even have a very safe flash coming out from River just to make sure they don't trade any kills back. The base should be opening up very soon here as Unified able to dodge out on everything.
That True Shot Barrage lands, gets a couple of damage on the minions. Oh boy, that's going to be the full channel of On's ultimate, but bullet time doesn't do nearly enough damage. Meanwhile, Hanabi just continues free pushing up top.
Unified just took about 60% of On's HP on a single W plus Mystic Shot. And that's pretty much all you need to know about the game right now.
Yeah, Unified definitely in pole position along with the rest of the team. Nobody contesting the Gwen. And even though the Baron buff still sitting on K-Babe, can't really get a whole lot done. Pillar does come down. Unified says, I don't care. I laugh at your Pillar. As he's able to Mystic Shift away. Or Arcane Shift, I should say. K-Babe and the rest of Alpha Esports have to turn tail and run. But Xiaotu, he couldn't quite do anything as his tail got stepped on by River. And the collapse is huge as Hanabi comes in to close this gap. Unified even going into the base to try and take down On. who does manage to get away, but I don't think Alpha's base is going to be all that long-lasting.
Great bait coming out from Kaiwing. He actually misses the Shadow Taunt, but prompts Alpha Esports to walk even further forward. So, Alpha, they try to go for some plays there, but it felt a little bit half-hearted. They didn't really have great engage tools because they're supposed to win just off the laning phase. And the team just, but once Solar Flare isn't there, they don't have a chance to keep PSG in position. Feels like it's just going to be an easy roundup for PSG as they even bathe in the bullet time for a while before turning their attention back onto the Alpha Esports members. Here's the roll warp into the fountain. Oh, it's just a trick.
Just a fake out, unfortunately. Hanabi also gets the shift off. A little bit of a manner teleport in for the rise, and 25.5, PSG will take the game. Smiles on the faces, well earned.
Yeah, this game, I felt Alpha actually had such a good start, especially on 3Z's part. He was absolutely dunking on Hanabi, and you can tell by the way Hanabi's smiling, he knew he dodged a bullet on that one. For me, the breaking point for Alpha Esports was really just the lane swaps around didn't make a lot of sense to me. They decided to put most of the gold onto Xiaotu, where he had to stay mid lane, couldn't really side lane and provide pressure whatsoever. And that was just very odd to me. They threw away most of their early game leads on that, and afterwards they just went into like overdrive mode where they did like very questionable tower dives over and over. So despite a great lead on 3Z, this is probably his best first 5 minutes of the game that we've seen the entire split, and against a player of the caliber of Hanabi, it's definitely something to commend for. But Alpha Esports did not try to build up on 3Z's lead whatsoever.
They didn't really pivot from the game plan at all, and I think, yeah, definitely a mistake to not try to capitalize on what 3Z was able to build early on in the game. And then when they started falling behind, it was just hard force after hard force, whether it was a dive or a Baron attempt. You know, I mean, you got to commend the tenacity for them to just keep on going. The problem is you can't step on the gas pedal when you don't have any fuel in the tank, and they ran out pretty quickly, it seemed.
Yeah, this was a super weird game from K-Babe, honestly. There were so many situations where it was pretty clear that it was a suicide mission, and he still went along with it. So, I'm not sure what the comms are like. I'm not sure what the mentality like is on the team right now, but I find it hard to even call it a miscalculation because of how far off the margins actually were. If you look at that tower dive, like the 2 times K-Babe tower dove unified, there was no chance in hell that he was actually going to get the kill. Like, On was like a screen away, and the third one around 2, you could see the bottom lane definitely was not trying to go in for the kill onto Ezreal. So it's just perplexing to me to watch this game from Alpha Esports. They just fumbled it, where I felt like the attempts were honestly just needless. Like, I don't see how they were ever going to get things done that way, but they still went along with it. So just a bit of a head scratcher. You know, it's really late in the day. Maybe that has some impact on Alpha Esports' performance here, but I definitely expected more out of them, given that they had such a good start against PSG.
Yeah, and I think that start is very commendable, as you pointed out, but it did seem to fall apart because they just kept hard forcing in these weird low percentage play situations. I think if there is a challenge for Alpha, it's to really just try to dynamically adapt to what your opponents are doing. It's difficult to do against PSG because of how fast they react and how fast they counterplay, but against other opponents, against opponents who aren't quite at that caliber, I think it's very doable, and I want to see Alpha really change it up to reflect more on what their strengths currently are in a given game. But there you saw the gold kind of got ran away with after the 15-minute mark, and PSG were just all over the map. Despite an early rough start for Hanabi, he still had a pretty respectable performance, and River was certainly the man of the hour, just everywhere on the map.
We have seen the dynamic between Trundle and fast clearing junglers over and over again. If Trundle doesn't secure at least, like, I would say 2 kills in the early game, then the enemy can just run away with the camps. That's exactly what we saw from River. Lane leads don't matter when River is on the prowl. And I think bot lane also was a big point in that one. Unify just surviving dive over and over again, able to dish out damage on the backside. You know, he wasn't even participating in a lot of these kills. If you look at his KP, it's less than half. But he was able to bear the brunt of the pressure while the rest of the team was able to get things done on the other sides of the map.
Yep, drawing all the aggro of the Alpha Esports squad and really just never dying at all. We got to give the man credit for that.
And I think I give you a ton of credit for soldiering through this day. It's been 8 hours on broadcast so far.
Oh boy.
Honestly, you should take a before and after picture. You look like you're.
No, I don't think anyone wants
apart.
to see that. It's gonna look like those like horror pictures where it's like oh, is this person actually alive or is this like a ghost that's just shown up in the photo? I don't think anybody wants that, Clement.
I would like to see it just for science here, but
oh my goodness. Well, I didn't take it before when it's too late, but let's take a look at what happened before and after all the matches, because these are all the games we had today. Opening up J-Team with a win over Liab, of course, and following on with Megabank Beyond Gaming. Man, it was a lot of games today, and we had some real fun ones, I have to say. Impressive performances from Liab against Hong Kong Attitude, netting them their second win in this one. Of course, we saw more recently Boom beating Impunity, really stepping back up with that interesting Ezreal mid-pick from Ruby. And then, of course, PSG Talon doing what they do best. Let's take a look at the standings as PSG have a 13-0 unbeaten streak. But in second place, Boom and Megabank Beyond Gaming are the ones currently ruling that roost, or at least just below PSG Talon, overtaking Machi and J-Team.
And PSG honestly don't have much opposition left. They've gone through Machi, they've gone through Megabank Beyond Gaming, and they are still lossless. The only, I think the only opposition they have is Boom Esports still left on the table. I'm not 100% sure on this one, but the goal is to get 18 wins. It has never been done in the PCS so far. PSG Talon look like they have a chance to just close that one now.
Yeah, perfect split. Certainly nothing to sneeze at, and they're well on their way to making it happen. We'll see if they can continue, as they will also play up against J-Team to close us out tomorrow. But let's take a look at the rest of the games. There's certainly some interesting ones. I feel like the Liab versus Boom one catches my eye just because Liab is kind of a team reborn right now.
Yeah, I would still say that the matchup has not shifted into Liab's favor just yet. But I do agree that it's going to be very interesting coming into that one. Kanji and Ruby, they both have a lot of interesting picks. And a couple of the key matchups for me is actually Berjaya versus Hong Kong Attitude. Both of these teams have been struggling recently, and they're very close to being overtaken by Liab. Berjaya only has 3 wins, and Liab's already on 2. So it could definitely happen there. Now, on terms of, going away from Struggle Street, we then have a matchup for the ages between J-Team and PSG Talon. Like Maple versus Mission, this has been a match that has gone all the way back to Season 5. So a lot of rivalries, a lot of history between these two teams, a lot of denial of finals coming in onto that one. So we'll see if J-Team, the team of summer, can finally punch down onto PSG and break their flawless streak.
Ooh, well, that will be the challenge for them. But thank you all for joining us. We will be back tomorrow with all those games. So on behalf of myself, the broadcast team, Clement, thanks for all sticking with us. Go enjoy whatever it is you're going to enjoy after this, but we'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place.